Chapter 1. You are a million times better than drugs. Harmful and addictive, my love is passionate and dangerous, but I cannot stop. Luo Yao. Lin Ran was reborn. He was reborn when he confessed his love to Lu Rushue, but Lin Ran did not feel the slightest joy. Because he knew that in a moment, Luo Yao would appear, and this time, if she caught him, she would be locked in bed. Thinking of this, Lin Ran trembled. He had to save himself. He wanted to live again and again. He only wanted to love Luo Yao, but never be forced to love her. Lu Rushue was still waiting with bashful eyes for Lin Ran to confess. Lin Ran, brother. What do you want to say to me? She naturally knew that Lin Ran wanted to confess to her. This time, she planned to agree with Lin Ran and then implement Lin Jian's plan. Lin Ran, brother. Are you not feeling well? Looking at the beads of sweat that appeared on Lin Ran's forehead, Lu Rushue was full of doubts. A screech broke the beautiful atmosphere, and a luxury car appeared behind Lin Ran. He knew she was here. Lin Ran took a deep breath, and was about to scold Lu Rushue in front of Luo Yao and then give her a big push, when the car door opened quickly, and Luo Yao got out with a gloomy face, and without saying a word, she gave Lin Ran a knife. Before Lin Ran fainted, there were only 3 things in his head? Lu Rushue was shocked, and looked at the suddenly appeared beautiful woman in front of her, stunned. Luo Yao's beauty is the kind that is unforgettable after just one glance, the kind that doesn't even give one the courage to compare. In front of Luo Yao, Lu Rushue, the campus queen of Kyoto University, is like a drop in the ocean, feeling humble. But it is precisely such a woman who gives Lu Rushue a feeling of impending death, and it takes courage to even look at her. Who are you? For some reason, Lu Rushue feels a chill around her, as if she had died. Luo Yao put away her murderous intent, and without looking back, she carried Lin Ran into the car. If Lu Rushue wasn't someone Lin Ran cared about, she would have already died. One after the other, the luxury cars sped away, and it was only then that Lu Rushue noticed that it was a luxury convoy, and it seemed that there were many bodyguards standing around the woman. Lin Ran was kidnapped by this woman? Lu Rushue took out her phone and just wanted to call the police, but then she paused. If Lin Ran is dead, then his family will automatically inherit all of Lin Ran's shares, right? After thinking about it, Lu Rushue dialed Lin Jian's phone. In the evening, in a dimly lit room. Ran, I want to gouge out your eyes and make a specimen of them, so that you will only have me in your eyes. Lin Ran felt a cold touch slowly move from his cheek to the corner of his eye. The woman's cold and familiar voice made him shiver. If I break your legs, won't you be unable to escape? He suddenly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the familiar, stunning face and scarlet eyes. Luo Yao was lying naked on top of Lin Ran, one hand stroking Lin Ran's cheek, while the other held a cold dagger that she slowly moved across Lin Ran's chest. She intended to possess Lin Ran, and if that failed, she would consider cutting Lin Ran's heart out and putting it in her own body. This familiar beauty, this familiar scent, this familiar touch, this familiar big bed, Lin Ran was sure he wasn't dreaming. He had indeed been captured again, and his hands and feet were chained together. A variety of complex emotions filled Lin Ran's heart. It hurt very much, but at the same time he was also very grateful, and a tear overflowed. Seeing that glimmer in the darkness, Luo Yao paused. Is Ran afraid? Why can't you be good? Suddenly, Lin Ran opened his arms and wanted to hug the woman in front of him. Clang! Clang! The sound of the chains did not stop Lin Ran's actions, and his arms tightly embraced the woman in front of him who loved him to the bone. Luo Yao was obviously stunned, and then slowly spoke. What trick is Ran trying to pull again? Don't even think about it, tonight you can only belong to me. Although she was saying cold words, Lin Ran's embrace made her very satisfied. This was the first time Lin Ran had taken the initiative to hug Luo Yao, and the feeling was like a drug that made her addicted. Lin Ran nodded frantically. Yes. I will always only belong to you. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yao's brows furrowed slightly. He even took the initiative to hug her in order to escape, and he even said such insincere words? Didn't he say that he would only feel sick whenever he touched her? Luo Yao smiled bitterly in her heart, and she didn't expose Lin Ran either. If that's the case, then prove it to me. After saying this, Luo Yao slowly leaned in. Lin Ran was about to speak. Okay. I definitely will. The touch on her lips was familiar and overbearing. The oxygen gradually decreased, and Lin Ran knew that this was Luo Yao's testing her sincerity. Reason quickly gave way to desire, feeling a warm and overbearing tongue enter her mouth. For the first time, Lin Ran actively responded to Luo Yao's kiss. Slowly, her hand supported Luo Yao's waist, an action that made Luo Yao feel very good. Luo Yao was sure that Lin Ran was pretending to give in, but she didn't care. Even if it was fake, she was willing to sink into it. She desperately wanted to completely possess her Ran. Luo Yao's heart had already been aroused. Lin Ran responded willingly. Luo Yao was slightly shocked. She didn't expect Lin Ran to be so obedient. With a slight force, Luo Yao's mouth was filled with a bloody taste, and Lin Ran endured the pain around his lips without blaming her. After a few minutes, Luo Yao finally allowed Lin Ran to resume breathing again. Luo Yai. I want you. Luo Yao froze, the dagger in her hand dropped to the ground with a clang, and stars filled her eyes. She even wondered if she was hearing things or if she was having a seizure. Lin Ran had not called her a devil or a female devil. He still wanted her? Ran wants me? Desire shone in Lin Ran's eyes. He was willing to give up everything to possess the woman in front of him. Lin Ran nodded, give it to me. We are both adults, so we naturally understand the meaning of these words. Good. Even though she knew that Lin Ran was not really giving in, Luo Yao was still willing to believe him, simply because she wanted this moment of truth even more. The two of them fell into a frenzy. In the past, Lin Ran had thought that Luo Yao was a pervert, crazy, sickly, paranoid, ruthless and cruel demon all rolled into one, so he had always been fearful and had never wanted anything more than to escape. Now he truly felt this demon. Accompanied by wonderful music. Chapter 2. I don't know what to call it. It was a ridiculous night. As the morning sun shone through the curtains and hit his face, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. The person next to him was wrapped around like a water snake, staring at him in a daze, leaving a touch of bright red on the white sheets. In his previous life, Lin Ran had been forced that night, and Luo Yao's behavior at that time was basically trying to disembowel him, and he was terrified. So after it was over, he didn't pay any attention to it. Now he realized that this was actually Luo Yao's first time as well. You're awake? Luo Yao's expressionless, but inside she is terrified. She is afraid that last night was all a dream, and that her Ran will continue to run away from her. Looking at the peerless beauty in his arms, Lin Ran is full of emotions. He knew that the seemingly harmless and delicate woman in front of him was actually a demon with a beautiful appearance, a ruthless heart, a vicious personality, a pathological paranoia, and the potential to go crazy at any time. In his previous life, he had constantly tried to escape from her control, but in the end, he never managed to do so until the day he died. He remembered Luo Yao suddenly appearing the year Lin Ran first went to university, and her first words were to ask Lin Ran to marry her. However, after Lin Ran refused, everything took a strange turn. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ran realized that he could never escape from Luo Yao's control. The more he resisted, the tighter Luo Yao's grip became. Finally, after Lin Ran repeatedly confessed his love to the school beauty Lu Rushue, Luo Yao went crazy. She desperately wanted to tie Lin Ran down, to force him, possess him, and even abuse him. Lin Ran and Luo Yao played the game of him running away and her chasing after him, with him unable to escape, for another 3 years. Finally, during one of Luo Yao's business trips, an accident occurred. That time, Lin Ran was tricked by his secret girlfriend Lu Rushue into signing an equity transfer document, and was then pushed off the roof by Lu Rushue, his adoptive mother, and his younger brother. The wind was strong, and the feeling of weightlessness and fear was unforgettable for Lin Ran. With the sound of the heavy object landing clearly reaching Lin Ran's ears, after a short period of pain, Lin Ran died. As for his father, he took Lin Ran's suicide note and successfully inherited all of Lin Ran's shares in the Su Ran group. Together with his own shares, he became the undisputed leader of the group. As for Lin Ran, he could only turn into a wisp of spirit and watch silently as his scumbag father, stepmother, and scumbag girlfriend celebrated his death. In order to save trouble, the scumbag father hastily buried himself on a barren hill without waiting until the next day. Luo Yao went crazy and had her grave dug up. The ridiculous thing was that there was no coffin, and she wasn't cremated either. She cried for a long time, hugging her unrecognizable corpse. She resolutely kissed it. Even as a soul, Lin Ran still stared with wide eyes. He couldn't understand how Luo Yao could still do it, even though she was like this. He himself hated the way he looked now. Ran, why didn't you listen to me? Why didn't you want to stay by my side? I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. Wait for me, I'll be with you soon. Luo Yao must be very disappointed in herself, right? Luo Yao asked someone to send Lin Ran's body back to the Dongtian Manor and then waited quietly. After a while, Lin Tianba, her stepfather, Lu Yuemei, her stepmother, Lin Jian, her stepbrother, and Lu Rushua, Lin Jian's cousin and mistress, were dragged in. When they were arrested, they were still eating hot pot and singing at home, and then they opened their eyes and arrived at this manor. Seeing this female tycoon who was feared all over the world, they trembled like a sieve. You caused Rant's death, and you deserve to be tortured 1,000 times. All of them were terrified, and they had no doubt about the truthfulness of Luo Yao's words. The whole world knows that this woman is very crazy and terrifying. Wasn't Lin Ran just this young lady's plaything? Why is this crazy woman still looking for trouble after Lin Ran's death? Lin Tianba stuttered and said, President Luo, this is all a misunderstanding. I am Lin Ran's biological father, how could I have caused his death? Lin Jian, Lu Yuemei, and Lu Rushue were even more panicked. They had conspired to kill Lin Ran. Lin Jian, young Miss Luo, this has nothing to do with us. Lu Yuemei, as a mother, my greatest worry is for Lin Ran. I would never harm him, even if it meant my own death. Lu Rushue, it's not me, I'm the woman Lin Ran loves most. Lin Ran, who had turned into a soul, watched all this with a wry smile. Lin Tianba hadn't participated, but he was definitely one of the people who wanted him dead the most. Unfortunately, he was blind during his lifetime and didn't realize it, and it was only after his death that he could see the true face of this scumbag of a father. Or perhaps it was only after his death that he was willing to believe the true face of this family. As the wealthiest and most powerful woman in the world, it is simply not difficult to find out the truth. Luo Yao's cold and piercing voice slowly came out, none of you will die a good death. Luo Yao's words carried endless chill and murderous intent. Lin Jian was the first to freeze in his tracks, and he rolled over and slammed his head on the ground. Miss Luo, I was wrong. It was all the idea of these two bitches. And pushed his mother and Lu Rushue out, both of them looking incredulous. This is their beloved son, brother? Lu Yuemei said, Son, don't be afraid, this woman dares not do anything to us, this is a society ruled by law. Lin Jian really wanted to curse, you're talking about the law to the craziest woman with the most money and power in the world? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Even if we talk about the law, isn't it a fact that they killed several people? The law is for ordinary people, not for the powerful and wealthy. Lu Rushue was still in shock and, looking at the boning knife that suddenly appeared in Luo Yao's hand, she immediately trembled like a sieve. You can't kill me, I'm Lin Ran's favorite woman, if you kill me he will never rest in peace. Luo Yao paused, and then a crazed look appeared in her eyes. Yes. If it weren't for this woman in front of her, her Ran would never have died. What did Ran like about Lu Rushue anyway? Could it just be this face? Lin Ran, who had been watching the show, also smiled, a smile of anger. Luoya took a cold-blooded step closer, holding a steel knife in her hand, and said, I'll make you into a eunuch. And this face of yours, aren't you proud of it? Then I'll let everyone admire it every day. With each painful scream, the four of them were unable to survive or die. Lin Tianba was cut up by Luoya, and after he died, his bones were thrown into the cesspool, which was his burial place. Lin Jian was cut off his lower body by Luo Yao and thrown into the manor's fish pond to be eaten by crocodiles. Lu Yuemei was made into a big meal by Luo Yao and everyone in the Lu family was invited to the meal, after which the Lu family instantly perished. As for Lu Rushue, Luo Yao did not kill her, but instead made it into a beauty bottle and sent it to Southeast Asia. Chapter 3 Lu Rushue's limbs were cut off, her tongue cut out, and she was placed in a vase with only her head showing. Every day, she was forced to perform on stage in Southeast Asia, moaning. She survived for a while on nutrient solution, truly becoming a work of art applauded and admired by countless men in the audience. Having witnessed the tragic fate of the others, Lin Ran did not consider Luo Yao cruel, but instead felt grateful. He had always believed that he was just a toy that Luo Yao wanted to possess crazily, but he never expected that Luo Yao would also personally avenge him. After doing all this, Luo Yao returned to the manor, changed into her wedding dress, and slowly lay down in an ice crystal coffin, inside of which also lay Lin Ran, dressed in his wedding attire. Lin Ran was powerless to stop it, and his heart ached very much. Ran, I've come to keep you company. I said that no matter what, you're mine. We're married. Look, I've put on a wedding dress for you. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Ran, it's beautiful, very beautiful. It's so good to die with you. When we get to the next world, can you look at me one more time? Lin Ran, if it's still possible, I'll always be with you. We slept together in life, and will be buried together in death. At this moment, Lin Ran clearly realized how much Luo Yao loved him. Unfortunately, it was too late, and there was no going back. I don't know how long I wandered in the human world, and I saw a lot of things I wanted to see, but I could no longer see Luo Yao's beautiful figure, and I could no longer hear her voice with a threatening air. It wasn't until he witnessed Lu Rushua's death in Southeast Asia that Lin Ran was reborn. Why aren't you saying anything? Luo Yao found Lin Ran staring at her in a daze, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Ran came back to his senses, and the softness in his arms reminded him that everything still had a chance. This time, he would make up for the love of his life to the woman in front of him. Luo Ya. Ha? Luo Ya didn't know what Lin Ran was going to say next, and she was afraid that Lin Ran would say something to make her despair, so she wasn't going to give him that chance. The kiss was intense, and Lin Ran felt as if Luo Ya wanted to eat him up, and he began to reciprocate. Luo Ya was satisfied with Lin Ran's performance, and she wanted to leave her mark on him. Then, accompanied by a low cry from Lin Ran, blood from his shoulder flowed out along the bite mark. If what you said last night was a lie, then I'll cut your tongue out. Lin Ran trembled all over. He knew that Luo Ya was crazy enough to do anything. Don't worry, from now on I'll only belong to you. Luo Ya was very satisfied with Lin Ran's current state. Even if she was lying to him, it made him feel like he was in a pool of honey. Luo Yao, so what did you want to say to Lu Rushue yesterday? Lin Ran was taken aback, and then fell silent. He was supposed to confess to Lu Rushue yesterday, although he didn't know how many times he had confessed, but Lin Ran knew that it was after this confession that Luo Yao became more and more crazy, and even took over himself. Luo Yao just wants herself, what's wrong with her? Just give her what she wants. Luo Yai. Yesterday, when I went to find Lu Rushue, I was trying to draw a line between us. In fact, I don't even like her. Luo Yao, do you think I'll believe such a lowly lie? Lin Ran, okay. I admit that I was blind to like Lu Rushue in the past, but I have now seen clearly that you are what I have been seeking all my life. Luo Yao seemed to have seen through Lin Ran's little trick. Do you think that I will let you go like this? If you dare to go to Lu Rushue again, I don't mind keeping her here as a specimen, so that she can watch me take you every night. Lin Ran knew that Luo Yao was capable of doing this. In the last life, Lu Rushue had suffered even worse than this. Lin Ran knew even more that he had hurt Luo Yao too deeply. It's okay, now that I've been reborn, I'll spend my whole life proving whether I'm lying or not. Thinking of this, Lin Ran hugged her even tighter, and Luo Yao enjoyed the feeling of being embraced nakedly with Lin Ran. Lin Ran. Call me. Luo Yai. Kiss me. Lin Ran did as he was told, and after a long time, he felt his body emptying out. Soon after, he fell into a deep sleep. He woke up again at noon. Luo Yao was no longer by his side, and the chain that had been binding his wrist was nowhere to be seen. Luckily, it wasn't time for school yet, or else he would definitely be late. Seeing a small bottle of ointment on the table, Lin Ran smiled. He knew that this was a very effective scar cream unique to Luo Yao, and he had used a lot of it in his previous life. Lin Ran walked into the bathroom and found that the wound on the corner of his mouth had healed, but the tooth marks on his shoulder were still very obvious, and the scratches on his arms and back were also very eye-catching. All of this reminded Lin Ran of how crazy the woman by his side was. But compared to the last life, this was already considered good. She just wanted to imprint herself with her mark. What's wrong with her? If she wants to, just give it to her, it's not like it's not possible. Thinking about this, Lin Ran didn't even apply ointment to the wound on his shoulder. This mark belonged to Luo Yao alone. The door to the bedroom of the villa was opened, and the butler, Fu Bo, hurriedly came forward to greet him. Young Master Lin. Are you dining now? Lin Ran had a good impression of Fu Bo. In his previous life, this butler had advised him the most. Where is Luo Yao? Miss went to the company. Lin Ran nodded and sat down at the small dining table. He remembered that in the past, he had to sit as far away from Luo Yao as possible whenever they ate together. For this reason, Luo Yao had replaced the large luxurious dining table with a small one. Even so, Lin Ran did not want to sit next to Luo Yao, and every time, he would sit across from her or simply not eat. Thinking about this, Lin Ran shook his head, and then he saw the servant bring a bowl of soup. What is this? Uncle Fu gave a smile. He was really surprised when Miss asked him to prepare more of this nourishing soup this morning. I never thought that Master Lin would finally blossom. This is the qi nourishing soup that Miss prepared for Master. Lin Ran was silent. He was a big man, but was actually considered weak by his own woman? Okay, it's a bit true, but this is mainly Luo Yao's fault. Okay, who can stand such a toss? Lin ran, I won't drink it. Even if I jump from here, I won't take a sip of this soup. Lin Ran began to eat slowly, ignoring the nourishing soup. His phone rang, and Lin Ran glanced at the caller ID, which said Dad. He was a little shocked, but he picked up the phone anyway. Lin Tianba's angry voice came through the phone. Where are you, you little brat? I heard you were kidnapped. Do you know how worried your mother and brother are? You've been waiting for the kidnappers to call for a day and a night. What are you doing? Lin Ran knew that this was what Lu Rushue had said. In his previous life, he had also received this phone call, and he had told his father that he had been kidnapped by Luo Yao and told him what had happened to him. Who knew that after repeatedly confirming that it was Luo Yao who had kidnapped him, the other party hung up without saying anything else, as if nothing had happened? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Did they want him dead back then? Oh no, what if he feels like growing a brain? Chapter 4, Part 2 Superscript 2. Lao Dang. You're not allowed to talk to me like that in the future. Lao Dang? Lao Tzu? Lin Tianba on the other end of the line was clearly stunned, as if he couldn't believe that was what Lin Ran had said. Lin Jian next to him immediately whispered, Dad. Maybe my brother really has been kidnapped, and he's pretending to have a bad relationship with you so as not to get you involved. Lin Tianba also suddenly realized that this was probably the case. Otherwise, how could his son, who had always been meek and obedient, speak so rudely? Thinking about this, he felt a little moved. Son, don't worry, after you die, I will hold a grand funeral for you. Xiaoran, I was just too anxious. Although I can't ransom you now, you can ask the person who kidnapped you what else they want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it, just pray that the kidnappers can leave you in one piece. Lin Ran was amused, and the murderous intent in his heart surged. Who says I've been kidnapped? I just went home with my wife. You're so gullible, your brain is like a melon with fur growing all over it, full of rotten water and bad ideas. You're just like your idiot father. Lin Tianba instantly went crazy with anger. What did you say, you little brat? I'm your father. How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Ran, there's only one street in the whole of Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Go ask anyone who the father is. You little brat, you're always calling me names. You must have a tampon in your mouth, because all you do is spit and shit. You're a joke even when you're naming your kids. You're not Lin Tianba, you're Lin Wangba. Lin Ran was so angry that he hung up the phone, and then blocked all the Lin family members' numbers. Lin family, just you wait. Lin Tianba. In a couple of days, I'll let you know who the real father is. Uncle Fu, who was by Lin Ran's side, was shocked. He never imagined that Master Lin and the Lin family would be at odds like this. And what did Master Lin just say? Go home with his wife? Uncle Fu was on the verge of tears, and personally added a bowl of soup for Lin Ran. Lin Ran? No way. The Paradise Manor is huge, but Lin Ran is lazy to the bone and rarely leaves the gates of Villa 1. Lying in the villa, he sulked while thinking about Luo Yao. I really want to get close to the boss's wife. As he thought this, Lin Ran picked up his phone and looked for the chat history with all the transfers, but he had never received anything. At this time, in the Lin family villa, Lin Tianba angrily threw his phone directly out of his hand, and it landed directly on Lin Jian's forehead. Ah! Shit! Lu Yuemei was shocked and quickly checked her son's injuries. Lin Tianba was also stunned, and he was also shocked when he saw the bleeding on Lin Jian's forehead. Lu Yuemei looked at Lin Tianba angrily. Lu Yuemei worriedly asked, Are you okay, son? Lin Tianba was also embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, son, I didn't mean it. Lin Jian endured the pain but behaved obediently. It's okay, Dad. You'd better think of a way to save your brother first. At least let the kidnappers leave him in one piece. Lin Tianba said, Never mind that rebellious son of mine, he deserves to die if he dies. Lu Yuemei also handed her phone to Lin Tianba and said, Yes, honey. Just now, Xiaoran must have been threatened. As a mother, I'm so worried. You'd better call him again and tell the kidnappers to leave him in one piece. Lin Tianba was moved to tears. You guys are just too kind-hearted. If Lin Ran, that rebellious son of mine, were even half as sensible as Jian, I wouldn't have made him sleep in the utility room. Lin Tianba took the phone and asked, What's that rebellious son's phone number? After asking this question, the three of them fell silent. It seemed that none of them had Lin Ran's phone number. The number they had just called was the one they had asked Lu Rushue for. There was no choice but for Lin Tianba to call Lu Ruxue again.
Xiao Shui, what's Lin Ran's phone number? Just now, my uncle dropped his phone and it broke, so I can't find the call history.
After getting the phone, Lin Batten dialed Lin Ran's number again.
However, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't get through. He switched to Lin Jian's phone, but still couldn't get through.
This rebellious son, forget about him, let's just take Jian to the hospital.
Look at this wound, it's at least a centimeter long.
Lin Jian gave a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Dad."
Luo's group, the senior management meeting room, all the senior executives were silent.
Every time they had a meeting, they felt like they were going to the execution ground.
If it weren't for Luo's group's generous treatment, they would have long since left.
Today, however, Luo's face was cold as if it could drip ice. Luo Yao was playing with a pen in her hand, her heart filled with murderous intent.
This afternoon, her assistant reported that Lu Ruxue wanted to get her internship certificate. Lu Ruxue is doing a summer internship at a subsidiary of the Luo Group, which was naturally arranged by Luo Yao.
She has long since completely controlled the movements of everyone related to Lin Ran, especially this Lu Ruxue. Yesterday Lin Ran went to find Lu Ruxue, and today she received news from Lu Ruxue again.
And the need for an internship certificate also means that they are about to start school.
Luo Yao is already considering whether to let her disappear forever.
If Lu Ruxue is gone, will Lin Ran collapse or stay by her side?
She didn't want to gamble, and she definitely didn't dare to gamble.
Ding!
The sound of a WeChat message that had received special attention rang out, and Luo Yao paused, picking up her phone. Then all the executives saw the corners of Luo Yao's normally cold lips gradually curling up.
Holy shit! Luo Zong actually smiles? What kind of message has such a magical effect?
They were dumbfounded. This meeting is over, and this month's bonuses will be increased by 100,000 yuan each. After saying this, Luo Yao got up and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded geese.
Did the boss suddenly become satisfied with their work? And give a bonus? This is unbelievable.
Luo Yao kept walking back to her office, her eyes never leaving the screen of her phone, while her assistant Lu Meng, who was following her, looked shocked.
Could the person who made the boss emotional be Lin Ran?
Sitting in her office, Luo Yao looked at the words in the message for a long time and could not calm down.
Ran, miss you, when are you coming back? After thinking about it, Luo Yao sent a message back, soon. Luo Yao, I'm going back.
You finished the rest of the work.
Lu Meng was shocked. Okay.
President Luo is actually leaving work early, oh my god.
On the way back, Luo Yao received a message from the butler, Fu Bo.
The butler sent Luo Yao a detailed record of Lin Ran's phone call with the Lin family today.
Luo Yao's eyes lit up when she saw it.
If his employees saw this scene, they would probably have a pupil earthquake again.
A Ran said wife's family? Chapter 5.
In the villa on the private estate, Lin Ran, who had received the news, immediately went into action and went to the kitchen.
He wanted to cook dinner for Luo Yao, which was the way he could contribute now. He didn't know if the manor would allow him to go out, and he didn't ask. In the last life, at this time, he could only be locked in bed. At least he wasn't chained up now, and he didn't expect more than that.
Besides, this is a comfortable villa, with meals and clothes provided for him, and a beautiful wife.
Isn't this already the pinnacle of life? Why can't he just let go and live the life he had before?
If you want to talk about childhood, Lin Ran had a pretty good one, but everything changed after his mother died. With a stepmother came a stepfather, and a younger brother who wanted to get rid of him at every opportunity. And she herself has never had any status in the Lin family. No one in the Lin family has ever done anything for her, and she even had to work to pay for her own university tuition. Compared to her younger brother Lin Jian's life, hers is simply a paradise and a hell.
Isn't the wife of a chaebol attractive?
When they saw Lin Ran was going to cook, the chef and servants in the villa were all shocked. The kitchen is also considered a dangerous place in the family. If Lin Ran gets hurt in the slightest, they will all be finished. Everyone can see how Miss Lin treats Mr. Lin. Even if Mr. Lin blows up the manor, the fault will be with the bomb and the manor, not Lin Ran. But no matter how the chef and servants persuaded Lin Ran, he was unmoved.
Lin Ran, it's fine, I just want to cook dinner for Luo Yao, not take your jobs.
The head chef was about to cry, Mr. Lin, this is not a matter of work, it's a matter of life and safety.
If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live either. Lin Ran made a concession, how about this? You just watch from the side, and if I can't do it, you can take over. Is that okay? The head chef thought about it and could only reluctantly agree. This was already considered a concession on Lin Rant's part. The chef was slightly shocked as he watched Lin Rant's skilled knife work and the fire and oil ignite. How could a young master like Lin, who had everything, actually know how to cook? They didn't know that in the Lin family, Lin Ran cooked instead of the nanny. After Lin Ran had finished preparing the 8 dishes and 1 soup that he was good at, Luo Yao returned. Seeing that there was no one in the hall, she went upstairs to the bedroom first, and when she opened the door, it was empty. Her face instantly turned cold. They're all not here, not here. The last time they weren't here was when Lin ran away, and Uncle Fu took all the bodyguards and servants in the family to go look for him. This time, no one is here again. Could it be that? Ran. Why are you so naughty? Luo Yao took out her phone and opened an unknown app to check the location. Huh? Is it at the villa? While Luo Yao was puzzled, Fu Bao hurriedly came from the kitchen. Miss, you're back. Where's Ran? Young Master Lin is in the kitchen. He said he wants to cook for you himself. Luo Yao froze for a moment before slowly returning to her normal expression. Fu Bao wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself, fortunately I spoke quickly, otherwise I might have lost my life. Miss. Master Lin is almost done, so you should go downstairs. Luo Yao nodded coldly, went into the bedroom to change her clothes, and then headed towards the dining room. Lin Ran followed the servant who was taking the dishes to the dining room and then came out of the kitchen, and then he saw Luo Yao. For some reason, the moment he saw Luo Yao, Lin Ran felt an unparalleled sense of joy, as if he had seen the most wonderful thing. This was a feeling he had never had before. Lin Ran stretched out his arms and walked towards Luo Yao. Luo Yao just looked at Lin Ran as he walked towards her and embraced her, before kissing her on the forehead. Home kiss. I've cooked, let's eat together. Okay. Starlight twinkled in Luo Yao's eyes. Is this what it feels like to have Ran? Is he not pretending? On second thought, it didn't seem likely, and her face turned cold again. Lin Ran was full of? Are you not a buddy? Are you learning to change your face? Lin Ran had asked the butler about Luo Yao's food allergies before cooking, and he didn't want to be like the silly characters in novels and make the heroine allergic to something. After learning that Luo Yao didn't have any food requirements, Lin Ran also let his guard down. Not having any requirements meant that she wouldn't be angry even if he cooked a pile of shit. Not to mention that his cooking skills were quite good. Luo Yao, dressed in casual clothes, made people think of all kinds of things, and scenes from last night flashed through Lin Ran's mind, causing his face to turn a little red. After Luo Yao sat down, Lin Ran sat next to her and lit the candles that had been prepared long ago. He then told the servants to turn off the lights. This caused the butler, Fu Bo, and the other servants to look on in surprise. In the past, Lin Ran would always sit at the farthest position from Luo Yao. For this reason, Luo Yao had directly replaced the large luxury dining table with a small dining table, and in this way Lin Ran sat directly across from Luo Yao. But now he had directly sat next to Luo Yao and even lit romantic candles. This was a significant change. Luo Yao is also very satisfied with Lin Ran's change. She feels that it is also quite good for Lin Ran to be able to keep acting. Lin Ran poured a bowl of beauty soup for Luo Yao, and then he poured himself a bowl as well. My wife needs to nourish her beauty, and so do I. What if my wife doesn't want me when I grow old and wrinkly? Uncle Fu quickly interrupted, young lady, this soup looks delicious, so please give me a bowl first. Fu Bo was really afraid that Lin Ran had poisoned the food. Luo Yao gave Fu Bo a cold look. Fu Bo knew he had made a mistake. He had no right to question Lin Ran. No one in this family could question him. Fu Bo even wondered if Lin Ran's status in this family was a little higher than the young lady's. Luo Yao said coldly, no need. This was made by Ran. I trust him. Even if it were poison, she would drink it without hesitation if Lin Ran told her to. Fu Bo was a little embarrassed, but Lin Ran laughed openly. He didn't blame Fu Bo, the worry was very reasonable. I'll go first. Without waiting for a response, he quickly took 2 mouthfuls of soup and then picked a little bit of food out of each dish and ate it. It tasted pretty good, and Luo Yao should like it. Fu Bo smiled awkwardly, I'm being petty, I'm sorry. Lin Ran signaled that it was okay, while Luo Yao coldly said, you've lost your bonus this month. Fu Bo's pupils trembled, this was even more difficult than killing him. Lin Ran generously rescued him, Luo Yao, Fu Bo is also thinking about your safety, forget about the bonus or whatever, just try the soup. It wasn't that Lin Ran was arrogant, but Fu Bo was really a nice person, and he was thinking about Luo Yao's well-being, so he asked for this favor. Luo Yao nodded, and Uncle Fu, full of gratitude, wanted to thank Lin Ran, but he immediately shut up when he saw Luo Yao's slightly furrowed brow. How could he butting in while the lady and her guest were eating? Lin Ran then just quietly watched as Luo Yao gracefully ladled a spoonful of the beauty soup he had personally prepared and slowly brought it to her lips. The yellowish romantic candlelight made Luo Yao even more moving, and it felt like no matter how long you looked at this peerless face, you just couldn't get enough. Luo Yao, what are you looking at? Lin Ran, you look good. Luo Yao frowns, who looks better than Lu Rushue? Chapter 6. Bonus question? Lin Ran, I must have been Shakespeare without the SH. I couldn't see such a beautiful woman in front of me, so now that I've recovered my sight, I want to look at you more and more, for the rest of my life. I just regret it so much. Lin Ran's first half of the sentence made Luo Yao's heart flutter, but the last sentence made Luo Yao feel conflicted. What are you regretting? Regretting giving yourself to me yesterday? Lin Ran felt the air around him suddenly turn cold and his heart trembled. Why was she suddenly angry? Could it be? Lin Ran, I regret not noticing your beauty before. I really should die. Sure enough, Luo Yao's originally cold aura faded away, and the curve of her mouth became more and more obvious. Fu Bo's pupils trembled. Lin Xiao is saying sweet nothings? Oh my god. Miss hasn't smiled like that in a long time. Lin Ran's words made Luo Yao tremble, and a drop of soup ran down the corner of her mouth. She naturally reached out to wipe it away, and then her hand met Lin Ran's outstretched hand. Even though they had had the most intimate contact, the two of them still froze for a moment, and then both hearts pounded. They let the drop of soup at the corner of Luo Yao's mouth slowly flow and drip, which gave people a lot to think about. Lin Ran withdrew his hand, a little at a loss. Sorry. I just wanted to wipe it for you. Luo Yao, feed me. Lin Ran, huh? Luo Yao, feed me. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao's cute red lips and swallowed. Okay. Lin Ran directly scooped a spoonful of soup in his own bowl and slowly held it to Luo Yao's mouth. Fu Bo was shocked. He knew that the young lady was a germaphobe and disliked men, but young Master Lin actually used his spoon to feed the young lady soup? Slowly, he took out his phone and sent a message, prepare a crystal coffin. Immediately afterwards, he saw his young mistress open her mouth and drink, as if she had licked the spoon. Ha! It must be an illusion. Luo Yao's slow and deliberate voice came, Uncle Fu, do you also want to eat our candlelight dinner? Uncle Fu's spine instantly went cold, and he hurriedly shook his head. He immediately signaled for everyone to leave, and he himself followed suit and once again took out his phone and sent a message, cancel the coffin. Looking at Luo Yao's mouth-watering appearance, Lin Ran tenderly fed her. This feeling made Luo Yao very satisfied and gradually addicted. Aran, are you really not lying to me? Even if I am, I'll admit it. Luo Yao had no desire for food, but since Lin Ran made it, she wanted to taste it all and eat as much as she could. This was the first time for Luo Yao, who was already anorexic, to do so. The meal lasted a long time, and the two of them ate from the dining room to the bedroom. Just as Luo Yao was writing on Lin Ran's phone rang, and he looked at the note. Goddess. Damn it. I blacklisted this bitch. Luo Yao naturally saw it as well, and the mood immediately dropped 8 degrees. Lin Ran naturally hung up the phone and was about to kiss Luo Yao again, when he knew the phone rang again, just as Lin Ran was about to hang up again and turn off his phone. Answer it. Lin Ran's mind was filled with a million thoughts. Lu Rushue, you'd better know what you're doing, don't say anything to upset my wife. He answered the phone. Lin Ran, where are you? Before Lin Ran could say anything, Luo Yao's overbearing aura came at him. I'm here. Lu Rushue, what was that sound? Lin Ran, say something. Are you okay? Who was the woman who took you away that day? Lin Ran was about to swear when he was greeted by Luo Yao's slightly provocative question. Ran, who is your favorite woman? You are the only one I love. A different moan followed, a sound that Lu Rushue was very familiar with, so she became anxious. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Why is there a woman's voice next to you? The two rabbits were messing around, and Lin Ran was about to suffocate. He wanted to curse, so he pushed Luo Yao away, an action that almost set off Luo Yao's fuse. I'm with my wife. If you're not fucking busy, get lost, and if you are, go to hell.
After saying this, Lin Ran was once again surrounded by Luo Yao, and then a more piercing sound rang out. It was a sound of pleasure, but also one of provocation and contempt.
Lu Rushue couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Ran, I never thought you were like this. I misjudged you. You really disappoint me. Oh.
After saying that, she hung up the phone. Luo Yao smiled, a smile Lin Ran had never seen before.
Ghostly? Mocking? Bitter?
As time passed,
Lin Ran experienced the real Luo Yao.
He cursed himself for being blind, deaf, and stupid.
So what did he really want? Luo Yai. One day I'm really afraid that I'll die here, so can we control it?
In the last life, Luo Yao always took the initiative. Who would have thought that this life would be the same?
Obviously, I'm the man. Luo Yao was very satisfied with Lin Ran's attitude towards Lu Rushue today. Crazy?
But I just can't help it. It's as if the only way to be one is to be completely integrated, and only then do you truly belong to me. If you really die under me, then I won't hesitate to die with you, and in the underworld you will still be mine. Lin Ran was silent. He knew very well that Luo Yao would definitely do that. What was so good about him? Why did Luo Yao just happen to fancy him?
Ran.
I'm scared. I'm scared that you'll turn your back on me tomorrow.
So? Even if you're lying, can I keep on lying?
Lin Ran felt a pang in his heart. Even if Luo Yao thought he was lying to her, she was willing to go along with it.
What kind of abnormal love was this?
Even if I get your false affection, I will cherish it like a pearl. However, Lin Ran gradually came to like this feeling, and it could even be said that he had become obsessed after just 2 nights since his rebirth.
Luo Yai.
Believe it or not, I will always be by your side and love you. We will always be like this, just trust me, okay?
Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with tears, but she knew she couldn't cry.
Because crying means showing her vulnerability, and once you're vulnerable, you'll be trampled on. She has to be the strongest Luo Yao, because only then can she protect her Ran. If Ran doesn't like her anymore, doesn't want her anymore, then she'll make a specimen of him and keep it with her, or burn it to ashes and eat it, so that they can be together forever. Absurdity permeates the air.
And Lin Ran is at a loss. Chapter 7.
In the morning, Lin Ran woke up, and Luo Yao was gone again.
Doesn't this little girl need to sleep?
Lin Ran finished breakfast and walked over to the walk-in closet, which he had never entered before. It was full of luxurious clothes, which he had never even looked at before, because he didn't want anything from Luo Yao. Now it was different, his whole person belonged to Luo Yao, so he should eat this soft meal if he wanted to. Each piece of clothing was like a work of art, and he found a whole new outfit that looked quite pleasing on him. Looking at himself in the mirror, he sighed that it was true that clothes make the man, and the only thing lacking was his messy hair. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Luo Yao. Now, no matter what he does, he wants to send a message to Luo Yao to report on it. It's not that he's afraid of her, but that he's taking care of her little emotions. In the eyes of outsiders, she is ruthless and decisive, but Lin Ran knows how sensitive she is inside. Honey, I want to go out and get a haircut, and then go to the Lins to pick up some things. Before long, Luo Yao sent a message back. Is it okay if I send the stylist to the manor? Lin Ran, okay. As for Luo Yao on the other end of the phone, she kept staring at the message on her phone. Honey. She liked that term. After thinking about it, she changed the note from a Ran to husband. Before long, the stylist arrived at the manor and followed Lin Ran's instructions to design a hairstyle that would make him worth 1 billion. Uncle Fu, can you lend me a car? There are no taxis to be found at the manor. Uncle Fu smiled. Young Master Lin is joking. You can take any car in the garage. They were all gifts from the young lady. Lin Ran suddenly remembered that Luo Yao had given him many things, but he had never even looked at them. In the locker in the cloakroom, there are a lot of real estate, a lot of car licenses, and a black card with an unknown credit limit. Good. Then please prepare a few bodyguards for me to go out with me to take care of some business. Okay, young Master Lin. Walking into the garage, I was amazed. It was even more luxurious than any of the world's luxury car shows. Lin Ran selected a Koenigsegg 11. He had never seen such a luxurious car before, and now he could actually drive it out to fight. Soon, a super luxury convoy was driving through the streets of Kyoto, and whatever cars were on the road were all avoiding them. Immediately behind Lin Ran was Fu Bo's car, and he absolutely could not let Lin Ran escape again. especially after seeing the importance of Lin Ran to his young lady. This is a young master who can make his young lady smile, and he must not lose him. After a while, Lin Ran parked the car steadily outside the Lin family villa and, with 10 bodyguards, stormed into the villa. At this time in the villa, Lin Jian had just been picked up from the hospital by the Lin family and the three of them were laughing and chatting together.
Dad, are you really going to leave your brother alone? You should contact your brother. If he's not dead, we can at least ask the kidnappers to leave us his body intact. After all, he's my beloved brother.
Yes, dear. Jian is right, Ran is also my son.
You should talk to the kidnappers. Leave us his body intact, so that we can bury him properly, right?
Lin Tianba frowned, as if the thought of that rebellious son gave him a headache.
Lin Ran had always been an obedient son, why did he scold him last time?
If he didn't scold him, he might be able to find a way to save him, but now.
Humph.
Never mind that rebellious son, I'm his father, even if he comes back, he has to kneel down and kowtow to me and admit his fault before I'll let him live in the Lin family again. Lu Yuemei was worried at the moment, but inwardly, she was secretly pleased.
Lin Tianba's attitude towards Lin Ran has now reached a point of no return. Bang! Suddenly, the villa door was broken open by a huge external force.
Old bastard!
Your living father is here to see you.
Hearing the familiar voice, the three people in the room were taken aback. Seeing Lin Ran, Lin Tianba instantly became furious and got up and drew the 7 wolves.
You little brat, you dare to come back?
If you don't kowtow and admit your fault to me today, I'll beat the living daylights out of you. However, before Lin Tianba could make a move, a few bodyguards rushed out from behind Lin Ran and pinned Lin Tianba to the ground.
This action took Lin Jian and his mother by surprise. Lin Jian, brother is back.
I missed you so much. I heard that you were kidnapped, I couldn't eat or sleep, and I just wanted to save you.
But why did you bring outsiders to bully Dad as soon as you came back? You better let my dear dad go.
Lu Yuemei, Xiaoran is back, so let your father go. He's been worried sick about you for the past 2 days, and has been trying to contact the kidnappers to rescue you.
Lin Ran?
Speechless. At the mere glance of Lin Ran, Lin Jian and his mother were also forced to the ground. A nanny rushed out of the nursery, but stopped immediately when she saw Lin Ran.
Young master. Hello, Wang Ma.
Wang Ma is the only person in this family who Lin Ran doesn't dislike, and she has helped him a lot in the past.
Lin Tianba was furious. Little brat, let me go, I'm your father.
Lin Ran slowly crouched down, pulled the 7 wolves out of his hand, turned it around, and hit him hard with the belt buckle.
Ah!
After a scream, Lin Tianba's head was bleeding.
Lao Deng, remember, next time we meet, don't say you're my father, and every time we meet, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me, or I'll beat the shit out of you like I did today. Yes, it is excitement.
Lin Ran slowly spoke, Lawyer Su, I'll leave it to you from here. After saying that, Lin Ran slowly walked upstairs and returned to his own utility room once again. Su Kai, a leading lawyer, walked out behind him and handed a document to Lin Tianba, who was still on the ground, wailing miserably.
What is this?
Su Kai, this is the document severing your relationship with Mr. Lin Ran.
Please sign. Lin Tianba was stunned and could not calm down for a long time. When Lin Ran came downstairs again, Lin Tianba still hadn't signed the document. Seeing that Lin Ran was holding a suitcase in his hand, he endured his seething anger and asked, You're back? You're serious? Lin Ran nodded, what else? Lin Tianba laughed, laughing in anger. Ha ha.
Very well. You remember, you will never be able to return to the Lin family in this life. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will no longer recognize you as my son.
Lin Ran smiled, it's a deal.
Lin Tianba was so furious that he signed his name directly on the document. Lin Jian and his mother looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Lin Ran put away the document and looked at the sad but smiling Lin Jian and his mother, amused.
Oh yes. I'm also taking my shareholding with me.
The shares of the Su Ran Group were left to me by my mother, and you won't get a single penny out of me.
Chapter 8.
This sentence made several people gasp in horror. It seemed that they had just remembered about this matter.
You ungrateful little brat. What do you want with all those shares? Hurry up and transfer them to me unconditionally.
I'll transfer them back to you after you graduate from university.
Lin Jian, yes, brother. Dad is the chairman of the board, so putting the company shares in his name first will also give Dad more say in the company. Lu Yume, be a good boy, Ran. Listen to your father and transfer the shares to your father's name, and let him manage them for you. Lin Ran almost threw up. How had he not noticed how disgusting this family was before? He shook the severance letter in his hand. You and I are just strangers. You scolded me, so I'm very angry. As a means of self-defense, I need to hit you to let off some steam. This sentence made the lawyer Sukai beside him a little at a loss. Hold your breath, don't beat him to death. Soon, several people were already bruised and battered, and Lu Yueme and her son no longer had the generosity they had in the past, and they greeted Lin Ran one after the other. White-eyed wolf, I'm your mother, I raised you for so many years, and you actually let people beat me, you're a white-eyed wolf. Lin Ran, my mother's name is Su Yin Yin, not Lu Yueme. Brother. Don't let them beat me anymore. Oh. It hurts. Lin Ran, you're not my brother either, I don't have a brother. Lin Tianba, the father, also began to beg for mercy. Xiao Ran, you have to make them stop. Daddy's wrong, don't hit Daddy. Lin Ran felt ashamed. In his previous life, when Luo Yao had tortured him to the point where he would rather die than live, he had never begged for mercy, but Lin Tianba was already begging for mercy because of a few simple punches. Who is the father between the two of us? Lin Tianba was in excruciating pain, and he said with gritted teeth, You. You are my father. Lin Ran laughed. Right, since we've severed ties, there are some things we need to get clear. When I was 13, my mother passed away and left me 30% of the shares in the Su Ran Group. I'm 23 years old, so you have to give me the dividends from the Su Ran Group for the past 10 years. I've checked the company's financial reports, and you have to give me 300 million. I'll pay you today. According to the highest treatment standards at the pet hospital, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan. I've spent a total of 18,000 yuan at the Lin family over the past 10 years, so you still have to give me 299,997,200 yuan. Remember to transfer it to my bank account. Lin Tianba was shocked. What? Where would I get that kind of money? Lin Tianba wasn't lying. He really couldn't come up with that kind of cash. Sure, the market value of the Su Ran Group had reached 3 billion yuan, but it was impossible to come up with 300 million yuan in liquid funds. This is the case with many companies. Even if they have a market value of 10 billion yuan, it would be difficult for them to come up with 300 million yuan at short notice. Even if they couldn't move it. It's all company money, and he only owns 21% of the company, which is less than Lin Ran. Putting aside the facts, even if Lin Tianba had 300 million yuan, he couldn't possibly give it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, I don't care. Anyway, you've spent all my money. My lawyer will liaise with you. If you can't come up with the money, I'll have you arrested. Lin Tianba, you ungrateful brat. Haven't I provided for you all these years? Lin Ran, haha. Didn't we just settle the score? The day after my mom died, you brought home your mistress, and you started giving me 300 yuan a month. You gave me 18,000 yuan when I turned 18, and you haven't spent a single penny on me since then. Lin Tianba was taken aback. He didn't realize that Lin Ran had only spent so little of the family's money. After thinking about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case, and he felt a little guilty. Then you have spent quite a lot on food and clothing over the years. Lin Tianba thought that at least Lin Ran had eaten and worn his clothes. Lin Ran, well, I ate at school, and even if I was at home, I did all the cooking, which was cheaper than a nanny. After I finished, I was often punished and not allowed to eat. I wore school uniforms, and I didn't buy a single piece of clothing before I turned 18. After I turned 18, I bought my own clothes with my part-time jobs. In that case, you can be considered a child abuser. Lin Tianba was completely shocked. It seemed that he had been a bit harsh on his son. Don't daydream. Not a single cent of the bonus can be missing. If there is even 1 cent missing, my lawyer will send you to jail, and add the charge of child abuse on the side. After saying this, Lin Ran turned around and left, leaving the several people in the villa screaming in agony. What a rebellious son! Lin Ran, so cool! Walking out of the villa, Lin Ran glanced at a pink bicycle parked at the entrance. This was Lin Ran's previous mode of transportation, which he bought with the money he earned from his part-time job, while Lin Jian's mode of transportation was a $1 million luxury car. As for why the bicycle was pink? Because Lu Ruxue liked pink. But Lu Rushue had never ridden on this bicycle. Shit.
Back in the car, he drove to Huatian Square, which was also the most famous luxury goods mall in Kyoto. Once inside the mall, Lin Ran was dumbfounded. A cheap bag costs 180,000? A cheap perfume costs 38,000? Does a pile of dog shit cost 880? Although he comes from the Lin family, Lin Ran has never shopped here before because the Lin family doesn't give him any money. Before the age of 18, he was given 300 yuan every month, but after the age of 18, he hasn't received a single cent. The Lin family claims that they are raising him poor, but why don't they raise Lin Jian in the same way? Even so, Lin Ran still tries to maintain the non-existent family relationship.
Damn. I was really cheap in the past.
Lin Ran was silent as he looked at the phone, which only had a balance of 13,000 yuan. This was still money he had saved from working a summer job and various part-time jobs. He had originally planned to buy Lu Rushue a bag, but now he planned to buy Luo Yao a gift. He just didn't expect it. Things here are so expensive? Even so, Lin Ran had no intention of spending the black card that Luo Yao had given him. It wasn't that he was aloof, but he wanted to use the money he earned for Luo Yao's gift. As if he could see Lin Ran's embarrassment, the shop assistant began to ignore Lin Ran.
Just then, Uncle Fu walked over. "Young Master Lin, is there something you like? Do you need to take this shop?" Lin Ran shook his head. "No, I want to buy the gift for Luo Yao with the money I earn."
Lin Ran finally chose a bracelet that cost exactly 13,000 yuan.
After paying, the shop assistant gave a polite smile.
After receiving the bracelet, Lin Ran imagined Luo Yao wearing it.
"Luo Yao, this is the first gift I give you.
Although the price is not high, it is all I have.
When I earn money in the future, I will definitely give you all the best things in the world."
Suddenly, Lin Ran felt uncomfortable all over.
According to the plot of the novel, shouldn't something happen at this time? Lin Ran? Hearing the familiar voice of Lu Rushue, Lin Ran's face turned black. Damn it. Bad luck.
Chapter 9. If Luo Yao saw this, she would beat me up again, wouldn't she? What he didn't know was that Luo Yao, who had just received the news, was hurrying over.
Lu Rushue and her best friend Hua Haney appeared beside Lin Ran.
Seeing Lu Rushue again, Lin Ran realized that he didn't seem to have any feelings for her, not even a trace of good memories. His mind was full of the image of her being made into a beauty bottle and performing in Southeast Asia in the last life, and he shuddered all over.
Luo Yao is really ruthless.
But even if you are ruthless, you will always be the most wonderful Luo Yao in my heart.
Lin Ran. It really is you. Who was the woman who took you away that day? And why did you block all my contact information? Do you know that your aunt and uncle are looking for you urgently?
Hohini immediately saw the beautiful gift box in Lin Ran's hand.
Lin Ran. Are you giving this to our Ruoshue?
He said he was going to grab it. Lin Ran quickly took back the object in his hands. This was a gift for his own wife, so he had to be careful.
Hua Haney was angry. "Lin Ran, what do you mean? Do you know who I am? I am Ruoshue's best friend. With that attitude, how can you woo our Ruoshue?"
Lu Ruoshue bit her lip and waited for Lin Ran's reply, clearly pitied by her. She found that Lin Ran was really handsome today. He had cut his bangs and changed his hairstyle, and the clothes suited him perfectly. That woman was much more beautiful than her that day, and even she, the flower girl of Kyoto University, felt inferior.
And that phone call last night?
No, she must be with Lin Ran herself, so that she can help her brother Lin Jian get the shares in Lin Ran's hands. Even if she fails in the end, with Lin Ran's love for her, it will be good to be with him. Lin Ran is so handsome, and it's not embarrassing to hold his hand in public. We, Rushue, are so beautiful, and it's useless even if you're a little handsome. In this society nowadays, you can't get a girl without being sincere.
Do you understand?
Now, if you are willing to buy me and Ruoshue a bag each, I will persuade Ruoshue to give you a chance to get close to her.
Lu Ruoshue gently held the corner of Lin Ran's clothes. "Brother Lin Ran. I only care about you too much, so I'm asking you like this. Even if that woman likes you and even if something happened between you, I believe you were forced. Can we go back to the way things were?" This scene was just seen by Luo Yao, who arrived in time. Her eyes looked at what was happening here like knives. Lin Ran saw her and quickly moved to avoid Lu Rushue's grasping hands. "Lu Rushue, if you're stupid enough to get involved, don't drag me down with you. Get out of my way." Lu Rushue was stunned, and Hua Haney was furious. Lin Ran, who do you think you are? We're forgiving you because Ruoshue is so pretty, but if you're not grateful, that's fine, but you're insulting people? Lin Ran was amused by her words. Beautiful?
My wife is much prettier than her, with beauty and wealth, and she is also good to me. I love her most and she loves me most too.
Where do you get the confidence to use your beauty as a strength to talk to me? Lu Rushue was stunned and took a step back. She couldn't believe that these were the words Lin Ran had said. She wanted her previous Lin Ran brother, who was gentle and considerate and treated her like no one else. Lin Ran brother. You mean that woman is? Luo Yao's murderous aura vanished in an instant, and she stopped in her tracks and looked on quietly.
This change caused her assistant Lu Meng's pupils to tremble. Mr. Lin, you have finally seen the sincerity of our general manager Luo.
God has finally opened his eyes. Lin Ran snorted. Lu Rushue, don't be disbelieving.
You know for yourself whether my wife is prettier than you, and even if she is incredibly ugly, I will only love her.
Lu Rushue couldn't believe it. Why?
Lin Ran's face lights up with a warm look of reminiscence, because no matter how much I love her, she will always love me more.
Lu Rushue, so what am I? You've been chasing me for so long, what does that make you? Lin Ran, what are you?
You're the king of playing cards, the busiest person in the circus, the most arrogant person in Gotham City, you stand guard in front of McDonald's, you're Batman's biggest customer, and the mainstay of Joker.
Lu Rushue Hokini? Fubo suddenly stepped forward and added, the Joker of the Jokers. Lu Rushue was furious.
She was really angry. Even if Lin Ran slept with another woman, it didn't make her this angry.
Lin Ran. How dare you call me a clown? It's as if he remembered something. Lin Ran, not really. You're actually kind of pretty.
When Lin Ran said this, the whole room fell silent. Luo Yao turned into an iceberg again, and Lu Meng put a hand to her forehead in silent mourning for Lin Ran. Lin Ran, my wife can make a human pig out of you and send you to Southeast Asia in a bottle as a beauty.
Haven't you seen Gone with the Beauty?
Luo Yao, who was watching all this, slightly raised the corners of her mouth.
Well, Ran's idea is not bad.
Lu Meng, the assistant by her side, followed her heartbeat stop again, her pupils quaking again and again.
How is it that this little white young master in front of her can cause such strong emotions in President Luo?
That's right, otherwise she wouldn't have told him to keep her updated on Lin Ran's movements.
Lin Ran's words startled Lu Rushue.
She knew Lin Ran was just trying to scare her, but it still sent a chill down her spine.
Lin Ran, okay. I still have to go home to my wife. Don't hang around me in the future, I'm afraid my wife will get the wrong idea. Besides, I've never liked you, and I never will. As for the things I gave you in the past, just consider them fed to the dogs. If it weren't for the lack of shopping records, Lin Ran would have to get them back. Lu Rushue's eyes were full of tears, like a little white flower hurt by a scumbag. Lin Ran was disgusted by her attitude. In fact, he really wanted to kill Lu Rushue, but murder is illegal. And isn't it more interesting to suffer a lot before being killed? Lin Ran was shocked by his own thoughts. When did he become like this? Hey, bad company corrupts good character.
Lin Ran turned his head and stiffened.
When did Luo Yao arrive? Oh no. If she sees him with Lu Rushue, she might misunderstand something. None of the family members understand. It's just a coincidence.
My dear wife, I swear I have no relationship with Lu Rushue. If I lie, may my whole family die a horrible death. The murderous aura in the air was palpable. Lu Meng had already arranged for the bodyguards to start clearing the area.
Luo Yao slowly walked up to Lu Rushue. Two crisp sounds. Get out. Stay away from Ran, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Lu Rushue and Hua Haney were both shocked by Luo Yao's powerful aura.
They didn't even dare to speak, and even though their calves were trembling, they insisted on not falling over, running away in a flustered manner while covering their faces. This woman in front of them had a beautiful face but gave off a feeling of death, leaving them without the courage to even speak.
Chapter 10. It was as if she had said she would throw someone into the sea to feed the sharks, and she would definitely do it. The shop assistants were all trembling. Huatian Square belonged to the Luo group, and the woman in front of them was not the helmsman of the Luo group? That young man just now was actually related to President Luo? I didn't offend him, did I? Luo Yao's gaze fell on Lin Ran's hand. For Lu Rushue? Lin Ran immediately declared. It's not for Lu Rushue, it's a gift for you.
I'm sorry, I'm limited in my abilities. This is a bracelet I bought for you with all my money. If I lie, my whole family will die.
With that, Lin Ran opened the packaging. Sure enough, Luo Yao's aura of menace disappeared, and she looked down at the delicate bracelet, as if it were the most beautiful work of art in the world. Did Ran mean that he had given up all his assets to pick out this gift for himself? Slowly, he held out his hand. Put it on for me.
Lin Ran naturally did as he was told, carefully sliding the not exactly expensive bracelet up her slender hand, to Luo Yao's great satisfaction.
Transfer this square to Rant's name. Lu Meng's pupils trembled, but she quickly recovered. Yes, President Luo. Lin Ran didn't really want it, but he didn't say anything, because he knew that there was no way he could refuse anything Luo Yao gave him. Otherwise, he would only be met with wanton punishment. The countless assets in the cloakroom have already proven this. It's very beautiful, I like it very much. To be honest, when she saw Lu Rushue with Lin Ran, she almost wanted to storm off just now. Lin Ran also didn't expect Luo Yao to be so easy to please. A few words and a small gift made her lose her temper, just like a little girl. If Lin Ran's thoughts were known to others, they would be shocked to death. Luo Yao, who is decisive, ruthless, and merciless, is actually a little girl. You're kidding. Ran. Kiss me.
Lin Ran stiffened and looked around.
Ha? Where is everyone? Where is Uncle Fu? Where are the bodyguards? Where is the assistant? Where are the salespeople?
Lin Ran naturally lowered her head and kissed him.
Luo Yao reached out and tightly embraced Lin Ran. Ran. Why? Why did you lie to me?
Let me enjoy the present. If you run away in the future, I'll really go crazy.
After a long while, Luo Yao's eyes gradually became a little hazy. Ran. I want it. Lin Ran was taken aback. Here? Can we go home? Luo Yao nodded. The two went to the parking lot, where Luo Yao helped Lin Ran into the customized Maybach.
Someone else took care of the car Lin Ran had driven here. As the car started, the convoy drove out of the parking lot. Even though the road was busy, the Maybach and Koenigsegg still got the right of way. A private car driver sneered, "What's so good about luxury cars? Our cars are more stable, costing only 100,000 yuan. The daughter-in-law next to him gave a playful smile. Is it possible that the people inside are communicating? Driver, holy shit. How did you know? Woman, because I read it in a lot of romance novels. Driver, your wife is indeed knowledgeable. The car pulled into the manor, and the driver and Lu Meng both got out of the car tactfully. No one planned to tell the people in the car to get out, because no one wanted to die. The people in the car didn't get out yet. Ran. Call me. Luo Yai. Not this one. Wife. Call again. Baby? Luo Yao liked Lin Ran as he was now. At this moment, Ran was very cute. The car was full of romance. Luo Yao's eyes were fixed on Lin Ran. Why? Why what? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Because I love you. Luo Yao didn't believe him, but she didn't want to pursue it endlessly, for she was afraid that she had really guessed something that would make him despair. If Ran left her, she would really go crazy and die. You have given Lu Rushue so many gifts. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't understand why Luo Yao's thoughts were jumping around so quickly. A dead end? I have given gifts to many people since I was a child, to my brothers, to my best friends, to friends, and to classmates, but only the gifts I gave you were the ones I truly wanted to give to my lover. This answer was a pass in Luo Yao's book. Remember. In the future, you can only give gifts to one woman. Lin Ran, yes, sir. After the two got off the car, Fu Bo immediately told the servants to prepare dinner. Lin Ran took the initiative to spoon-feed Luo Yao, one spoonful at a time, one chopstick at a time. After feeding the little devil, Lin Ran started to eat. Late at night, Lin Ran fell asleep after working hard, while Luo Yao quietly wrapped herself around him, as if she wanted to melt Lin Ran into her body. Ran, did you choose to stay because of her body? If only that were the case. After a long while, Luo Yao still shook her head. Could it be that because she had kept someone by his side, everything that had happened during the day was all an act? He severed his ties with the Lin family and drew a line with Lu Rushue. All of this was to protect them? Because Ran knew that she might use them as a tool to force him to stay by her side?
No, Ran, you can't do this to me. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Luo Yao broke into a cold sweat. She slowly got up and couldn't help but glance back at Lin Ran when she left the room. She walked quietly towards the secret room. At some point, in a daze, Lin Ran seemed to see a stunningly beautiful woman applying something. In the morning, Lin Ran went downstairs and saw Fu Bo. He said a little awkwardly, "Fu Bo, where's the tonic?" Fu Bo gave a smile and said, "I've already prepared it for you, young master." Lin Ran felt a little embarrassed, as if he had failed. It was really your lady's insatiable demands. Although I'm also very happy, this will be over sooner or later. When he arrived in the dining room, he found Luo Yao there as well. Don't you have to work today? Luo Yao nodded. It's the weekend, just handle urgent matters at home. For some reason, Lin Ran felt that Luo Yao was acting strangely. Feeding the little devil has become Lin Ran's habit now, and every time he feeds her, he feels a sense of satisfaction that overflows from the bottom of his heart. My wife eats so elegantly. My wife looks so beautiful when she drinks soup. My wife's gaze is mesmerizing. Everything is just so good. The weekend was beautiful and warm, and Lin Ran was hooked, and it continued until the evening of the next day. Luo Yao, do you want some? Lin Ran? Yes. If my wife wants to drink, then he will drink with her. Although he can't hold his drink, and although he doesn't know why he wants to drink. Luo Yao got up and took a bottle out of the wine cabinet. Moutai? No, white wine. Forget it. As long as you're happy. On the way back to the dining table, Luo Yao felt a sharp pain in her leg. She lost her balance and the bottle of Moutai in her hand flew out. Lin Ran quickly spun 360 degrees, supporting Luo Yao's waist with one hand and catching the falling Moutai with the other. Damn girl, be careful. Chapter 11. The ambiguous movements made Luo Yao's heart throb. This feeling could only be bestowed by Lin Ran. Dog man, hold on tight. Dog man? Okay, in the last life, she was indeed quite dog-like. After a few drinks, Lin Ran began to feel dizzy and wanted to pour out her heart. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that Lin Ran's drinking capacity was not good at all. Glass after glass, until the entire bottle was gone, and Lin Ran was spinning. Honey, is there something on your mind? Why are you flying around up there? Luo Yao got up and gave Lin Ran a princess hug, and Lin Ran immediately cowered in her arms. Hey, honey, you're so strong. Are you going to the Olympics? Why are there two rabbits running in front of my eyes? She put Lin Ran on the bed in the bedroom. Lin Ran shook all over. Honey, I admit I can't take it anymore, you've already drained me dry. We do it at least 10 times a day, who could stand it? Luo Yao was silent for a moment as she listened to Lin Ran's wild ravings. But she still felt very comfortable with Lin Ran calling her honey all the time. It seems like she could get drunk a lot in the future. Ran. Do you still like Lu Rushue? Lin Ran sat up with a start. Lu Rushue? Is that a person or a ghost? Are you Lu Rushue? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao's eyes, which gradually became confused. Luo Yao's face grew colder and colder, and after thinking for a moment, she said in a hoarse voice. It's me, Lin Ran, brother. Don't you like me anymore? While saying this, she reached out to hold Lin Ran, afraid that he would fall. Who knew that Lin Ran was like touching shit? Don't touch me, I'm afraid I'll get dirty and Yao Yao won't like me anymore. Yao Yao? This is a name that Luo Yao also likes, or rather, all the names that Lin Ran calls her. Who is Yao Yao? Lin Ran, don't touch me, I still have to wash it later. Of course Yao Yao is my wife. She is my master, my world, the person I love most. She is also the person in this world who loves me the most. Luo Yao was stunned. She couldn't believe that Lin Ran had said these words from the bottom of his heart. If he really loved her so much, why had he never shown it before, and even always felt disgust and fear towards her? Looking at Lin Ran's state, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Could it be that he wasn't drunk? Or was it the kind of scenario where a man gets drunk by 70% and acts out until you cry? Ran. It's Ru Shui. Do you really not love me anymore? Lin Ran, I love you. I love you more than a dog. After saying this, Lin Ran fell headfirst onto the bed. Looking at Lin Ran, who was sleeping peacefully, Luo Yao used all her tenderness to undress him and cover him with the quilt. I don't know if I was too tired or really drunk, but Lin Ran seemed to see a past life. He saw the woman who had gone crazy for him. Ran, I've caught you. I want to marry you. Marry me. Why won't you listen? Why won't you marry me? If you don't want to be with me, then we'll go to hell together. Ran, be good, be really good, and you won't suffer. If you run away again, I'll kill you and cut out your heart and liver and put them in my body. Lin Ran, don't leave me, okay? You're the only one I have. We're married. Look, I'm wearing a wedding dress for you. Isn't it beautiful? It's so good to die with you. When we get to the afterlife, can you look at me one more time? The last thing you see will be the two of us in our ice crystal coffin. It's so beautiful. There are thousands of lights, and it turns out that one of them was really waiting for me. This is our grave, but it's also our home. It just felt like my body was a bit uncomfortable. I don't know why it felt like it was going to explode. Opening his eyes, Lin Ran's head hurt, and his bladder was about to explode. In the dim moonlight, he saw the beautiful and seductive figure smearing something over and over again. Why is it again? Well. With Lin Ran's grunt, Luo Yao's movements shook. Regardless of whether Lin Ran's words were true, fake, or acting, it did calm Luo Yao's emotions a lot. Otherwise, she really might have entered that secret room again and again, the secret room where she could calm her emotions only by hurting herself. All the wounds were properly dressed, not a single one was left untreated. Otherwise, if scars were left, Ran would not like it. She didn't want Lin Ran to know about this, and even less did she want to uncover her scars for Lin Ran to see. She wanted to try her best to be the person Lin Ran liked. But she knew that she couldn't do it. Thirsty? Lin Ran, Luo Yao, what are you doing? Lin Ran shivered as a cold breath hit her. Could it be? Honey, what are you doing? The breath disappeared instantly, and Lin Ran felt like it was even more effective than the air conditioning. Luo Yao, nothing. I couldn't sleep. Lin Ran got up to go to the bathroom, and Luo Yao poured a glass of water for Lin Ran. Lin Ran returned with a splitting headache, collapsed on the bed, and was parched. Luo Yao, have some water. You need your wife to feed you. Lin Ran's bold statement took Luo Yao by surprise. But without hesitation, Luo Yao took a big gulp of water and kissed him. Feeling the coolness pass through her throat, Lin Ran's Adam's apple jumped up and down, and he slowly opened his eyes. Is that enough? No. More? Yes. A whole glass of water was given to Lin Ran, and Lin Ran seemed to be satisfied. If the light were turned on at this moment, Lin Ran would be surprised to find Luo Yao's flushed cheeks. But it is often in these moments of dimness and haze that one can more fully appreciate the beauty of the person in front of them. Wife. You're so beautiful. A moment of silence. After saying this, Lin Ran once again entered a scene of sparring with Lord Zhou. Lying next to Lin Ran, Luo Yao also began to fall asleep. A woman with severe sleeping difficulties can only sleep for a short while when she is next to Lin Ran. Only when Lin Ran is by her side can she catch a glimpse of that sense of peace. If she could, Luo Yao would do anything to keep Lin Ran by her side, even if it was a bit cruel. Lin Ran, when will you come back to me? The next day, Lin Ran woke up slowly and became a lively young man again. This was one of the few times he could rest after returning from the dead. Today, Luo Yao still didn't go to the company and dealt with work at the manor. She feels that it would be nice to be able to live here with Lin Ran until they grow old. But she knows she can't, so she wants to seize every moment she can with Lin Ran. If she doesn't move forward, then countless people will climb over her corpse. And when that happens, Lin Ran will definitely not fare well either. So she must be ruthless, and use all her inner ruthlessness on her enemies, until there is no one left to stand in her way. And then she can give Lin Ran all her tenderness. Chapter 12. Today, Lawyer Sukai finally delivered Lin Ran's new household registration book. Mr. Lin Tianba still has no intention of handing over his dividends, and I have already arranged to prepare a lawsuit. I just need to confirm with you before filing the lawsuit. After all, you are biologically related. Lin Ran snorted. Apart from paying for a sperm, he has not paid any responsibility. Go! Let Lao Deng recognize the reality, and it is best to send it to him. After receiving Lin Ran's affirmation, Sukai took his leave. The first thing Lin Ran thought of after getting the household registration book was to ask Luo Yao to go get the certificate, and he was also shocked by his own thoughts. Although in his previous life Luo Yao had put on a wedding dress for him. But sometimes Lin Ran simply couldn't tell if Luo Yao really wanted to have him or if she was just obsessed with something else. He also wasn't sure if Luo Yao had the same thoughts as him. Lin Ran entered the study room and walked very carefully, not making a sound, as he saw Luo Yao sitting in front of the computer, expressionless. He then quietly approached her and leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. It was a good morning kiss. Luo Yao was taken aback by Lin Ran's sudden appearance, but then she heard her own heartbeat and a nice smile curved her lips. She turned around and gave Lin Ran a passionate French kiss. That was a good morning kiss. Lin Ran scratched his head and thought to himself, my wife is still the stronger one. Luo Yao, how do you feel? Lin Ran, I feel great. It would be even better if the kiss lasted a little longer. Luo Yao, how do you feel physically? Lin Ran, my head is still a little dizzy, but my body is definitely not weak. We can fight for another 300 rounds. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed. Didn't you say you wanted to be more restrained? Lin Ran patted his chest. Didn't we rest for a night? And I want to discuss something with you, which is. While talking, he turned his head to look at Luo Yao's computer. Then he saw a group of people who looked stunned, their jaws dropped to the ground. Lin Ran froze, and the words "let's go get our marriage certificate" behind him also died down. He just wanted to see what Luo Yao was doing, but he never expected that she was having a video conference. Not sister. You're the CEO, and you're having a meeting at home. Luo Yao didn't show any signs of embarrassment, but gently closed her computer. As the video connection with the boss in the conference room turned black, the executives couldn't sit still. Did I see that right? Who was that little white guy? Our boss actually likes men? I thought she hated men. That guy is really handsome, and he and President Luo look so good together. I don't know, maybe he's President Luo's brother. Does your brother play with you like that? I can only say 2 words, awesome. It could also be a puppy that President Luo adopted. But I think it's the first time I've seen President Luo smile. Why don't you adopt me? I can be a dog too. You're too ugly. Anyway, I know that Luo always likes men. Sometimes I'm really afraid that she'll make a move on me. I'm sexually attracted to men, although she's also very much my type. But I like men, not the same kind. Even if Luo likes women, she can't like you. You don't have the potential to be a puppy. I'm curious, who's on top when Luo is with this handsome guy? It must be President Luo. That's good. I hope the man can nourish President Luo's heart and make her a little gentler, otherwise every day I see President Luo, I feel like I'm going to the execution ground, it's horrible. Lu Meng, talking about the boss during a meeting, do you want to die? Don't pull me, I'm going offline first. Everyone? The meeting is over? Lu's assistant is offline, let's go offline too. After all, if the sky falls, Lu's assistant will hold it up. Lin Ran in the villa was a little confused, not embarrassed, but ashamed, and worried that she had caused trouble for Luo Yao. Luo Yao, what do you want to discuss with me? Lin Ran had no heart to talk about getting a marriage certificate, and stammered. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran's helplessness and felt a little funny, shaking her head. No. I agreed. Agreed to what? Did he know that he had got the household registration and wanted to get a marriage certificate with her? This is amazing. I promise you can freely enter and leave the manor, but the premise is that you can't run away. And you must report to me at all times, and you must come home with me every night, and you must not go find Lu Rushue. If you can't do all of these things, I will arrest Lu Rushue and your entire family and torture them. Lin Ran? Is there such a good thing? Actually, that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that I got the household registration book, and I want to go with you to get certified. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran seriously, and didn't say anything for a long time. In fact, whether or not they get a marriage certificate is not important to Luo Yao at all. What matters is whether Lin Ran is by her side. As long as he can always be by her side, even if they never get married, that's fine. But for ordinary people, she naturally understands the significance of getting a marriage certificate. Does Ran want to go public with her? Or is he just trying to reassure her while he gets away with it? If they get a marriage certificate, will Ran admit to being her husband in public? All sorts of thoughts are racing through Luo Yao's mind. Seeing Luo Yao hesitate to speak, Lin Ran felt a little let down. It seemed that she didn't want to, or didn't want to be open with him. If you don't want to, that's fine, I don't mean anything by it, hadn't even finished speaking when Lin Ran was grabbed by the collar and pulled outwards by Luo Yao.
Feeling the strength of Luo Yao, Lin Ran was dumbfounded.
No! Big sister, where did you get such strength from your seemingly weak body?
In his previous life, Lin Ran had trained for a long time to fight against Luo Yao, but in the end, he could not escape from Luo Yao's grasp. He just thought that it was because the people around Luo Yao were too strong.
Now it seems that Luo Yao is also ridiculously strong.
She pulled him to the door, threw him into the car, and then got in. Without saying a word, she drove straight to the destination.
Luo Yao, I'm not getting married with you.
When they appeared again, both of them had an extra piece of identification in their hands.
Luo Yao, I'm just fulfilling a small request of yours. Is that all? It seems a bit dreamlike. Luo Yao, I owe you a wedding. And a ring. Luo Yao, I don't want your ring, I just want you to be ravaged by me. Just choose the one you like.
Lin Ran, I'll buy you the most beautiful ring when I make money.
Luo Yao shakes her head, what's mine is yours. The black card I gave you has a limit of 10 billion. If it's not enough, just let me know, I can give you all my money. You can buy whatever ring you want with it. Lin Ran? How much is the limit? Chapter 13. Black card?
Lin Ran knew about the card, it was in the locker in the villa's cloakroom, but he had never used it. There were also a lot of other things in there, such as luxury cars, real estate, gold bars, and bank cards. His wife had money and looks, and was willing to spend on herself.
Where could you find such a good wife? Was he possessed in his previous life? How could he not see how good his wife was? Damn it! No, I want to earn the money myself and buy it for you.
Feeling Luo Yao's face gradually growing cold, Lin Ran reached out and cupped her face in his hands.
Luo Yao, look at me. I'm your man. You can't be the only one in this family to contribute. I need to earn money too.
If it's money for myself, I'll spend it. I don't feel bad spending my wife's money.
But if it's for you, I want to earn it myself. After saying this, Luo Yao's expression returned. I understand. From now on, don't call me by my name. What should I call you? Wife? Yo-yo? Sweetheart? Whatever you like.
I'll call you different names as long as you don't change.
In fact, Luo Yao wanted to tell Lin Ran that he didn't need to work so hard, because the wealth he had was enough for him to squander for a few lifetimes, even if he started a business. But she didn't want to discourage Lin Ran, so she had to suppress the thoughts in her heart. Lin Ran wanted to make money, so let him. Maybe it was just a little bit of dignity in a man's heart.
The fact that Lin Ran was now willing to try spending his own money meant that he might be slowly accepting himself, and that was already progress. Feeling the not-so-expensive bracelet on her wrist, Luo Yao felt that this was what happiness felt like.
Lin Ran, Luo Yao, can I post a friend request?
Luo Yao frowned, and Lin Ran cursed himself for being stupid.
Yo-yo. Honey. Baby. Can I post a friend request? Luo Yao nodded, of course, you can do whatever you want. Lin Ran took a photo of his hands holding the marriage certificate and directly edited a friend request. The grass is already taken, love the wife.
Once the circle of friends was posted, it instantly stirred up a huge wave. First came the classmates, then the instructor, and many other hard-working people who had worked together, as well as best friend Wu Zhishang.
Everyone's comment was all? Only Wu Zhishang asked, is it with Lu Ruxue?
As for Lu Ruxue and the Lin family, they naturally couldn't see Lin Ran's circle of friends because they had been blocked. After a while, Wu Zhishang's phone rang, and as soon as it connected, he began to ask.
Buddy. What's going on with you? Did you get married to Lu Ruxue?
Lin Ran answered that it wasn't Lu Ruxue, and that he no longer had anything to do with her.
Then who is she? Lin, we can't just marry someone because we can't get Lu Ruxue.
It's not just anyone, it's true love, someone beautiful and sweet sounding.
And she's a little rich too.
Wu Zhishang was petrified.
After a long while, holy cow. UXX at #%. Lin Ran, that's enough. Don't be so sour. Let's meet tomorrow and talk about it.
Wu Zhishang X at #%. Lin Ran, meet me in the dormitory tomorrow and I'll show you something big.
Wu Zhishang X at #%. Lin Ran, the game account is yours. Wu Zhishang, yes, brother. That night, Lin Ran's mark became even more obvious.
Seeing the tooth marks on his shoulders, which were still clear, Luo Yao frowned.
This mark? I don't want to use scar cream. This is what Yao Yao left me. I want it to be here forever. Tell the world that I'm yours. Luo Yao gazed up at Lin Ran, her eyes sparkling. Is that what you think?
Lin Ran nodded. Only in this way can I feel your presence at any time.
Lin Ran laughed to himself. Speaking in your tone, will it leave you speechless?
The next day, Lin Ran felt the mark even more deeply.
Is this girl a dog or a wolf?
While eating breakfast, Lin Ran suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall and smiled.
This action made Butler Fu Bo feel a little shocked. Lin Ran didn't say anything and continued to eat breakfast while bowing her head.
Fu Bo, you don't need to follow me when I go out, I'm not used to it. Fu Bo just wanted to say something when he heard Lin Ran continue to say.
You can go ask Luo Yao. Don't worry, I won't run away again. Fu Bo shook his head and went to call Luo Yao. He came back after a while. The lady said it's okay.
Lin Ran didn't mind being watched by Luo Yao, but he thought that if he had to go to school in the future, it would be too conspicuous to have a group of bodyguards following him everywhere.
After breakfast, Lin Ran drove the Koenigsegg out of the manor.
Looking in the rearview mirror, he really noticed a business car following him not too far behind. This confirmed his suspicion that forbidding Fu Bo to follow him was just a superficial illusion. Now he had gained a lot of freedom and could go out of the manor at will. Of course, he understood in his heart that no matter where he went, someone would be watching him, and this was unavoidable. After all, Luo Yao's love for him was accompanied by a strong sense of possessiveness, but he didn't seem to dislike this feeling.
In the past, he disliked it because he didn't like Luo Yao's strength.
Now that he was at ease accepting Luo Yao and loving her, naturally he had to accept some of her problems,
including that morbid sense of possessiveness. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's not too conspicuous, there's no problem with covert surveillance.
This also reassures Luo Yao a little, and Lin Ran doesn't object, nor does he intend to blow the whistle. At this time, Luo Yao, who had already arrived at the office a long time ago, was staring absently at the screen of her phone. Just now, she saw Lin Ran smile at the camera, and she felt a chill run down her spine. But it felt like Lin Ran hadn't noticed anything, so she let out a little sigh of relief.
Kyoto University, it's not yet time for classes to start, but many students are still living on campus, including Lin Ran's brother Wu Zhishang. Lin Ran parked the car in the outdoor parking lot on campus, returned to his former dormitory, and found his best friend Wu Zhishang. In the last life, after learning that Lin Ran had died, this friend cried the saddest, crying like a grandson at his grandfather's funeral. Very often, only death can tell who really cares about you. For this reason, Lin Ran also wants to ensure his glory and save him, never letting him follow in the footsteps of his past life. Lin Ran clearly remembers that Wu Zhishang would soon suffer a series of misfortunes. The first was that the chairman of his father's company fled with the money, and his father, who was in management, was made to take the blame. His mother worked hard to take care of the broken family, and in just 1 year, her black hair turned white. Due to the sudden changes in the family, Wu Zhishan was also hurt by a scumbag girl and ended up depressed. And all this happened when Lin Ran was playing the scene of him running away from her and she chasing after him with Luo Yao, so he had no time to look after himself and neglected his best friend. Chapter 14. It wasn't until the day after his death that Wu Zhishan got into a drunk driving accident and had both his legs broken, after which he was confined to a wheelchair. This is considered tragic in any story.
Moreover, at this time, Wu Zhishan liked to squat on the toilet to go to the bathroom, and at a critical moment, his phone slipped through his hands. After thinking about it, he actually held onto a pair of chopsticks and endured the nausea to pick it up. It wasn't that the phone was too important, it was just that there was data on it.
Wu, are you having some kind of problem? Why are you eating shit?
Wu Zhishan tilted his head blankly and sought his good friend Lin Ran, who had come to keep an appointment. At that moment, his hand shook, and the phone he had just picked up fell again.
Lin Ran naturally noticed Wu Zhishan's embarrassing state, and his mocking laughter spread throughout the dormitory.
Lingu, it's not what you think, my phone fell.
Lin Ran, yes, you're right.
You really misunderstood, I was just picking up the phone.
Yes. Picking up the phone was just a side thing. Damn it.
Wu Zhishan wanted to swear. When the phone was back in his hands again, Wu Zhishan washed and wiped it again and again. Lin Ran almost threw up from watching it, and kept his distance from him the whole time.
Old Wu, you are really awesome. No matter how down and out you are, you can't eat that. I'm impressed.
After getting his phone back, Wu Zhishan wasn't that sad anymore and asked,
"Tell me, what's going on with you?" Lin Ran's question was not answered. "Have you got your internship certificate?"
Wu Zhishan shook his head. "I've been working part-time during the summer holidays, I haven't done any internship at all."
Lin Ran, "Well, I'm going to set up a media company, why don't you become a blogger?" Wu Zhishan couldn't believe it. Become a blogger or become a shareholder? Lin Ran nodded. Become a blogger. Wu Zhishan's eyes widened. No way. What are you talking about? You're not even as well off as me, an ordinary student, in the Lin family, are you? How can you afford to start a company? My wife is rich. Even if your wife is, who is she exactly?
Wu Zhishan seemed to have just remembered the purpose of today's appointment with Lin Ran, and he was so curious.
Lin Ran, secret. Wu Zhishan, then it seems you're lying. I told you so.
You're a bit handsome, but you haven't even caught up to Lu Rushua, so how could it be possible?
Lin Ran took out her phone and stuck the photo of her wedding certificate in Wu Zhishan's face.
My wife is a rich woman, rich and beautiful, 3 years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than me is like a golden brick. I'm not a golden brick, but a golden mountain.
After Lin Ran's explanation over the next few minutes, Wu Zhishan stamped his feet and beat his chest. Damn you! This is even more difficult than killing me. After crying for a while, he asked, "Okay, even if you start a company, why do you want me to be the blogger?" Lin Ran glanced at Wu Zhishan. "Because you're stupid enough to attract traffic, and can you stop waving your crappy phone in front of me?" Wu Zhishan, damn it. Is there any justice? Is there any law? But Wu Zhishan was genuinely happy for Lin Ran.
Firstly, Lin Ran had got rid of Lu Rushue. Secondly, Lin Ran had found what he called true love, and as a friend, he was naturally overjoyed.
Lin Gu. Since you're married, just live a good life with your wife. Lu Rushue is not even worthy of you.
If I didn't fear that you'd be angry, I would have persuaded you a long time ago.
And I don't want to be a blogger, I want to be a manager. In fact, Wu Zhishan did try to persuade Lin Ran before, but after a failed attempt, he stopped trying.
If Lin Ran had been hurt by Lu Rushua, then he would have accompanied Lin Ran to drink, eat meat, and pick up girls. If Lu Rushua had blossomed like an iron tree, then he would have sent his heartfelt blessings. These are brothers who grew up in the same family, they have known each other since childhood, fighting together, skipping class together, being punished together, going to college together.
Need I say more? I definitely have to live a good life with my wife. I can consider managing things for you, but can I take your phone first? Shit. I'll take it if you promise. I'm impressed. Of course, management is yours, how could I refuse? In the end, Lin Ran gave in under Wu Zhishan's phone attack. After agreeing, the two went downstairs and planned to go directly to rent an office.
On the way to the parking lot, Lin Ran also told Wu Zhishan about his severing of ties with the Lin family.
Wu Zhishan exclaimed again, praising Lin Ran for being awesome.
At this time, in the parking lot, a group of people surrounded a car.
I found out, this is a Koenigsegg 11, only 6 were produced worldwide, and the price has already skyrocketed to 100 million. Whose car is this? Do we have any rich people at our school who drive this kind of car? If this was my car, I would be happy to live in a mansion and marry an 8-room wife. I want to take a picture, so get out of my way. Ruoshue, come over here, let's take a picture together. It's almost the start of the school year, and Lu Ruoshue has been chosen by the school as the school flower to perform at the welcome party.
Today she is here to report for the show, and she also really likes this kind of thing where she can show her face.
Seeing Hani greet her, Lu Ruoshue moved slightly, her seemingly graceful step slightly embarrassed. Is this not a good idea? Hani pulled Lu Ruoshue over. What's the problem?
We're just taking a photo to post on WeChat Moments. As Lu Ruoshue and Hani leaned against the car taking photos, the surrounding students kindly reminded them. This is a 100 million luxury car, you'd better be careful.
That's right. If you break it, even if you're the school beauty queen, you won't be able to sell it for this price.
I'm going to wait here until I see who it is that drove the Koenigsegg to school.
Look at the school flower and Hoini, they look like 2 chickens.
Of course, not everyone in the student body liked Lu Ruoshue, especially some of the girls, who despised Lu Rushue's seemingly pure and innocent character. They were even more disdainful of Hoini, who was just taking advantage of Lu Rushue's popularity.
Hoini, what are you afraid of? Even if the car owner comes and sees us, Ruoshue will be conquered by our looks, right? Besides, what can happen just by taking a photo? Saying this, she took Lu Rushue by the hand and the two of them half bent over the silver-gray engine hood and took some beautiful selfies. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Ran, who had rushed over. "Who told you to take photos?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Rushue's hand trembled and her phone dropped with a clang onto the engine hood. Damn it! Lin Ran was so angry that he wanted to curse, but this was one of the gifts that Luo Yao had given him, and it was smashed by this bitch's phone? Lin Ran hurriedly went to check the hood of the car, and sure enough, there was a small scratch the size of a millet seed. Lu Rushue also noticed the small scratch, but didn't take it seriously. Hohini, on the other hand, was not used to pampering Lin Ran. She still remembered how Lin Ran had humiliated them last time. "Lin Ran? What are you doing here? And don't you dare touch this car. Do you know what kind of car this is? Can you afford to pay for any damage?" Chapter 15. Lu Rushue, goodbye. Lin Ran, I feel like he's even more handsome. What's going on? I can't help but feel a little heart pounding. Lin Ran looked down at the dent in the car, feeling heartbroken. He pointed at the phone on the hood and asked, "Whose phone is this?" "Lu Rushue, it's mine." Lin Ran, that's right, pay up. Hohini Lu Rushue? Lin Ran, brother. It's not even the start of the semester, why are you here? Are you here to see me? Lin Ran nodded, yes, I'm here to see you. You smashed up my car, pay up. Hohini laughed, Lin Ran, are you delusional? Do you know what kind of car this is? Why didn't you say you're a chaebol billionaire? Lin Ran's thoughts, I'm not, but my wife is. Without any nonsense, he took out the car keys and pressed them, and the Koenigsegg responded. This scene completely dumbfounded everyone around him. This sports car worth over 100 million yuan was actually Lin Ran's? Lin Ran was very famous, and at school he could be said to be known by everyone. He was famous for three things. First, he was handsome enough to be recognized as the campus heartthrob at Kyoto University. He had also had countless suitors, but Lin Ran had rejected them all. Second, he is a good kisser. Such a handsome guy actually has no problem kissing Lu Rushue. Although Lu Rushue is also very beautiful and is the school flower, many people still think that Lin Ran could have made a better choice. For example, those girls who long for him but are ruthlessly rejected by Lin Ran. Third, he is outstanding. In order to win Lu Rushue's heart, Lin Ran can be said to have built himself up to be exceptionally good. He has received scholarships, has excellent grades, can sing and dance and rap, and is the school flower. Unfortunately, all of this is for Lu Rushue, and it is said that all the scholarships he has received have also been spent on Lu Rushue. It is because he is relatively famous that everyone knows more about him. Lin Ran is not rich, and this is known throughout the school. How can a rich person work part-time every day? Now, this school-wide recognized dog-licking schoolboy actually says that he is the one who drives the Koenigsegg worth over 100 million yuan. Do you believe it? Holy cow! This car belongs to Senior Lin, which is simply a big mistake. Lu Rushue smashed the car, and Lin Ran definitely won't let her pay for it. Not necessarily. Didn't you hear what Lin Ran said? He said he'd pay for the damage, and it seems like he's really angry. Wouldn't you be angry if your car was smashed? If only Senior Lin could be my boyfriend. I never thought that Senior Lin would be so rich, and he's also handsome. If I could sit in the passenger seat of his car, even if it meant being molested or marrying him, I would do it. Not you. How can you eat and take things? From what I know about Lin Shuishang, this matter will definitely end in nothing. Wu Zhishang, who was standing nearby, was also shocked. Lin Ran only said that he drove here, but didn't say what kind of car he drove. I didn't expect it to be such a showy sports car. I heard those people say that it seems to cost 100 million? Nima, 100 million. The rich wife Lin Ran was talking about really isn't just generally rich. Ah, kill him. It's so hard. He was afraid that Lin Ran would suffer, and he was afraid that Lin Ran would drive a Land Rover. Now, it's fine, and he can't even be jealous anymore. The gap in rank is too big. After calming down, he walked over to Lin Ran and looked at the stunned Lu Rushue and Huahini. Lin Gu, don't go too far. They only bumped into a small injury. For the sake of your classmates, just let them pay 1 million or 2 and let it go. Puff. Hohini almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but then thought about it and felt that it wasn't right. You didn't rent this car, did you?
Lin ran, a luxury car worth over 100 million yuan, go rent one and show it to me. Hohini was stunned, and felt that Lin ran wasn't wrong.
No way. Lin Ran knew exactly what was going on. Where did she get a luxury car?
Even Lu Rushue was dumbfounded, gently patting her head to see if she was still in a dream.
Lin Ran, is this really your car? Where did you get the money to buy the car? Or did you borrow it from someone?
Lin Ran didn't want to waste any more time. There was no point in arguing, just pay up. Just as Lao Wu had said, 1 million, if I can't get it, I'll send you all to jail. Hua Haney was furious on the spot. Lin Ran, don't push it, 1 million, you must be crazy for money, right?
Now. Immediately.
Hand over the car keys and let Ruoshue drive this car, and I'll consider persuading Ruoshue to give you a chance to get close to her. Lu Rushue started to blush and fidget, waiting for Lin Ran's answer.
Lin Ran, damn, are you serious?
If you don't want to pay, I'll call the police. With that, he took out his phone and called the police. Hello, I'd like to report a crime. Yes, they also threatened me to give up the right to use the car.
I think I've been coerced.
Yes, it happened at Kyoto University.
With Lin Ran's clear words, both Lu Rushue and the onlookers realized.
Lin Ran was serious. Putting down the phone, Lin Ran asked,
what do you say, can you pay now? The police will be here in a while.
After saying this, she contacted the insurance company again.
Lu Rushue of course didn't have that much money.
Her family relied on the Lin family to take care of them and had a little bit of assets, and she herself didn't have much money. Usually, she lived off Lin Jian's alms and Lin Ran's hard work, which seemed to be going well.
Hohini, we don't have that much money. Who knows if your broken car was broken in the first place? It doesn't matter if you don't have any money. You can always sell it.
Hohini, you're vulgar.
Lin Ran looked at Xiang Lu Rushue again, or you can beg your cousin Lin Jian. Aren't you two very close?
Lin Ran said the word close extra clearly, but Lu Rushue flinched as if an unknown secret had been discovered.
My cousin Lin Jian is just a student. Where did he get so much money? Cousin? Oh.
Yes.
It's your cousin. Since you don't want to, then pay up.
Lin Ran was not yet going to blow his cover, and he was going to find crucial evidence to make the cousins Lin Jian and Lu Rushue suffer on the spot. To make someone ruin themselves, you must first let them inflate. The feeling of falling from the top of a high peak is mesmerizing. Lu Rushue said with a face full of grievances, okay, I know I was wrong, so let's do this. I'll give you a chance to have dinner together, and we'll let it go. Lin Ran was disgusted.
Lu Rushue, can you stop disgusting me?
You're like a pile of shit right now, not only are you soft, you also stink.
I'm damned if I even know you. Lu Rushue, brother Lin Ran, why are you doing this to me?
Lin Ran felt a chill in his heart, and almost vomited on the spot.
Lu Rushue's disgust now surpassed Wu Zhishan's phone. Chapter 16. Before long, the police and the insurance company both arrived.
For the police, this was a case of vandalism involving huge property damage.
For the insurance company, this was a claim involving a huge payout.
Soon, the insurance company staff let out a sigh of relief, as it turned out that it wasn't the car owner's problem. They then made a preliminary claim estimate for Lin Ran, 1.2 million.
Hearing this figure, everyone let out a gasp.
Lu Rushue stopped crying, and both Hua Haney and Lin Ran turned pale.
It was just a small scratch, so why was it so expensive? Hua Haney of course questioned this.
The staff explained, although the scratch was not large, it could not be repaired casually. At least the hood had to be custom made at the original factory. And this car is still a limited edition worldwide, making it even more difficult to repair. Even if the hood is replaced, the price will be greatly reduced, and 1.2 million is really not much.
Mr. Lin only asked the two to pay 1 million in compensation, which is really magnanimous.
The staff naturally spoke up for Lin Ran, although he didn't think that such a small scratch warranted such a big fuss. But as long as Lin Ran was determined to repair the car, someone really had to pay.
Hohini, who had not yet given up, asked, "Are you sure this is Lin Ran's car?"
Staff member, of course. This car arrived in Kyoto 3 months ago, and the previous owner reluctantly auctioned it off for 110 million. It was auctioned to Mr. Lin's name, and the news was quite sensational at the time.
And I personally insured it for Mr. Lin.
Although I didn't have the opportunity to meet Mr. Lin in person at the time, the documents clearly stated that the owner was Mr. Lin.
Hohini's heart finally stopped pounding.
She never dreamed that Lin Ran would be so rich. In her eyes, Lin Ran used to be an unloved dog in the Lin family.
Although he was a bit handsome, what was the use of being handsome? It couldn't be used for food. Now Lin Ran is not only strikingly handsome, but also incredibly wealthy. Although she doesn't know where he got the money.
Plus Lin Ran's character of always giving everything for a woman. Looking at it this way, Lin Ran suddenly becomes an excellent choice for a spouse. Thinking about this, Hohini's eyes immediately changed from previous disdain to burning heat.
If Lin Ran really doesn't like Lu Rushue anymore, can I give it a try? Lu Rushue felt like she had been struck by lightning.
She knew Lin Ran better, so she was even more shocked than Hohini. The upright police officer had finished questioning them.
There were too many witnesses, so Lu Rushue and Lin Ran had no way to deny it. After a brief investigation, the police officer gave his advice.
Since the compensation involved is too high, I suggest that you two mediate privately.
Of course, you can also file a lawsuit in court. The police officer obviously didn't want to deal with this kind of thing. If the two sides didn't have a dispute, he didn't even want to take anyone back to make a statement.
He didn't want to mess with the young master of the luxury car. Lu Rushue and the others were also afraid, especially Hohini, who looked at Lin Ran with flattery.
Lin Ran, even if it was our Rushue's fault, but aside from the facts, are you not in the wrong? Why did you park the car in such an easily visible location? Lin Ran really didn't want to argue with this woman.
Her speech was too damn explosive.
Can you stop talking?
I have a fear of large objects.
Just pay the money. Hohini Lu Rushue? Wu Zhishang added, Lin is afraid of big scribbles.
The two of them were so angry that they were about to die of a heart attack.
Hohini simply decided to throw in the towel. We didn't do it on purpose.
Lin Ran, whether it was intentional or not, you have to pay for the damage. Since you two are such good friends, I'll let you split the 500,000 yuan. Hohini, I didn't touch the car, it was Lu Rushue's phone that smashed it.
If there's a problem, you should talk to her. After saying that, she walked away without looking back, leaving Lu Rushue dumbfounded and full of disbelief. In the end, she had no choice.
In order to avoid going to jail, Lu Rushue wrote a promissory note for 1 million yuan, and Lin Ran let her go.
Lu Rushue, Lin Ran, I didn't think you were this kind of person.
You're so rich, but you've been hiding it from me.
I hate you.
After saying that, she ran away, so ashamed. This incident was also posted on the campus forum by the gossiping students around her, and instantly became the gossip of the students after meals.
Brother! Dear brother!
Lin Ran looked at Wu Zhishang, who was looking at the Koenigsegg like a flower girl, and threw the key directly at him. I can't fulfill your wish, but my father can fulfill his son's wish.
Wu Zhishang, yes. Godfather.
It was the first time he had driven a luxury car, so Wu Zhishang started it up carefully, much to the envy of the students around him.
Lingu, I really envy you. How much soft power do you have? Even Koenigsegg has your name written on it. Lin Ran, it's not that much.
It's just dozens of properties, dozens of luxury cars, and tens of billions of pocket money. Wu Zhishang, a blind man buying a trumpet, you can really play it with your eyes closed.
Don't believe it if you don't want to.
In one day, the two finally rented a company address, right across from the Luo Group. For this rental, Lin Ran used the black card that Luo Yao had given him. After dropping Wu Zhishang off at Kyoto University, Lin Ran told Wu Zhishang one thing.
Don't tell his girlfriend about starting the company for now. It'll be better if you surprise her when the company takes off, right? Although Wu Zhishang didn't understand, he still agreed.
After all, Lin Ran is the one who got the company up and running, and he is just taking advantage of his brother.
In the Luo Group office, Luo Yao, who was about to lose control of her emotions because Lin Ran had met Lu Rushue again, finally calmed down when she learned that Lin Ran had spent money from her black card. Lin Ran was willing to spend her money, which made her feel better than if she spent it herself. The Lin family had raised Lin Ran in poverty, and as her wife, she wanted to give Lin Ran the most abundant conditions. But when she thought about Lin Ran meeting Lu Rushue on campus, she once again turned cold. Lu Meng, who was handling work on the side, also kept changing with Luo Yao's mood. Young Master Lin, please don't make things difficult again. On the surface, you are making things difficult for President Luo, but in reality, it is us workers who suffer. Why make things difficult for the workers? Lin Ran, who had returned to the manor after a busy day, saw the figure she had been extremely worried about for only a few hours. Luo Yao was not as gentle as she had imagined, but looked at Lin Ran with murderous intent. Lin Ran had met Lu Rushue again today. Why couldn't he behave himself? Although the subordinates had reported all that had happened, Luo Yao's mind was full of Lin Ran meeting Lu Rushue. No matter what had been said or what had happened, the fact that they had met could not be concealed. Lin Ran could not believe that he had humiliated Lu Rushue so much and still made Luo Yao jealous. So, Lin Ran, who looked confused, was hurt in the kidneys, and felt empty inside. Ran, do you still dare to meet Lu Rushue? Damn it! So that's why. Lu Rushue, why don't you go to hell, causing my wife to repeatedly misunderstand me? Ah, shit. This time, Luo Yao didn't relent, and directly gnawed on Lin Ran's shoulder until it was bleeding profusely before letting go. A little lesson, if there is a next time, I won't let you off lightly. Lin Ran wanted to cry. My dear, it's really not my fault. It's all a coincidence. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't avoid her every day. Why don't you just kill her? Chapter 17. Luo Yao seemed to see through Lin Ran's little trick. You're willing to? I'm willing. I can't wait for you to kill her and get her out of my sight. Hearing this, Luo Yao finally found some comfort, and she also considered the truth of Lin Ran's words. Lin Ran gently stroked every inch of Luo Yao's body, trying to appease her in this way, but suddenly his brow furrowed. Did you hurt your leg? Luo Yao's heart panicked, and she quickly hid her beautiful legs. I accidentally bumped it. Lin Ran suddenly remembered that before, Luo Yao seemed to be applying something while he was asleep. Could it be scar cream? Did I only realize that my wife was hurt now? For some reason, Lin Ran felt his heart ache. After carefully inspecting it, he found that it was almost healed, and the scar was almost invisible to the naked eye, only visible to the touch. Lin Ran didn't feel happy about it, but blamed himself for being careless. I'm sorry, I was careless. I deserve to die, punish me. Luo Yao's eyes lit up at this. Then I'll punish you by going out with me to look at the stars. Okay. Stepping on the stars, Lin Ran took Luo Yao's hand and arrived at the hanging garden. He also wanted to talk to Luo Yao, but before he could say anything, Luo Yao blocked Lin Ran's mouth, as if she didn't want Lin Ran to continue speaking. She was afraid that her vulnerability would be discovered by her Ran, and she didn't want her Ran to worry. The stars are always beautiful because they give rise to countless fantasies and yearnings. In the villa's hanging garden, Luo Yao was particularly frantic at the moment, and it wasn't until the two of them were exhausted again that they snuggled together and gazed up at the stars in silence. Lin Ran, I knew this stargazing was no simple matter. Luo Yao, so do you like stargazing? Lin Ran, I like the stars, and I like you even more. Luo Yao gazed at the stars and gradually became lost in thought. Do you know, when I was little, a big brother once told me that the stars were not beautiful because when fantasies are shattered, people will despair. Lin Ran, then that big brother must not have been me, because I'm younger than you. To be honest, what's going on inside? A little bit of loss. Luo Yao didn't pay any attention to Lin Ran's feelings, but said to herself, I used to think he was right, but now I may have to change my mind. After saying this, she turned her head and looked at Lin Ran seriously, because you are my star, even if it is destroyed one day, it will still be beautiful. I just hope that if there is a day when the dream is shattered, can you lie to me for a little longer? Lin Ran, then I will be the brightest star in your life, never going out. Luo Yao nodded, choosing to believe at this moment. She held out the hand with the bracelet on it and linked her fingers with Lin Ran's, declaring her happiness to the starry sky. The temperature in the hanging garden was pleasantly regulated, and even if the two just embraced and fell asleep, it was all a comfortable feeling. Wife, if you have something on your mind, you must tell me. Okay. Otherwise I'll worry. I know. Meow. A cat's meow woke Lin Ran, who looked around. The black cat with blue eyes was quietly looking at him. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at Luo Yao, who had already fallen asleep. Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't disturb her rest. The black cat obediently ran away, and Lin Ran looked puzzled. Are there any more cats on this estate? Early the next morning, Lin Ran received some news that he didn't know whether to take as good or bad. Luo Yao was menstruating. I'll let you off for the next few days, so you can rest up. Lin Ran couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know what to say. Are you going to fatten her up before you kill her? After breakfast, Luo Yao went out without hesitation, without the slightest trace of reluctance. Lin Ran wondered if he was useless. Clean up after yourself and pull up your pants without looking back? Woman, you've successfully made me angry.
Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan continued to discuss the company's business, and the two spent the morning completing the company registration.
The registered name was Nuan Yao Media.
In addition to short video production, the scope of business also included live streaming, original music, film and television drama creation, and other businesses. Lin Ran didn't want to do someone else's wedding dress, he wanted a higher starting point. From the anchor to the actor, including the operation team and the public relations team, they are all his own people. After all, there is a lot of information disparity in this life, such as the film and television dramas that will become popular later, short videos, those suddenly popular streaming anchors, and so on. The two discussed the next steps, and they agreed that the discussion was actually just exploitation. Wu Zhishan was in charge of the decoration and recruitment, and Lin Ran was in charge of doing all the work. Lin Ran, brother is still in the honeymoon period with your wife, so how can you find the time to manage the company? Wu Zhishan, how long is your honeymoon period? Lin Ran, for the rest of my life. Wu Zhishan, damn it. Kill me. Why should I do all the work while you go on your honeymoon? Lin Ran, because I'm the boss. If you don't want a salary, you can just do a bad job. Wu Zhishan, forget it. Lin Ran's treatment of Wu Zhishan is very straightforward, a basic salary based on industry standards and bonuses linked to performance. As close brothers, they are clear about the division of labor, and Wu Zhishan has no objections. In addition, Lin Ran also offered Wu Zhishan 5% of the company's shares, which Wu Zhishan didn't want, but Lin Ran strongly urged him to accept. There was no other reason, other than the fact that Wu Zhishan had cried over the grave for him. While the two were having lunch, Lin Ran received a call from lawyer Su Kai. Mr. Lin, Lin Tianba would like to personally arrange a meeting with you to discuss the matter of the dividends. Lin Ran could imagine Lin Tianba's current appearance, angry and helpless, and could only seek reconciliation with Lin Ran. Lin Ran could even guess what Lin Tianba would say after they met. Having completely given up on the bonds of family, Lin Ran felt an unusual clarity in his mind. No need to meet. Just tell him to get the money ready. No need to discuss anything else. There is no need to meet. Meeting will only make people sick. After hanging up the phone, Wu Zhishan looked admiringly at Lin Ran and gave him a thumbs up. Lin Gu, you have finally stood up. You make it sound like I was kneeling before. So you were kneeling before and you lost your dignity? Well, it seems that way. A man doesn't lose his dignity when he kneels, his dignity is only on the tip of his sword. Wu Zhishan, forget it, let's not talk about the past. Lin Ran nods, you're right, let's look at the present. For example, my wife is beautiful as a flower and she makes money to support the family. Wu Zhishan, damn it. Lin Ran, it's really not a plant. Wu Zhishan is stunned. Just you wait, when school starts, I'll show you my girlfriend chained to my waist every day. Lin Ran's brows furrowed slightly, you didn't tell your girlfriend about the company, did you? Wu Zhishan patted his chest, don't worry, I haven't forgotten what I promised you. I also want to surprise her after I've made some achievements, and buy her whatever she wants. Lin Ran thought to himself, I've finally got you to dole out the dog treats. I just don't know how many times you'll be able to do it. After lunch, the two of them said goodbye to each other. Wu Zhishan never wanted to be with Lin Ran again, because the guy was always doling out the dog treats. Lin Ran didn't want to be with Wu Zhishan either. What could two grown men do together? Chapter 18. It's still more comfortable to find a wife. School is about to start, and he wants to spend all his time with Luo Yao. Love is not just about sex, it also needs a lot of seasonings, such as companionship. Of course, it must not be without sex. Lin Ran deliberately picked out a gift before returning to the manor. He just didn't know why, but he always felt like someone was spying on him. This Luo Yao really doesn't trust him at all. He shook his head and returned to the manor alone. Every time Lin Ran returned, the old butler would let out a long sigh of relief. Since Lin Ran had not allowed him to follow him, he was even more cautious. You have to know that if this young master were to go missing, the young lady would be able to turn the entire land of Kyoto upside down. Of course, the young lady is not stupid either, and she has never let up on Lin Ran's protection. When Luo Yao returned to the manor, Lin Ran naturally gave her a hug and kiss, and then took out the prepared gift. Luo Yao opened the gift box with confusion. It was an exquisite thermos cup.
What is this? Lin Ran knew Luo Yao well, and naturally knew that she would have period pains. He had known this in his previous life, but had never cared. This time, he didn't want to let any opportunity to do something nice for Luo Yao go to waste. Aren't you menstruating? I was worried about your pain, so I wanted to give you a cup. I also prepared some stomach warming packs for you, with brown sugar and red dates. You must take them with you when you leave tomorrow. This way, when you drink water from the cup I gave you at work, you can also remember me, right? And the meaning of the cup is good. It means a lifetime between you and me. Luo Yao's eyes were filled with an unnoticeable touch. In the past, she was the one who gave. Lin Ran had never given her anything. These past few days, he had given her a bracelet and a cup, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't happy, but she just didn't show it obviously. Luo Yao has been restraining herself, not wanting to be confused by Lin Ran's current appearance. Because all of this appearance may be fake. Thank you. How did you know that I get period pain? The old butler on the side was in tears. Young Master Lin is getting better and better to Miss, and he also takes the initiative to care about Mrs. Health. This is a real family. Wife. Saying thank you is too formal, isn't it? We are a legally compliant couple, and it is reasonable and logical for me to do something for my wife. As for why I know that you get period pains, it's because I'm observant. Do you really think your husband knows nothing? Lin Ran said this last bit in Luo Yao's ear. If your relatives walk faster, we can continue to make love, right? A glimmer of light appeared in Luo Yao's eyes. Could it be that Ran really wanted her body because she was jealous? If that was the case. In fact, it wasn't impossible now. This. Lin Ran, wife, do you want me to fight for you with blood and guts? No. This is not good for your health, and I will never agree to such a request. Even if I die, even if I jump off this place, it's still not allowed. The butler, who was standing aside and blushing, looked embarrassed and was quietly backing out of their line of sight step by step. But when he heard Lin Ran say that even if he died, even if he jumped off this place, he still couldn't help but tremble. Why did this sound so familiar? Lin Ran had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he stayed at the villa. He prepared the ingredients in advance and planned to cook dinner for Luo Yao. This time, he cooked Western food, which Lin Ran was quite good at, and the taste was not inferior to that of outside restaurants. Unexpectedly, the skills Lin had honed at the Lin family's home ended up being used on his own wife. You don't have to work so hard when you have a chef at home. Luo Yao really didn't want Lin Ran to work hard, even though she also thought the food was delicious. Lin Ran, how can cooking for my wife be hard work? It's clearly a pleasure. Lin Ran was not lying. He actually didn't like cooking. He didn't like it at the Lin's house before, but he pretended to like it just to please his family. But when it came to cooking for Luo Yao, just the thought that Luo Yao would be able to eat the food he cooked when she came home made him feel inexplicably happy. It turns out that whether someone likes doing something really depends on who they are doing it for. As long as I can see you eating the food I cooked with my own hands, I'll be so happy. Luo Yao smiled bitterly to herself. Am I really going to be cheated by Ran to the point of death? Humph. I don't even like eating the food this man cooks. Feed me. Lin Ran cut a small piece of steak and forked it to Luo Yao's mouth. Feed with your mouth. Lin Ran, huh? After reacting, Lin Ran, a big man, actually blushed. Luo Yao felt very satisfied watching Lin Ran's shy appearance, and her happy little heart couldn't help but scream. Lin Ran endured the shame and fed the steak to Luo Yao little by little. Luo Yao said the imported steak tasted very good. So she was prepared to give Lin Ran a reward. Bite by bite, she ate away the sorrows, leaving behind happiness. After the meal, Luo Yao got up and walked into the study to do some important work that she hadn't finished during the day. Lin Ran didn't follow, and went back to the bedroom alone. He still remembered the embarrassing scene from the last time Luo Yao had a video conference and he was featured. So he vowed that he would never disturb Luo Yao in the study unless it was absolutely necessary. He took a bath alone, went to bed alone, and played with his phone alone, browsing the little anchors who had been popular in past lives but had yet to become famous. He waited until his eyes were about to close but still didn't see Luo Yao return to the room, so he had no choice but to close his phone and fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. Holy cow! He almost let out a surprised sound. After a long time, Lin Ran's pupils trembled. You actually don't like it?
Lin Ran shook his head quickly, then nodded.
Do you like it or not?
Lin Ran took a deep breath and slowly exhaled.
Honey, I feel that it's very good, but forget it. I don't want to say it. It's embarrassing, I can't say it. Lin Ran himself couldn't figure it out.
Obviously, the person in front of him was his wife, but why did he blush when facing her at this time?
Is Lin Ran embarrassed? You still haven't answered me.
Lin Ran was devastated.
Is that really the answer you want? I like it very much. Luo Yao is indeed Luo Yao. Her craziness and recklessness always shocks people. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Luo Yao's mouth curled up.
This is your reward, go to sleep. However, Lin Ran was now in a state where he felt no sleepiness at all. He was filled with shock and surprise.
Lin Ran discovered that Luo Yao seemed to have the air of a treasure girl. You never know when she'll surprise you. So this is what you're like as a wife. Hey, I'm definitely not writing a romance novel, and defamation is prohibited. Chapter 19. Kyoto is the center of China and is incredibly prosperous. Behind the prosperity are countless small people struggling to survive.
At this time, Zhang Xiaolong dragged his tired body and collapsed in a cheap basement. He delivered takeaways during the day, sang live in the evenings, and started writing alone in the early hours of the morning to post on websites to earn that paltry amount of silver. Only the short 4 or 5 hours in the morning were his rest time. But he dared not stop. His gambling and drinking father, drug-addicted mother, and sickly younger sister all depend on this broken man. He hates his parents and his own powerlessness, but his sister is his only concern.
His sister has just reached adulthood and will soon go to university.
If Zhang Xiaolong doesn't continue to work hard to provide for his family, he doesn't know what terrible things his parents will do to his sister. For the sake of money, they could even sell her. He needs to earn more money so that one day he can take his sister away with him and feel at ease. Looking at the balance on his phone, Zhang Xiaolong calculated how much money he still needed to pay for his sister's tuition.
Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of knocking came from the door. Zhang Xiaolong opened the door with his tired body, and saw a handsome face that was devastating.
You are? Zhang Xiaolong, right? My name is Lin Ran. Let's talk.
Zhang Xiaolong looked at the boy in front of him warily. He admitted that the boy exuded a money-filled aura that made him feel inferior. It was obvious that he was some rich kid.
Do you have something to ask me?
The other party was obviously well researched, as he knew his name. He was afraid that he was a creditor of his father, and this was not the first time he had come to collect a debt.
Lin Ran could see the boy's nervousness. Don't be nervous, I just want to be friends with you. If you want to get out of your current predicament, just follow me. This was Lin Ran's last invitation, and also the last chance he gave Zhang Xiaolong. If Zhang Xiaolong refused, he would leave without hesitation.
After all, Zhang Xiaolong is just one of the many streamers who will make money in the future, but he is definitely not the only one. Lin Ran came to find him for 3 reasons. First, Zhang Xiaolong will be very popular in the future, and he will become a phenomenal platform with tens of millions of followers. Second, he is close by, and this streamer happens to be from Kyoto. Third, he is now down and out, and in his previous life, Lin Ran was deeply impressed when his family exploded. At that time, he was still wondering what kind of tragic fate had landed him in such a family. Now that he thinks about it, he just feels ridiculous.
He is not as good as him.
At least he has a younger sister who is nice to him. Whereas his own younger brother only wants to kill him.
It's possible that there is a little empathy in there too.
Zhang Xiaolong's road to fame was not accidental, but built up little by little through his hardworking nature. In an interview, Zhang Xiaolong once said that the driving force behind all his hard work came from his younger sister. After he had achieved a little success, he took his younger sister by his side, and the two of them later became phenomenal internet streaming anchors, achieving success together. In this life, while this guy is still down and out, Lin Ran is ready to make his move. You're going to stay at whatever company you work for in the future, so why not work for yourself? And your own treatment will definitely be better than anyone else's. Just as Lin Ran's thoughts were flying around, Zhang Xiaolong spoke.
Okay.
I'll go with you. In the roadside cafe, Lin Ran sincerely extended an invitation.
Upon receiving Lin Ran's invitation, Zhang Xiaolong was also taken aback. He is now just a freelance anchor, and someone actually wants to sign him.
He looked at the contract with skepticism, and the shock was even greater when he looked at it.
Lin Ran's offer was not an exaggeration to say that it was the best in the industry. These were the conditions that only some big anchors had. But he was just a small anchor with only 10,000 followers. Was he worthy of them? Zhang Xiaolong is a rather cautious person. Even though there was nothing wrong with the contract, he understood that very often these contracts are equivalent to a contract of sale. Of course, selling one's body is not the main thing. As long as one can make money, one will sell. But I still have to deal with problems in my original family, and I don't want to deceive anyone. Mr. Lin, you may not know, but my family is a bit special. Lin Ran, I know. Zhang Xiaolong, you do? Lin Ran nodded. Your father is addicted to gambling and owes more than 1 million yuan in high-interest loans, and your mother is a drug addict. But none of this has broken you. As you probably know, you can't get rid of your parents on your own, and you may never be able to do so. No matter how much you earn, it's not enough for your parents to squander. But you still work hard to send your sister to school and have hope for the future. I like this quality of yours, and that's why I've asked you here. Although you only have 10,000 followers right now, I believe that with your attitude and hard work, and with the help of the company, your future is bound to be limitless. Lin Ran emphasized the words help of the company. Zhang Xiaolong bit his lip, hesitating whether to accept Lin Ran's invitation. Your sister will be going to university soon, right? After all, you don't want your sister to drop out of school because of a lack of money, do you? Okay, I agree. After the two signed the contract, Lin Ran took him to the company. After the elevator went upstairs, Zhang Xiaolong frowned as he looked at what looked like a ransacked floor. He wondered if the company was reliable. Sorry, it's still under renovation, it will be almost done in a couple of days. Saying this, the two arrived at the office area, which was almost finished being installed. Wu Zhishan was directing the workers to install the projector. The headquarters of the Luo Group is across the street, and the location is excellent. Lin Ran led someone over, and Wu Zhishan hurried to greet him. Lin, this is the anchor you were looking for? Zhang Xiaolong had already heard Lin Ran introduce Wu Zhishan, so he greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Wu, I'm Zhang Xiaolong. After introducing himself, they chatted a bit, and Zhang Xiaolong realized. The company is quite nice, but there are only 3 people? He's the only employee? Are you too sure you're not joking? Lin Ran didn't want to explain so much, so he just told Wu Zhishang a few things and left. Wu Zhishang explained the future plan to Zhang Xiaolong as Lin Ran had requested. Zhang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. Not only are there only 3 of us, but we want to become the biggest media or even a film and television company? In the future, we want to become a 10 million view anchor or even the #1 live streamer? Are you two leaders crazy? Chapter 20. Wu Zhishan was not surprised by Zhang Xiaolong's dullness. When Lin Ran first told him about this, he also thought Lin Ran was crazy. He patiently explained to Zhang Xiaolong a lot of plans and ideas about how he could become a 10 million view anchor, which made Zhang Xiaolong slightly believe in the company's prospects. But deep down, he still didn't think it was promising, but he would still carry it out. After all, he was just an anchor under the company's banner, so he just had to listen and do what he was told. As for whether he could become a 10 million view anchor? Who knows what the future holds? To him, all of this is just wishful thinking. Wu Zhishang is no different from those leaders who paint big pictures. As long as they can make money, it's fine. As long as the money is there, you can eat up even the biggest pie in the sky. At this time, he still didn't know that many big things started with painting big pictures. After Lin Ran left the company, he planned to go find Luo Yao, but he didn't just walk into the Luo Group building. He didn't know if Luo Yao wanted him to appear in public. After thinking about it, he sent a message. Where are you? I miss you. Luo Yao's message came back soon. I just finished a meeting. I miss you too. Lin Ran smiled, just because Luo Yao had simply said she missed him. Invite my princess to lunch. There was a moment of silence before Luo Yao replied. Okay, find a place first, then I'll come over. Lin Ran found a nearby Western restaurant with good ratings and sent the location. 10 minutes ago. Luo Yao's office had 2 areas, an office area and a rest area. But few people knew that behind the bookshelves in the office was a secret room. This was the secret room, filled with pictures and information about a person, including his habits and preferences. Today, this secret room welcomed a sinister-looking man, who was dragged in by the bodyguards. This man trembled like a leaf when he saw Luo Yao, as if he could see his own end. The bodyguards remained silent the entire time, watching quietly.
Luoya slowly and gently used a steel knife to sever the man's tendons in his hands and feet. Ah! The screams were endless, truly saddening the hearer and bringing tears to the eyes of the listener.
Who sent you?
Even though his tendons had been severed, the man still clenched his teeth and refused to speak. Luoya seemed to be in the mood to continue, and she cut off the man's fingers one by one, and then his toes.
Since you won't talk, you won't have a chance.
After the man fainted, the bodyguard used saline solution to revive him, and Luoyao continued to slowly torture him, without asking any more questions. All of this seemed very natural, as if it were as common as eating and drinking.
Until the man finally couldn't hold back anymore and said in a distorted voice,
"I'll talk. I'll talk."
Luoyao shook her head. No need, you've already lost your chance. And I can guess, it must have been the old man who told you to follow Yin, right? He really is dishonest.
It seems that breaking his legs was too light a punishment.
I need to go back and give him a little punishment sometime.
Since he likes spying on people so much, I'll just take his eyes and carry them with me, so that the middlemen don't make a profit.
The man's eyes widened. He didn't expect Luoyao to guess right away.
Thinking about the crazy things Luoyao had done in the past, the man was afraid and kept begging for mercy.
Kill me. Please kill me.
Luoyao smiled, a strange, ghostly smile, like Satan himself, come forth from hell.
Heh, you dared to lay hands on Ran, you will have a wonderful end.
She cut off a little more of the man's nose, and with one stroke, dug out one of his eyes. Looking at the eyeball on the tip of the knife, Luoyao thought to herself. Ran has been a bit overdoing it lately, I could use the eyeball to make wine for him to supplement his health.
After thinking about it, she shook her head, this one is too dirty, Ran won't like it.
After saying that, she directly threw the eyeball on the ground and stomped on it.
Kill me, kill me.
The man was about to lose consciousness due to the pain, and all he wanted now was an easy way out. Just as Luoyao was about to seriously gouge out the man's other eyeball, Lin Ran's message came through.
Hubby, where are you? I miss you.
Luoyao's mouth curled up when she read the message, but when she finished replying and saw the second message, her brows furrowed. She opened the location app on her phone to check the location, and immediately looked panicked.
Lin Ran was actually near her office building. She was covered in blood, and in this state, how could she be seen by Lin Ran?
Lin Ran would definitely be scared if he saw her like this, he would be terrified, and he might even run away. She couldn't let Lin Ran see her like this, she just couldn't. After thinking for a while, she replied.
Okay, you find a place first, and then I'll come over.
After replying, she ignored the bodyguard and the disabled man on the ground, and just wanted to clean herself up quickly.
Miss. What should we do with this person?
Luoyao looked at the man on the ground, who was twisting and deforming in pain, and said without any emotion. Put him in a cage and lock him in the basement of the manor, and then catch some rats to keep him company. Saying that, she took out her phone and took a few photos before leaving. Naturally, the bodyguard did as he was told, and before leaving, tidied up the dark room, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. After tidying up the room and the lounge, Luoyao disposed of the soiled clothes. Then she walked happily out of the office. Her boyfriend, Ran, had come to see her. He said he missed her and wanted to have lunch with her. She walked into the elevator, took out her mobile phone and sent a message. Picture. Old man, clean your neck and wait for me to come back and deal with you. However, the owner of the number did not reply to the message for a long time. In the Luo family mansion, the old master Luo was sitting in a wheelchair with a gloomy face. How dare that crazy girl scare me? If she really wanted to get rid of me, she would have done it back then, she wouldn't just break my legs. A gentle-looking man next to the old master Luo spoke up to remind him. Old master, I don't think the monkey will survive, what should we do next? The old master Luo paused for a moment before slowly speaking. That useless piece of trash. I never thought that the brat would have someone so capable by her side that they could even detect the monkey. But it doesn't matter, she dares not really do anything to me, after all, I am her grandfather.
The gentle man frowned and said hesitantly.
But she hasn't even let her own parents go, and second master is also imprisoned. Third master and fourth master are all dead or crippled, and as for the younger generation, no one dares to rebel. Old Master Luo rubbed his forehead, knowing that the man was right.
Luoyao's methods are no weaker than his own as the grandfather.
Coupled with the fact that he is now weak and powerless, it is still too risky to deal with the crazy girl. Fortunately, he is his own grandfather and the previous family head, so Luo Yao will definitely have some scruples when doing things. Otherwise, he would have already died when she went crazy back then. It seems that the crazy girl will at least not take his life. If he wants to succeed, he must learn to be patient now. After he has regained his position, he will deal with this girl with the harshest punishment in the world.
Grandpa Luo, don't anger the crazy girl for now. Since we have discovered her weakness, we will definitely find an opportunity. Gentlemen, yes. Grandpa Luo, ahihi. I didn't think that you would actually care about someone. Chapter 21. Back to Lin Ran here. He waited for a long time but didn't wait for Luo Yao, and he was anxious in his heart. It was as if he would be very happy to see Luo Yao 1 second earlier. This feeling was definitely not there in his previous life, but it became more and more obvious after he was reborn. He was absolutely sure that this was not a sense of guilt towards Luo Yao, nor was it a so-called emotional compensation. Instead, he had truly fallen in love with this woman. He wanted to be glued to her all the time. A woman who can pour out her heart to you, what reason is there not to love her? In the past, I just didn't feel it, but now that I've lived again, this feeling is like a spring welling up. If I could, Lin Ran also wanted to take out his heart and lungs for Luo Yao to see. To see if the names on them were each other's. Brother! Why are you here? A familiar voice came, and Lin Ran cursed in secret. It turned out to be Lin Jian, whom he had not seen for many days. Lin Jian was wearing a large cap and a mouth mask, and was staring at Lin Ran with wide eyes in surprise. Lin Ran knew that Lin Jian had not yet recovered from the injuries he sustained last time, and that this disguise was nothing more than an attempt to hide his injured face. Ha! So it turns out you are the young master of the Lin family. What happened to your face? Lin Jian immediately took a nervous step back, looked left and right, and did not see the bodyguard from before. Brother, you are the young master of the Lin family. I know you don't like me, but it's okay, as long as you can forgive me, I'm willing to let me leave the Lin family. I just hope you can go back and apologize to Dad and admit your mistake. Dad will forgive you. Lin Ran smiled. Lin Jian, apart from strangers we don't know here, it's just you and me, can you stop pretending? Aren't you tired? What are you talking about, brother? Lin Ran, I'm saying you're a real piece of shit. Lin Jian bit his lip and suppressed the most genuine anger in his heart. These past few days, Dad has been talking about you non-stop. Brother, can you go see Dad? He's not in good health. He was hospitalized after you left last time. As long as you're willing to kowtow and admit your fault, Dad will definitely not hold it against you. It's only a matter of time before you return to the Lin family. Lin Ran, are you out of your mind? Kneeling down to apologize all the time. Your mom has been kneeling as a mistress for so many years, how did it infect you now? Lin Jian, how can you say that about your parents? After all, Dad is your brother. You let someone beat him up in the hospital. Lin Ran, that's what he deserves. But even if he dies, he still owes me money, or I'll kick him out of the board of directors. Lin Jian, brother, why are you so heartless? He is your father. Lin Ran makes a vomiting gesture. Don't disgust me. He is not my father. I don't have a son like him, and I don't have a grandson like you. And you are not allowed to call me brother. If you want to call, you can bark like a dog, maybe I'll even throw you a bone to chew on. Lin Jian was about to lose his temper, but he held back to avoid offending Lin Ran, who still held a large number of shares. Brother, after all is said and done, we are still blood brothers, aren't we? Lin Ran, I don't have a brother. Your mother is a mistress. You are only a few months younger than me, which proves that Lin Tianba cheated on my mother when she was pregnant with me. Such a scumbag doesn't deserve to be my father, he only deserves to be a dog. And you are the product of a dog and a dog's mistress, let's just call you 3 dogs. Lin Jian took a deep breath. What will it take for you to forgive Dad? Lin Ran was a little surprised. There was no one else here, and he was still able to hold back. Kill your parents and send Lu Ruxue to the northern Myanmar park, and I'll give you my shares. Lin Jian's eyes lit up, really? Do you really hate them that much? Lin Ran was amused. How come he never noticed how funny Lin Jian was before? With that sand sculpture IQ, he actually allied with people to get himself killed in the last life. Is he even more of a sand sculpture than him? It doesn't matter if you hate them or not, as long as you can do it, I'll give you my shares. I mean it. Lin Jian was silent. He could already hear Lin Ran teasing him. Just as he was about to continue playing the emotional card, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been targeted by something terrifying. He slowly turned his head. Exquisite. Heart-pounding. Looking at the figure, this. Eyes went straight. Beauty. Get out. Luo Yao's ruthless word broke the budding young man's heart. Get out. You. Lin Jian ran away with his head down, but as soon as he left, he felt something was wrong. Why could a woman scare him like this? Thinking about it, he peeked back and saw the woman sitting next to Lin Ran, and the two of them seemed to be in quite intimate contact. Lin Ran, what makes him qualified? How can Lin Ran desecrate such an exquisite iceberg beauty? No, Lin Ran likes something, I must rob it all from him. Because I am the most orthodox son of the Lin family, his father is the chairman of the Su Ran group, and his mother is Mrs. Lin. Everything Lin Ran has should belong to the Lin family, which means it belongs to me. I want to rob Lin Ran of his toys, and I want to take Lin Ran's father. Lin Ran studies well, I want to steal his grades. Lin Ran likes Lu Rushue, I want to take her away from him. Lin Ran likes Luo Yao, so I must take her away from him too. It's all his, all his. Of course, he's not stupid enough to just show up, but to observe in secret and wait for the right moment. He's absolutely professional at being patient. He needs to find out who this woman really is, and then reveal some dirt about Lin Ran in front of her. After successfully stirring up trouble, he'll step in to comfort her. Then won't this woman be his? Ha ha ha. He starts to smile as he thinks about it. To avoid being discovered, he leaves the restaurant secretly. He completely forgot that he had an appointment with his lawyer today. Luo Yao, your brother seems like a silly dog. Lin Ran, he is not my brother, and don't you insult silly dogs, okay? Lin Ran's reply, his performance, and his tone of voice did not seem like an act. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. You have changed a lot recently. Lin Ran, have I? I just woke up from a dream. Luo Yao, was it a dream or is it a dream now? Lin Ran was taken aback, and his mind could not help but think of the previous life again. The promises made to Luo Yao must be kept. Lin Ran reached out and cupped Luo Yao's face in his hands. Look at me. You are my truest love. I am absolutely certain that all I want is you, and I only belong to you. All other people are not as good as even one hair on your head. You are not a dream, but even more beautiful than a dream. Do you understand? Bang. Bang. Even though Lin Ran has been saying a lot of sweet things lately, Luo Yao still feels her heart flutter every time. It doesn't matter if she can't tell whether it's real or not, she really enjoys this feeling. The two of them just looked at each other quietly, while saying in their hearts at the same time. Luo Yao, even if you're lying to me, I'm willing to fly into the fire like a moth. Lin Ran, I will spend my whole life proving that my love for you is not a lie. Chapter 22. The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually rose, and Lin Ran elegantly fed the little devil, not caring about the stares of others. Lin Ran, how does it taste? Luo Yao chewed the steak and savored the taste. It was mediocre at first, but it tasted like love. But it's not as delicious as what Ran makes by hand. Then I'll cook for you next time, and I guarantee you won't say a word after you eat it. Okay. The romantic lunch was over, and the two said goodbye to each other. Luo Yao did not invite Lin Ran to her office, for she was afraid that there might be something bad in there that had not been cleaned up properly and Lin Ran would see through it. But in fact, she really wanted Lin Ran to be by her side, anytime, anywhere. Lin Ran naturally did not force the issue. He wanted to use his warm water to keep cooking Luo Yao like a frog. Right now, Lin Ran only lives for 2 words. Luo Yao. The 2 days passed quickly. After rebirth, Lin Ran and Luo Yao's relationship gradually warmed up, and they spent some temporary time together that they both thought was too good to be true. The day before the start of the semester. In the Luo group office, Luo Yao was radiating endless murderous intent. The entire Luo group was silent, no one knew why the boss was angry. No executive was innocent all morning. Even the dogs that passed by could be killed by Luo Yao's gaze, screaming and running away in fear. The one who felt it most deeply was Luo's personal assistant Lu Meng. At this time, Lu Meng handed a stack of documents to Luo Yao, trembling. Luo Zone needs you to review and sign these documents. Luo Yao was unmoved, just staring coldly at the ceiling and daydreaming. She was counting the number of squares that could cover the ceiling, thinking about how many heads could fit in each square. If all those squares were Lu Rushue's heads, how wonderful it would be. She wasn't thirsty until she picked up the glass on the table, which eased her a little. Slowly, she touched the bracelet on her wrist, as if it were a switch that could adjust her mood. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao spoke coldly. Go out. Lu Meng fled from the office, and as soon as she returned to the assistant team office, she was greeted by the executive sending documents, followed by a pupil earthquake. Sister Wang, if there is anything, please use the law to punish me, not give me documents. Wang Fong was also a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Assistant Lu, this document is very important and needs to be submitted to President Luo. You go and die yourself, don't drag me along. Wang Fong, is President Luo really angry? Why? Lu Meng, I don't know, but I feel that President Luo is in a really bad mood this time. You don't know, just now the temperature in President Luo's office dropped at least 10 degrees. Wang Fong pushed the file away, so what do you say? This is a very important project. Lu Meng pushed the black-framed glasses on her nose thoughtfully. Maybe there is someone you can try. Who? Lin Ran, who was in the midst of accepting the company's progress, received the call with a puzzled face. Lu Meng doesn't call him very often, and this should be the first time he's called back to life. Although he doesn't have Lu Meng's phone number saved, Lin Ran still recognizes the number. The eye-catching last digit 8888 is also used by very few people. He is worried that something has happened to Luo Yao. Assistant Lu, what can I do for you? Lu Meng is stunned, how did you know it was me? Lin Ran is also stunned, you always call Luo Yao, and I know your last digit. Lu Meng, that makes sense. Come quickly. Something's happened to Luo Yao. Lin Ran didn't even think about it and hurried off, asking for details as he walked. Lu Meng, however, kept stalling and wouldn't say anything clear, just that the situation was serious. Lin Ran was anxious, and he didn't care about the reason, he just wanted to see Luo Yao immediately. Because if anything happened to Luo Yao, he would have to go, and absolutely no one could bully his wife. Even if he thought that no one would dare bully his wife. I'm almost there. Should I go straight up? Lu Meng was taken aback, so soon? Lin Ran, I've been in the office building opposite your company. Lu Meng suddenly realized that as a special assistant, she also had the job of reporting Lin Ran's movements, and she naturally knew that Lin Ran had set up a company. Then come up, your fingerprint has already been entered by President Luo, she said you can come and go from the company at any time. Lin Ran? How come I don't know about this? This was the first time Lin Ran had entered this building after being reborn. He remembered that Luo Yao's office was on the 88th floor, and in his previous life, he had been kidnapped by Luo Yao's bodyguards more than once. He walked slowly closer, and although there were many people entering and leaving on the first floor, the security guards did not stop him. Lin Ran's appearance made many people's eyes light up, especially some white-collar women, as if they were dripping with tears. Lin Ran did not go through the reception desk, but walked directly to the dedicated elevator, and the security guard immediately came over to stop him. Sir, this is a dedicated elevator, only Luo Yao and her assistant team are eligible to use it. Lin Ran nodded, I know, I can use it too. The security guard laughed. Sir, our boss Luo has Miss Andre, she will not hire a male assistant, so you need to find a better excuse. It seems that the security guard misunderstood Lin Ran's meaning. Lin Ran didn't want to waste time arguing, Luo Yao still didn't know what was going on, and he was in a hurry. After entering his fingerprint, the elevator started running directly, which petrified the security guard who was calling for other security guards to come. Intercom, Lao Lu, why aren't you saying anything? Lao Lu, it's fine, I just feel like I'm too young. Lin Ran got into the elevator and politely nodded at the security guard, acknowledging his serious attitude. The dedicated elevator was fast, and it arrived on the 88th floor in no time. As the elevator door slowly opened, Lu Meng had already been waiting for a long time. Mr. Lin, you're finally here, come with me quickly. As she spoke, she handed Lin Ran a stack of documents and explained the situation. So you called me in such a hurry just to have me deliver this document to Luo Yao? Lu Meng nodded, it's not just the document, the point is that President Luo is very angry right now. Although no one knows why, at this time, only you can ease President Luo's mood. Handing over the document is just a side issue. As she spoke, she tried to push Lin Ran in, but suddenly stopped. If President Luo knew that her hands had touched Lin Ran, would these hands be chopped off? Although Luo Yao was only the boss of Luo's group,
people in the real circles knew that she was a truly vicious woman. No one else knew about her perverted possessiveness, but Lu Meng knew full well. Lin Ran usually reports on Lin Ran's usual movements, and she is the first person to summarize and pass them up. It is precisely because she knows that she is even more afraid. Lin Ran did not pay attention to Lu Meng's movements and walked towards Luo Yao's office on her own. Luo Yao was angry, and her wife was in a bad mood, so she had a responsibility and obligation to make her happy. Chapter 23. She knocked gently on the door, but there was no response. She held the handle and pushed it open gently, but the door was not locked. She walked in gently, but there was no one there. There was no one in the office area or the restroom. Lin Ran looked confused. Where was everyone? She had to entertain the air herself. Suddenly, there was a strange noise, like something being smashed, but it was very, very small, and if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear it at all. However, Lin Ran's hearing was still quite sensitive, and she noticed it a little. Lin Ran was stunned. Where was the sound coming from? He walked back to the office area from the lounge and then noticed that the sound was coming from behind the bookshelf. What was behind the bookshelf? It was the wall. Lin Ran put the documents on the desk and then listened curiously for a while, making sure that there was a faint sound behind the bookshelf. He knocked on the wall, which was not solid, and realized that there should be another room. He shouted loudly, Luo Yao. Are you in there? Lin Ran shouted twice but did not hear Luo Yao's reply. Just as Lin Ran turned to go out and ask Lu Meng, the bookshelf slowly moved, revealing a gap the size of a person. Luo Yao walked out from inside, and the bookshelf automatically returned to its original position after she came out. When she saw Lin Ran, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. I didn't expect it. There's a secret room in the office, hee hee. Wife, are you planning to hide your beauty in a golden house? Luo Yao asked, recovering from the slight panic in her heart. Do you want to be hidden in there? Lin Ran even nodded. If it's my wife, then I'm willing to be hidden inside. Lin Ran said with a laugh as he moved closer, then embraced her and lifted up the cuff of her arm. Luo Yao was obviously panicked and tried to withdraw her arm, but her movements were still slow. Seeing the eye-catching scars on Luo Yao's arm, Lin Ran felt like something had grabbed his heart. I just saw your arm move unnaturally. Luo Yao said in a panic, Ran. No, it's not what you think. She couldn't let Lin Ran fear her again. These past few days have been everything she could have ever dreamed of. Lin Ran supported her arm, which was clearly beautiful, but had been scarred with wounds. Each scar reminded Lin Ran. His love for Luo Yao is still not enough. He helped Luo Yao sit down. Do you have a first aid kit? Luo Yao was still in shock and pointed to the corner of the bookshelf. Lin Ran turned around, picked up the first aid kit, then crouched in front of Luo Yao and gently lifted her arm. Don't move. The gentle action made Luo Yao a little dazed. As Lin Ran applied the disinfectant little by little, Luo Yao didn't make any movements because of the pain. She just lowered her head and looked at Lin Ran, who was seriously applying the medicine to her. It's not your fault, it's my fault, it's because I haven't been a good husband that you got hurt. Did you do all these injuries to yourself? Lin Ran seemed to suddenly understand why there were scars on her legs last time, and cursed herself. Luo Yao's thoughts were different from those of ordinary people, and her style of acting was sometimes unfathomable. Judging from the perspective of an ordinary person, Luo Yao was sick. Lin Ran didn't want to change Luo Yao, but he didn't want Luo Yao to get hurt even more. This kind of behavior that hurts oneself, Lin Ran feels nothing but heartache and self-blame. Luo Yao is silent and doesn't say anything. She is even hurting herself, but will Ran be afraid of her? A pleasant voice came from afar. Does it hurt? Lin Ran looked up and met Luo Yao's eyes. The two were almost nose to nose, and could feel each other's hot breath. The frightened look Lin Ran imagined did not appear. Instead, his eyes were full of pain. Looking at Lin Ran's hazy eyes, Luo Yao hurriedly said, I don't hurt, Ran, don't cry. Lin Ran did not get up after bandaging himself up. He hugged Luo Yao like a child, resting his head quietly against her stomach. If you are feeling aggrieved, I am the one who should be hurt the most. If you ever want to hurt yourself again, will you take me with you? My heart really hurts. Luo Yao placed her hand on Lin Ran's head and closed her eyes as a single tear rolled down her face. She did not want to agree to Lin Ran's request, but she still said, Okay. Ran doesn't fear for himself, he doesn't feel fear, he feels for himself.
The two embraced for a long time, and Lin Ran slowly released Luo Yao, looking at her reddened eyes. So she can cry, she is also a woman, she is not a heartless machine, she is my Lin Ran's wife. Can you tell me why? If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Lin Ran tried his best to take care of Luo Yao's emotions. Luo Yao was silent for a while. Tomorrow you'll be starting school, and I really want to lock you up next to me, but I don't want to do that, I'm torn between the two, I feel like I'm going crazy, so. Lin Ran, so you hurt yourself to calm down? But why, we can see each other every night. Why did you do that? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran and said seriously. Because of Lu Rushue, I'm afraid that you will leave me after seeing her. I'm about to suffocate when I think that you're going to go find her. I wanted to kill you and Lu Rushue. I wanted to rip out my heart and show it to you. Lin Ran understood everything. In the eyes of outsiders, Luo Yao was a powerful and ruthless female tycoon, a machine with no emotions. But she also had her weakest point, or even her flaw, and that was herself. Her mind was so sensitive that it was full of nerves, and the slightest touch would resonate with the devil. Luo Yao, look at me. I am your husband, and she, Lu Rushue, is just a pile of shit I stepped in. You are the only one in my eyes. I will never love anyone else. So, please rest assured, no one will take me away from you. I will never leave you. And I won't allow you to abandon me. Luo Yao's mind was in a mess, but Lin Ran's words gave her a great sense of security. She may need to make some changes, and she wants to try to truly believe in Lin Ran. Okay, I believe you. Lin Ran felt Luo Yao's change and made up her mind. She must give Luo Yao the best tenderness and heal her heart. As for Lu Rushue, she must solve it quickly, otherwise it will always be a knot in Luo Yao's heart. After coaxing for a while, she finally saw Luo Yao's aggressive eyes again. Lin Ran knows that this is the normal way Luo Yao looks at her. The little woman look just now was just a flash of weakness. Wife, the secret room? Luo Yao, Ran, next time I will definitely take you in, okay? Lin Ran, there's no one really hiding in there, is there? Luo Yao, no, it's just some of my little secrets. I'm not ready to let you in yet. Lin Ran gave a charming smile, okay then. But I'm angry, I want to punish you. Chapter 24. Luo Yao thought for a moment, then punish me, you can punish me when we get home. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, you call that punishment? How can you eat and take things? He casually sat in Luo Yao's office chair, then you can be my secretary. Let me experience the life of President Luo. Luo Yao directly sat in Lin Ran's lap. What does this mean? Luo Yao slowly raised her finger and kept stroking Lin Ran's chest. My boss is so handsome, and I'm not bad myself, so if there's something to do, I'll do it, and if there's nothing to do. Lin Ran casually picked up the file Lu Meng had just given him. Now there is something to do, so I'm going to trouble Secretary Luo to review this file. Luo Yao took the file doubtfully and glanced at it, and then quickly signed it, the whole time sitting on Lin Ran's lap. Boss, it's been reviewed, please take a look. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Both of them were taken aback, and Luo Yao's eyes were full of murderous intent. Come in. Lu Meng carefully pushed open the door. President Luo, the document. Luo Yao threw the document over, and Lu Meng caught it without a mistake. Thank you, President Luo. Closing the office door, Lu Meng let out a long breath. It seems that President Luo's anger has subsided by half. Oh my god. Just now, Lin Ran was actually sitting in President Luo's seat, and President Luo seemed to be sitting in his lap? Wow. What a shock. I'm so excited and yet so disappointed. He's so big and yet he's afraid to share. Sigh. Wang Fong, Lu, have you finished? Lu Meng handed the documents to Wang Fong listlessly. You can take them to the operations department. Wang Fong opened them and said excitedly, it's still you, Lu, who did it. None of us dare to appear in front of President Luo now. Lu Meng shook her head, it has nothing to do with me. It's all Lin Ran. He's the one who made President Luo happy, and now President Luo is sitting in his lap flirting. Wang Fong. So who is Lin Ran? It's like she remembered something. Could it be the handsome guy in the video conference that day? You said they were in my day. Is it that exciting? Lu Meng quickly covered Wang Fong's mouth. Do you want to die? Why are you shouting so loudly? I knew I shouldn't have talked to you. Wang Fong was also shaken. Right, I'll get back to work now. Thanks for the reminder, Lu Special Assistant. Lu Meng, you'd better keep your mouth shut about this. If anyone finds out that you told, I promise I won't collect your body for you. Wang Feng, I understand. After delivering the documents, Wang Feng returned to her workstation and started scratching her head. It was so hard to share the big news when she knew it herself. She turned to her colleague. Zhang, go make me a cup of coffee and I'll tell you a secret. Zhang was immediately interested and went to make the coffee without saying a word. Back in the office, after Lu Meng left, Luo Yao looked back and froze on the spot. Her desk was very simple, with just a computer, a water bottle, and a few small decorations. She saw Lin Ran staring at a small bottle on the desk, and in the bottle was a note she had hidden. Lin Ran curiously picked up the bottle, and Luo Yao took it from him without saying a word and put it away. Lin Ran, honey. I've noticed that you've been keeping a lot of secrets lately. Luo Yao, Ran, do you really want to see it? If Lin Ran really wanted to see it, Luo Yao wouldn't have stopped him, but she was a little conflicted. Lin Ran noticed Luo Yao's hesitation and didn't intend to make things difficult for her. I'll look at it if you want me to, and if you don't, I won't. Luo Yao immediately put away the vial and said with a wink, you'll find out what's inside if you want to. Lin Ran let out a sigh, but deep down, she wasn't budging. It's just a little vial, right? There are 100 ways to find out. If I come to the office more often, I'll discover all your secrets sooner or later. Lin Ran was curious to see how many secrets Luo Yao, who usually seems so cold, was hiding. Aran, I still want to continue working as your secretary. Lin Ran, I didn't realize that Secretary Luo was quite open-minded. From the office to the lounge, of course, because Luo Yao was inconvenient, the two did not take things further. Luo Yao, Ran, do you want to be the real boss of Luo's group? How about I give you Luo's group? Lin Ran was taken aback and shook his head quickly. I don't want to. What would you do if I became the boss? Luo Yao gave a charming smile. I'll continue to be your secretary. Lin Ran smiled helplessly. Stop it, I just want to be a lazy good-for-nothing, I don't want to be a hard-working model. Luo Yao, then why did you start the company? Lin Ran, that's different, I used your money to start the company because I want to make a little money to buy gifts for my wife. As for me, I just have to wait for you to make money to support me, why should I work so hard? Luo Yao suddenly felt a blow of happiness in her heart. Then I will support you for the rest of your life. Lin Ran, of course, do you still want to give up halfway? It's a deal. It's a deal. Lin Ran will never let go of this soft meal. In no time, the two left Luo's group holding hands. Lin Ran's appearance stunned the entire group, but no one dared to discuss it openly. The senior executives smiled knowingly when they saw Lin Ran's slightly familiar handsome face, while the ordinary employees were full of gossip and shock. The news had just spread throughout the entire senior management level that Luo's little puppy was at the company. It's already been rumored throughout the company. If President Luo can become gentler because of love, then we'll be very lucky in the future. It's said that this news can only stop at the executive level, but the cleaning lady overheard it. President Luo is no longer the same as before, she has already been captured by love. How did you, a security guard, know about this? Of course, when this handsome guy arrived, I was the one who opened the elevator for him. There are a lot of people in the company, and there have been many pretty boys who have tried to seduce Luo Yao to get ahead. After all, who wouldn't like a female CEO with money and good looks? But anyone who showed an interest in Luo Yao would inexplicably disappear, and gradually no one dared to try. This iceberg female CEO might secretly be a cold-blooded executioner who takes people's lives. She has discouraged the entire company's males. She has even discouraged quite a few lilies from her hometown. Lin Ran frowned all the way as he led Luo Yao out of the building. Why do I feel that the people in your company are looking at me strangely? Really? How dare they look at us? They're getting more and more audacious. I'll deduct their bonuses when I get back. Lin Ran felt a little sympathy and silently mourned for those people. Luo Yao took Lin Ran to Huatian Square. It was the square that had been transferred to Lin Ran, and the shopping mall was just a part of it. This time, Luo Yao wanted to give Lin Ran a full-scale makeover. His man must be the best-looking guy. Chapter 25. In the past, no matter what she did, Lin Ran resisted. Now that Lin Ran has changed, she will work even harder to be good to him. For the first time, Luo Yao went shopping with Lin Ran without bodyguards following them, or possibly in the shadows.
There was no butler acting as a third wheel, and no Lu Rushue to cause trouble.
Luo Yao and Lin Ran stood together like a couple, and even though they were wearing masks, they still attracted the attention of passers-by. They looked so good together. But Luo Yao's shopping style directly shattered Lin Ran's perception.
No matter which store they went to, they would pack up everything that suited Lin Ran's figure and have it delivered to their home according to the address they left behind. From the inside out, from watches to underwear, they even bought more than 100 belts. And in the face of Luo Yao, who kept swiping the card, Lin Ran could barely get an egg to fit in his mouth.
Is this the way a top chaebol shops? It's so cool.
Lin Ran, I emphasize once again, being a husband is a feeling. Luo Yao's approach quickly spread to the ears of all the staff at the mall. Many of them also knew that the handsome boy among the two was the new owner of the square.
And the girl was Luo Yao, the female financial magnate who had spread fear throughout the entire Kyoto business district.
Although the mall was under Lin Ran's name, the stores were all tenants, which was the norm for large malls. So every store was looking forward to the arrival of the two. After all, if they come in, it means they can get a big commission. Lin Ran really felt that there was too much, and it took half an hour of persuasion to stop.
Luo Yao then took Lin Ran into a beauty club. This is a place for women, what am I doing here? Didn't you say you'd do whatever I said? Okay.
After a spa and a variety of messy treatments, Lin Ran finally walked out of the mall.
Ran, remember, only I have the ability to spend so much on you. Can anyone else spend so much money on you? Can anyone else buy you so many things? Can anyone else make you look so handsome?
Lin Ran shakes his head quickly.
This is indeed impossible. Is Luo Yao trying to use money to bring herself to her knees? Honey, I find you so manly, especially the way you pay. Luo Yao, manly? But I'm not, so you don't need to feel inferior.
10,000 points of critical strike damage.
Luo Yao sees a cold drink shop and asks casually, Aran, do you want to eat ice cream?
Lin Ran shook his head quickly, no, you're still on your period.
Luo Yao laughed, a happy laugh.
Lin Ran saw the smile on Luo Yao's face for the first time, and it was as if the world was melting away.
Let's go eat dessert. I've never had dessert from outside before.
Great. When they arrived at the dessert shop, black-clad men who had appeared from nowhere immediately cleared the place. There weren't many people, just one person with a dozen bills. They didn't even need to speak, just a look was enough for everyone to obediently take the money and leave.
Luo Yao, can anyone else let you enjoy this exclusive service?
Lin Ran was a little speechless. No, after all, no one else is so ruthless. The staff in the dessert shop trembled as they served the two of them.
Lin Ran, which one do you want to eat? Luo Yao, I've never eaten dessert outside, what does Ran want to eat?
Lin Ran thought to himself, this is truly the princess of a chaebol, she has never even eaten the most ordinary dessert.
Lin Ran, then you choose by feel.
Lin Ran also rarely eats desserts. The only time he did was when he was with Lu Rushue.
Luo Yao pointed at a dessert, I'll have this tiramisu, and you can order one too, Ran. Lin Ran looked at it and asked again. What's the second thing you want to eat? Luo Yao, eating too much dessert will make you fat. Do you like me when I'm fat? Lin Ran, yes. Luo Yao, how about this strawberry cheese?
Lin Ran said to the waiter, just these two. Sitting in a very comfortable position on the second floor, Lin Ran first fed the little devil.
Luo Yao said, it tastes pretty good.
Then she looked at the strawberry cheese in front of Lin Ran. Lin Ran gave a smile of affection, tore open the strawberry cheese and fed Luo Yao a bite.
Luo Yao swallowed contentedly and savored it.
She didn't really have any requirements for food, but recently because of Lin Ran's feeding, she tasted every bite very carefully. She feels that her body is beginning to change, and at least she is not as weak as before. Luo Yao feels the taste of happiness, and scoops up a spoonful of food and brings it to Lin Ran's mouth. The two feed each other, taking bites together. There is a convenience wall here, let's write something.
Lin Ran tears off 2 pieces of sticky note, one for Luo Yao and one for himself. Luo Yao, it's a bit boring, but since Ran likes me, I'll just write something. Luo Yao, Ran has always been by my side. Lin Ran has always been by Luo Yao's side.
When the two of them affixed the sticky notes to the wall together, they smiled at each other.
Luo Yao, I know a place that has 18 types of torture instruments inside,
especially for punishing people who break their promises to me. Lin ran, then I'll never get to see it in my lifetime. After leaving the dessert shop, Lin ran went to buy a cup of milk tea. Lin ran, I specifically asked for it without ice, and it said that girls like to drink it, so you try it. Luo Yao, does Lu Rushue like it? Lin ran said with a mixture of laughter and tears, she only likes to eat shit, can we stop talking about her? Luo Yao tried a sip, it tastes good, you should try it too. It was the first time she had tasted milk tea and the first time she had eaten dessert from outside, so Luo Yao was really a little surprised by the taste. Looking at the milk tea handed over to her, Lin ran didn't hesitate and took a sip too. Luo Yao enjoyed the feeling of drinking a cup of milk tea together with Lin ran and using the same straw. This kind of indirect kissing with an ambiguous feeling seems to make people more shy. It is a completely different feeling from the love on the bed. But this is Lin ran's little thoughtfulness of deliberately buying only one cup. After ending today's date, this is the happiest date Lin ran has ever had. Although it is all simple things, as long as they are done with Luo Yao, it feels very meaningful. This kind of love is a feeling, not an action. It turns out that whether a person is happy or not depends on who they are with. In his previous life, Lin ran had accompanied Lu Rushue and his family, but he felt only inferiority. In this life, however, he is happy and content in the presence of Luo Yao. For Luo Yao, this is also an unforgettable afternoon. At night. I'll see you off tomorrow when school starts. Don't go see Lu Rushue. I definitely won't go see her, but we're in the same class. Not tomorrow. Lin ran was stunned and smiled, readily agreeing with Luo Yao. Okay. I won't go looking for her, and if she comes looking for me, I'll verbally abuse her and humiliate her. Luo Yao pointed at her eyes, remember what you said, I'll be watching you at all times. Lin ran, of course, just like the camera on the clock. Chapter 26. Luo Yao was stunned and said coldly, so you knew. Lin ran smiled and reached out to scratch Luo Yao's nose. I should say I like being watched at any time. If you're not confident, you can install a locator on me. Don't all overbearing CEOs and novels do this? Luo Yao, it was already installed 3 years ago. Lin ran looked confused. No wonder she could find him no matter where he was. Even if she died and was buried, she could still find herself. So that was the reason. Luo Yao, do you blame me? Lin ran answered seriously. No, even if I die, you will find me. Luo Yao, if you die, I will definitely go with you, whether it's heaven or hell, you belong to me alone. It's a promise. Never regret it. First day of school. As a top university in China, Kyoto University is naturally bustling with activity on the first day of school. Lin ran has officially upgraded to a fourth-year student. Countless students have entered the prestigious school gate step by step, overcoming obstacles and chasing their dreams. Even so, there are still some students who have come by other means. For example, Lin Jian and Lu Rushue. At the beginning, Lin Tianba built a faculty dormitory in the name of the Su Ran Group in exchange for 2 places, one for his youngest son Lin Jian, and the other for Lu Rushue. Lin Ran, on the other hand, got in on his own. Today, Lin Tianba personally drove his son and niece to school. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, they saw a super luxurious Rolls-Royce approaching, so Lin Tianba hurriedly gave way to the big man. Lin Jian has not been out in the past few days because he was not completely healed from the last time he was beaten up by Lin Ran's men and he didn't want anyone to know about it. The last time he went to the restaurant, he had a private appointment with a lawyer to ask some questions, but he ended up running into Lin Ran. Fortunately, he has recovered almost completely and no longer needs to wear a mask. Lu Rushue has not returned to school since the limousine incident because it was so embarrassing, and the campus forum is full of posts from her and Lin Ran. Fortunately, most of her classmates are sensible and have at most given her the title of reality girl. Then there is the fact that Lin Ran no longer pursues Lu Rushue and humiliates her with his luxury car, which makes her a bit ashamed. She did not tell Lin Jian about this, let alone Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba gave way, and Lin Jian and Lu Rushue also noticed the luxurious Rolls-Royce. They were all wondering which young master or young lady from which family had come to Beijing University. Then they looked at the license plate number. Jing'a 00001. Lin Tianba, what is this? The Luo family car? No one else knows, but Lin Tianba, who has achieved something, naturally knows. The Luo family is a top family in the whole country, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are number 1.
It is said that the head of the Luo family, Miss Luo Yao, is only 26 years old and is already in control. The rise of this young lady to power is legendary. She was lost at the age of 5 and found again at the age of 18. After she returned to the family, everyone thought she was just a little girl to be bullied. No one expected that Luo Yao would single-handedly take control of the entire Luo family. The first step was to murder her mother and father, and her brothers were either killed or crippled. After gaining control, she kicked her own uncles out of the Luo family, and their whereabouts are still unknown. The previous patriarch, Luo Leoi, came out to do justice, but a few days later, he suddenly had a broken leg and retired from the position of family head, spending his old age in the old mansion. Everyone said that it was Luo Yao who did it. But this cold-blooded and violent little girl completely took control of the Luo family in just a few years, and no one objected. When she took power at the age of 23, the Luo family had already become a giant. Back then, Lin Tianba was interested in making friends, and at a cocktail party, he heard Luo Yao's assistant Lu Meng say that Luo Yao was looking for someone. At the time, Lin Tianba was thinking about helping, but who knew that within 2 days, he heard that the person had been found. Missing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Luo Yao, Lin Tianba was extremely distressed, but not too disappointed. After all, she was just a woman. But this woman used just 3 years to make the Luo Group the #1 company in the world when she was 26 years old. Who would have believed it? Now, Lin Tianba knows that he is no longer in the Luo family's good graces, or that the Luo family would never have given him the time of day in the past. There is no other reason, the gap is just too great. One is the world's #1 top family, and the other is just a businessman with some achievements. They are not in the same league. But now someone from the Luo family is even going to the same school as his son, and Lin Tianba can't help but get excited. Xiao Jian. Ruwa Xiue. See that Rolls-Royce? It belongs to the Luo Group. No matter who is in there coming here to school, you must get on well with him. If you can win his favor, our whole family will take off, understand? The two nodded in unison, but when the three of them looked at the slowly opening door of the Rolls-Royce, they all looked stunned. Lin Ran? After Lin Ran got out of the car, not only were the three of them stunned, but everyone at the school gate was stunned. The older students were surprised that Lin Ran was riding to school in a Rolls-Royce, and the new students were surprised that such a rich young man was also so handsome. Who is this guy? He's so handsome and rich, I want to get close to him. Are you a new student, young lady? This is Lin Ran, our school's top student, but I haven't heard that Lin Ran's family is rich. Wow, what a handsome young man, I want to go out with him. Lin Ran, look here, is it true that you're not pursuing Lu Ruxue anymore? How about you look at me? Lin Ran is not going to kiss Lu Ruxue anymore? Where did you hear that? Go and read it on the campus forum yourself. Lu Ruxue's face looked a little unpleasant, and as she listened to the girls around her chatting, her heart ached a little. It felt as if she was going to lose something. Since when had Lin Ran become so popular? Just as Lin Ran was about to walk away, the car window opened and Luo Yao's murderous voice came through. Honey, give me a kiss. Lin Ran immediately turned around and kissed her, a parting kiss. I'll go home early tonight. Luoya, who had received the kiss, was very satisfied and coldly glanced around at the students watching. She was demonstrating and announcing. This man, mine, don't touch. This scene startled Lin Tianba, who was smoking 7 wolves and preparing to get out of the car, and quickly retracted the 7 wolves and returned to the car. Did he make a mistake? Was that face that just appeared in the Rolls-Royce window Luo Yao? Not quite sure. Lin Tianba took out his phone and started searching. Oh my god. It's true. Lin Jian also saw it. His heart stopped for half a beat the first time he saw Luo Yao. This is too good looking. Why would such a beautiful woman kiss Lin Ran in public? Is there no justice in the world? Lin Ran is just the Lin family's most unloved outcast, while I am the Lin family's treasure. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Lu Ruxue, on the other hand, was pale. This woman, whom she had met twice, had made a deep impression on her. Every time they met, Lu Ruxue felt like she would be killed by this woman at any moment. Dad. My brother actually kissed that beauty in public. Isn't this a bit bad for our family's reputation? Lin Tianba looked at Lin Jian and didn't say anything. Sensing Lin Tianba's mood, Lin Jian quickly changed his words. It's all my fault. I usually don't care enough about my brother to notice that he has so badly damaged our family's reputation. My mistake. Dad, don't make things difficult for your brother. Just let him kowtow to you and admit his fault, and then forgive him. And don't hit your brother, either. It hurts me when you hit him. Lin Tianba sighed. Jian, you're just too kind, that's why he bullies you. He is already pressuring me to hand over my share of the profits. This kind of rebellious son, even if he kneels down and apologizes, I will never forgive him. He has lost me as a father forever. Lin Jian, Dad, don't blame my brother. I don't know who that woman in the car is either. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Lin Tianba's head. Xiao Jian, Dad has something to tell you. He said this and leaned over to Lin Jian's ear, whispering something. Then I saw Lin Jian's eyes gradually become shocked and enlarged, and then slowly excited. Lin Tianba naturally wanted Lin Jian to get close to Lin Ran, and then through Lin Ran to get close to Luo Yao. It would be best to gain Luo Yao's attention, and even be able to stay by her side. Lin Ran, that brat, was only a little handsome. Even if Luo Yao really had something with him, it was nothing more than a fancy for his face. In terms of excellence, his own youngest son, Lin Jian, was his pride. Even if he failed in the end, he could still go to Lin Ran and gain a little benefit through him, couldn't he? I'm his real father, what can he do to me? It's only reasonable that the benefits gained by the Luo family should go to their father. I gave birth to you, and you should be grateful to me. This is a truth that even a dog understands, and Lin Tianba naturally understands it even better. After Lin Jian received his orders, he thought of something else, and he and Lu Rushue walked into the school campus while talking about something. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rushue's eyes gradually widened in shock, and then slowly began to sparkle with excitement. Lin Jian quietly pinched Lu Rushue's but, oops, not bad, you have timetable brother to help you check your health. Lu Rushue blushed, Lin Jian, you're so bad. Aren't you jealous of me going to find Lin Ran? Lin Jian, go ahead, I trust you can protect yourself. As long as Lin Ran is with you, I'm sure that young lady won't let him go either. Lu Rushue, so? You're not jealous? She also knows that the relationship between her and Lin Jian can never be made public. Lin Ran is indeed a good candidate to hide the truth, and Lin Ran has also become more handsome and wealthy. Even if they really get together, it seems that it is not impossible. It is exciting to think that one person can handle two brothers. It is better to say that Lin Jian asked her to seduce Lin Ran than to say that she originally wanted to get close to Lin Ran. On the first day of school, many returning students volunteered to welcome new students and were busy with club recruitment and other matters, but Lin Ran didn't want to waste his time on that. He went directly to see his best friend. Opening the long-lost dormitory door, Wu Zhishang was still sleeping? And the other two roommates in the dormitory had not returned to school. Old Wu. Old Wu. He's not awake. Son. Son. Still not waking up. On the first day of school, the whole campus is bustling with activity, but this guy is completely unmoved. What a high quality of sleep. Lin Ran grabbed his brother's hair and yanked him up, and Wu Zhishang immediately woke up in pain. Wu Zhishang looked at his brother's hand, which was holding a handful of hair, and fell into deep thought. Then he touched his own head. Bald. Sorry, Wu. You slept too hard. Wu Zhishang took a deep breath, shook his non-existent bangs, suppressed his anger, and thought to himself. Blood brothers. Blood brothers. These are my blood brothers who grew up in the same family, I'll bear it. You handsome man, I'm warning you, you better really be okay, or I'll just forget you said it. Lin Ran was also a little embarrassed. He didn't realize that he had made Wu Zhishang's already sparse hair even worse. Old Wu. How's the company doing now? Wu Zhishang looked pleased with himself, it's been renovated, and now we just need people. We're in a good position. We can recruit from our school, and I'm sure both the students and the school will support us. After all, everyone wants an internship certificate. Lin Ran nodded, then find an opportunity to talk to the principal. Of course, we don't want everything, like Lu Rushue and her ilk. Wu Zhishang gave an okay sign, Ajk. I heard that Lu Rushue interned for a summer and in the end she didn't even get an internship certificate, it really made me laugh. It seems that she seduced her boss and was fired. Lin Ran was stunned, thinking to herself that this was really big news. Wu Zhishang, I get angry just thinking that I have to see this trashy girl all the time. Lin Ran, after today, she won't be in our class anymore. Wu Zhishang. At this time, in the office of the instructor, Lu Rushue was shocked. Why? No reason. Starting today, you are no longer a student in the Department of Finance. The principal has arranged for you to study Burmese in the Department of Foreign Languages. Lu Rushua looked incredulous. Are you kidding? What right do you have to change my major? This is hegemony, and I will sue the Education Bureau. The instructor looked disdainful. He hated students who used backdoor methods the most. Suit yourself. But before that, I'll have the leaders of the Education Bureau investigate how a loser like you got into Kyoto University. Ah, how can you do this? Tutor, don't be defiant. The people at the Luo group already reported that you seduced a married man, and it's a mercy that you haven't been expelled. If you don't want to change your major, then I'll have to apply to the principal to have you expelled. Lu Rushua, I'm innocent, you're being unreasonable. Fine, I'll learn Burmese. Seeing the instructor's indifferent expression, Lu Rushua gave up resisting. She walked out of the guidance area in a daze, and her phone vibrated immediately afterwards. She read the message, which turned out to be from the instructor, and she felt a little excited. Could it be that the school had changed its mind? Instructor, I forgot to tell you earlier, your performance at the welcome party has been cancelled. The student union said that your dance looked like a maggot and was not suitable for a performance. Lu Rushua froze in place, not moving for a long time. Why has she been so unlucky lately? First, Lin Ran left her, then she inexplicably incurred 1,000,000 yuan in external debt, and her best friend also left her. Chapter 28. Even though she knew that Lin Ran would never actually ask her for money, it was just a way for Lin Ran to humiliate her when he was angry. But because of this incident, she had become a hot topic on the campus forum and a lot of information about her had been dug up. She had not been able to get her internship card at work, she had been slandered for seducing a married man, she had been expelled from school and her show had been cancelled. What was the point of all her hard work these days? It had all started when Lin Ran had left her. Lin Ran, I hate you. No, I must go find Lin Ran. I still have a mission to fulfill. I will find an opportunity to confess my love to Lin Ran, and I will not give myself any way out. If you want to get something, you have to lose it. And if you lose it, you must get it. Since I won't be in this class anymore, and I will have less and less opportunities to interact with Lin Ran, today is a perfect opportunity. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan were walking to class when they heard Wu Zhishan let out a scream. Holy shit, Lin, you're on the front page of the forum. You actually kissed your wife in public on the first day of school? Lin Ran quickly took out his phone and logged onto the forum, and indeed saw his own posts, and there were more than one. Fortunately, no matter which post, there was no clear shot of Luo Yao's face. Some were just blurry, and the clearest one still had Lin Ran blocking most of Luo Yao's face when the two were kissing, only a corner showing. Even so, one could tell just how beautiful Luo Yao was. Wu Zhishan, what? There's no clear photo of your wife at all. But you can tell from just a few points that your wife is really pretty. Lin Good, did you save the fairy system in your past life? Lin Ran smiled and didn't say anything. In his past life, he didn't save the fairy system, he hurt the fairies. At the entrance to the big classroom, Lin Ran was blocked by someone. Lin Ran, I want to talk to you. Lu Rushua's actions made the entire classroom fall silent. What, the money is ready? Lin Ran, when did you become so shallow? Can't we talk about anything other than money? What else is there to talk about? Do you want me to talk about dreams with you? Then may I ask what your dream is? Why did you come here to flirt? Lu Rushua was infuriated. She took a deep breath as if she had made a big decision. I know you've been snubbing me and mocking me because I didn't accept your confession, but I don't care about that. I've thought about it carefully these past few days, and I've realized that I actually like you. And since you've been gone, when I'm alone, I find that I can't hide my feelings for you anymore. Brother Lin Ran, I'll be your girlfriend. Let's be together. Lin Ran, then you have to be careful. Lu Rushua? Lin Ran, you can't hide the fact that you like someone, but you can hide the fact that you like two people. Lu Rushua was taken aback. For some reason, a sense of panic arose in her heart. What do you mean? I already agreed to be your girlfriend, what more do you want? Lin Ran, I won't agree to that, and you have to return my money first. Lu Rushua finally couldn't stand it anymore. Money, 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 what else do you know besides money? Has our relationship come to this? Lin Ran, the only relationship we have is that I am your creditor. Lu Rushua was a little disappointed, but she forced herself to say. I admit that I used to have high expectations of you, Lin Ran. Don't be silly, let's go back to the way things were. I agreed to be your girlfriend, so please don't ignore me, okay? Haven't you thought about me these days?
Lin Ran, stop, it doesn't matter if I think about you or not, just call me if you miss me. The card number hasn't changed, it's still the agricultural bank.
Lu Rushue felt insulted. She had made her feelings so obvious, but Lin Ran couldn't tell? Lin Ran, are you really stupid or just pretending? I'm really angry. Lin Ran, you're sick.
Call 120 if you want to die, but don't get me involved. If you have money, call me, if not, go sell yourself.
Lu Rushue's eyes blinked, and tears fell like broken beads.
But the entire classroom was silent as they watched her, and no one pleaded for mercy.
If this were in the past, at least a few lickspittle dogs would have come over to condemn Lin Ran, but things are different now. Damn it! Lu Rushue is so shameless.
Lin Ran's friends have posted that they are married, but she is still pestering the guy.
Isn't this typical of a mistress? It's not really marriage, is it? It's just a certificate. Maybe the certificate is an image found online, specifically to provoke Lu Rushue.
I saw today that Lin Ran came in a luxury car with a beautiful woman inside. It's very likely that Lin Ran has been seduced.
I don't think so. Lin Ran doesn't seem like the kind of person who would compromise for money. Regardless of whether it's true or not, Lu Rushue's confession was quite unexpected.
Lu Rushue's eyes widened when she heard the whispers, and she looked at Lin Ran in disbelief.
Lin Ran, you're married?
Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders. What's wrong with that? Lu Rushue, I'm telling you, if you want to be a mistress, find someone else, and if you want to pay back the money, come back to me.
Lu Rushue ran away crying.
It was only then that she realized that Lin Ran had posted a status update in his circle of friends. But she was no longer in the circle, she was in his darkroom.
As Lu Rushue ran away, the classroom once again became noisy.
A few people also looked at Lin Ran from time to time, and some people who were bursting with curiosity couldn't help but come over and ask Lin Ran. Lin Ran was not sure what Luo Yao thought, and he did not intend to disclose who his wife was. He just told his classmates that he was indeed married.
But no one knew who his wife was.
The little girls in the class were heartbroken, but some people thought that Lin Ran was just pretending. In order to provoke Lu Rushue, he started playing hard to get. After all, Lin Ran's image as a dog licker was too deeply rooted. Lu Rushue returned to the dormitory and cried under the covers alone. She felt that Lin Ran really didn't care about her anymore, and she couldn't accept it.
Hohaney pushed open the dormitory door and at a glance found Lu Rushue with puffy eyes.
Thinking about the backstabbing behavior last time, she was a little embarrassed.
Rushue, last time I was just stalling for time. After all, if it was you, Lin Ran would never really let you pay. But if it was the two of us, Lin Ran would definitely make me pay. You understand me, right?
After all, we are best girlfriends.
Lu Rushue looked at Hohaney blankly, not knowing whether she was telling the truth or not. But you haven't given me an explanation for so many days. Hohaney, didn't my father tell me to go home and meet someone? So I haven't had time.
Lu Rushue accepted Hohaney's explanation, and the two sisters made up like they had never had a disagreement.
How did your blind date go?
Not well, those men were either ugly or inferior, not as good as your Lin Ran.
Chapter 29.
Speaking of Lin Ran, Lu Rushue's eyes turned red again.
Rushue, what's wrong? Did Lin Ran bully you again? Lu Rushue cried louder.
Lin Ran, it seems, is married.
He doesn't want me anymore. Hohaney's eyes widened. Nanny? Lu Rushue explained for a while, and Hohaney laughed.
Rushue, don't worry, I dare say Lin Ran must be lying to you.
Lu Rushue? Hohaney, think about it, Lin Ran has always loved you to death, how can he just let go?
But he's just being clever now, trying to play hard to get. He drives a luxury car and pretends to be rich. Although I don't know where he got the money, all of this is definitely to stimulate you and make you discover his good qualities. Plus, you always spent his money in the past without asking him, so he's angry and that's why he rejected you today.
Lu Rushue suddenly realized.
Looking up, she remembered the woman who kidnapped Lin Ran.
Could it be that because of that woman, Lin Ran was afraid to get too close to her?
That must be it, Lin Ran's brother could not possibly not like her, he must have been coerced. It is even more impossible for him to marry someone other than her.
Oh, Lin Ran has even started lying to provoke me?
I only spent his money to motivate him to work hard and improve. How could he be so stupid and not understand anything?
Hohaney looked at Lu Rushue like an idiot.
If it weren't for her desire to get close to Lin Ran, she would not want to continue being best friends with this low IQ woman. In the past few days, she also used her cousin at the insurance company to investigate a bit, and Lin Ran is indeed the owner of that Koenigsegg. Not only that, but Lin Ran also has dozens of luxury cars in his name, and the worst ones cost several million. Upon learning this result, Hohaney was also shocked. Now that Lin Ran is indifferent to Lu Rushue, she definitely believes it. Lin Ran really doesn't like Lu Rushue anymore. Then, doesn't that mean I can try to move up? Lin Ran is so handsome, so rich, and so outstanding. He has all the qualities of a rich, handsome, and talented guy. If you, Lu Rushue, don't cherish him, I will. We've known each other for so many years, and he's never even let me hold his hand. You're shameless, just taking advantage of other people's money. Ugh. Trashy girl. It's okay, Rushue. You're the most innocent girl I've ever met, and you'll definitely make Lin Ran fall in love with you again.
Thank you, Nini.
You're right. Lin Ran loves me so much, he must have been lying to me.
What are you thanking me for?
We're best friends, aren't we?
In the afternoon, in the principal's office.
Principal Tang was contacting his former students to see if he could use his connections to arrange some internships at various companies.
Companies were becoming less and less prosperous these days.
Big companies were monopolizing the market, and it was hard for small companies to get ahead. Jobs in large companies are highly sought after, while small companies don't want to waste money. This has made it increasingly difficult for university students to find work. Even Kyoto University, a top university, has seen many students unable to find work.
This is not what the principal wants to see.
In addition, the library is aging and funding has been delayed, so he has to deal with all sorts of trivial matters. At the age of 50, he already has a full head of white hair.
Knock, knock. The door opens.
Enter. The principal looked puzzled when he saw two students enter.
What can I do for you?
10 minutes later.
Principal Tang, you say you have set up a media company and want to recruit some students from the school?
Lin Ran nodded.
Principal Tang immediately beamed.
Of course you can. Not only will this supply you with talent, it will also solve the problem of employment at our school. In the past, some students have done this, but the results were not satisfactory.
I wonder how many positions you can offer.
Wu Zhishang took out a document and handed it to Principal Tang, whose eyes grew wider and wider as he read it.
You need 100 students?
If the result of such a large-scale recruitment is unsatisfactory, can you bear it? Lin Ran, thank you, Principal, for considering us, but it's okay, our funds are still sufficient. These 100 people are just the first batch of recruits. As we grow and develop, we will continue to ask for people, and I hope that the principal will be able to open the door for us. Principal Tang was in tears. That's for sure.
100 people is no small number.
At the welcome party after the new students' military training, you can announce the on-site recruitment yourself. Lin Ran, then thank you very much, Principal. I will be recruiting in the art department and the finance department, and I may also recruit in other departments.
Principal Tang, that's fine.
A company needs different talents, and this is the only way to make the company grow from strength to strength. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang smiled at each other.
It's done. The day passed quickly, and soon it was evening.
In the morning, Luo Yao personally sent Lin Ran to school, and in the evening, Lin Ran drove off in the Koenigsegg.
This scene also left many students dumbfounded.
They all had great doubts about Lin Ran. The younger girls were even more excited, and they couldn't wait to jump on him. From this day on, Lin Ran became a veritable young master of Peking University. Coupled with his past popularity, he was noticed by countless students.
Back at the manor, Lin Ran was shocked as soon as he opened the door.
Welcome home, sir. The servants were lined up in 2 rows, the living room was covered with a red carpet, and the old butler was waiting on the other side with a bottle of champagne. Lin Ran was a little confused. Young Master Lin, Miss said that today is your first day of school, so we have prepared a welcome dinner.
Welcome dinner? It's true that money can buy you anything. Has Luo Yao come back?
Just then, Luo Yao walked in from outside. Lin Ran turned around and hugged Luo Yao, kissing her directly.
Luo Yao, very punctual.
Lin ran, of course, I promised you I'd be home early. Luo Yao raised her eyes, her gaze suddenly sharp.
Have you seen Lu Rushue today?
As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent.
Luo Yao, I don't want to lie to you, I did see her, but I absolutely don't have any feelings for her.
I just asked her for money, and she scratched up the car you gave me. Luo Yao naturally knew all of this, and she even knew exactly where Lin Ran had been and what he had said today, and even how many words had been exchanged.
Fortunately, Lin Ran hadn't done anything out of line, but this also made Luo Yao very dissatisfied.
She wanted to punish Lin Ran and make him feel pain so that he would behave himself. Lu Rushua dared to confess to Lin Ran in public, which was like a dog going to the toilet looking for death. The dining room table was turned into a luxurious dining table.
Lin Ran still took the initiative to sit next to Luo Yao. He now had to give Luo Yao a sense of security as much as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave this manor again. Luo Yao gazed at Lin Ran. The show was about to begin. Chapter 30. To celebrate Lin Ran's starting school, Luo Yao opened a bottle of red wine. The two had a very warm dinner, during which Luo Yao didn't show anything out of the ordinary.
Lin Ran knew that he didn't drink well and was afraid of talking nonsense after getting drunk, so he kept it under control. Luo Yao lifted her glass, walked behind Lin Ran, reached around his neck, and spoke slowly.
Happy start of school, Ran.
This last sip of wine, I'll feed you.
Lin Ran's face flushed, and he nodded, okay. Little woman is quite flirtatious.
Luo Yao kissed him like that, and incidentally fed Lin Ran a sip of imported red wine.
This sip of wine is poisonous.
Literally. Lin Ran only felt his head spinning, and when he woke up again, he found himself lying naked on the bed. He tried to get up, but found that he couldn't move.
This familiar feeling?
A flood of memories came back to him, and Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Slowly, he turned his head to look at a figure by the bed.
Wife, what are you doing?
Luo Yao didn't say anything, but instead leaned over to look Lin Ran in the eyes. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "You've been bad again."
Luo Yao, you can't be serious, can you?
Luo Yao looked pitiful.
Husband, do you like Yao Yao?
Lin Ran nodded frantically, "Yes, I like you the most."
Then no matter what I do, you won't blame me, right?
Lin Ran nodded like a nodding duck, of course, how could I bear to blame you?
77 minutes and 49 seconds later.
This little bitch is quite ruthless. Lin Ran knows that the more he resists at this time, the angrier Luo Yao will get.
This is the experience he summed up in his previous life.
Luo Yao is still the same little devil. Although she has recently been a little gentler, it doesn't change her nature. Lin Ran remembered that in his previous life, he had been even more miserable once, and that time, his skin had been ripped open and his flesh was horribly disfigured. The reason was that on Luo Yao's birthday, Lin Ran ran to see Lu Rushua under the pretext of preparing a gift. Afterwards, Luo Yao personally applied medicine to himself, and at that time, Lin Ran also violently resisted and slapped Luo Yao in the face. Lin Ran remembered that after that, he welcomed the consequences of being imprisoned on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days, and indirectly on the 2nd and 4th days.
It lasted for 3 whole months before Luo Yao let him out again.
Unexpectedly, in this life, he still couldn't escape the same tactics.
Lin Ran, why didn't you listen? Why are you still meeting Lu Rushue? Don't you like Yao Yao anymore?
Lin Ran took a breath, and the few movements just now also left him with blood marks.
Of course I like you, I hate Lu Rushue,
but she always suddenly appears in front of me, there's nothing I can do about it. In fact, it would be more practical if you could deal with her directly.
Luo Yao pulled Lin Ran up, so that Lin Ran's face was close to hers. I've been dealing with Lu Rushue for a long time, Ran.
We're the same kind of people, both of us like to slowly torture people. But I can't even tell if you're being real or acting in front of me, and I don't want to know. I just want to warn you, if you dare to do anything to hurt me, you will die a miserable death, and Lu Rushue will die even more miserably.
Don't think I'm joking with you. When I get serious, even I'm scared.
Lin Ran was not deterred by Luo Yao.
In Luo Yao's understanding, she was suffering from a mental illness.
Lin Ran knew Luo Yao not only from this life, but also from her past lives. In her past lives, Luo Yao mostly restrained herself. She liked to cling to, control, and possess Lin Ran, but occasionally she would really go crazy. Of course, every time she went crazy, it was because she had done something to make her angry. After going crazy, Luo Yao would then come back to comfort him, or disappear for a few days before reappearing.
Once Luo Yao made a crazy move, she told Lin Ran the truth. She just couldn't control herself, especially after Lin Ran escaped each time. She couldn't help wanting to do those horrible things. At the beginning, Lin Ran didn't understand either, and just saw Luo Yao as the devil. After being reborn, he went to accept Luo Yao, love Luo Yao, and understand Luo Yao. Gradually, he discovered that Luo Yao might have a double personality. When she was good, she loved herself, but when she was bad, she vented her hatred on herself. So the last time he saw Luo Yao hurt herself in the office, Lin Ran immediately guessed why Luo Yao did it. He had hurt Luo Yao before, and he owed her. And this time, Luo Yao had been very good to him, at least better than she had ever been. If it had been the old Luo Yao, he knew better than anyone what the consequences would have been. Lin Ran felt Luo Yao's breath on her neck, her eyes, her heartbeat. She was lacking love, so she would give her endless love. I'm serious when I say that the only person I love is you. You can hit me, you can scold me, I won't be angry. Even if you want to let out your anger, I hope it's me who gets hurt, not you, just like now. But if you doubt that I would ever do anything to hurt you, then I can only say that it's impossible. Come on. If this makes you feel better, go ahead. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran doubtfully. Are you serious? Lin Ran's heart stirred. Of course. If we're not sisters, why aren't you playing by the rules? You're addicted to this, aren't you? Chapter 31. After a long time, Lin Ran finally regained her freedom, and Luo Yao quietly stood beside Lin Ran like a child who had made a mistake. Ran, I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. Luo Yao felt very bad and distressed. She could be extremely cruel to her enemies, but she only wanted to be gentle with Lin Ran. But she didn't understand what was wrong with her. She obviously loved Lin Ran to death, but sometimes she just couldn't help doing things that hurt him. Every time she feels restless because of Lin Ran, she can't help but want to grab him and hurt him. If she doesn't punish Lin Ran, she'll go to the secret room. She doesn't want to go to the secret room because Lin Ran doesn't like her hurting herself. But she also doesn't want to hurt Lin Ran. The stronger the conflicted feelings, the more paranoid her actions become. Sometimes she wonders if she's gone crazy. Lin Ran, do you remember what you asked me just now when I woke up? So don't say sorry, no matter what you did, I don't blame you, because we are husband and wife. Luo Yao shook her head and said, but I don't feel well. Luo Yao felt uncomfortable because she had made a mistake. But the inexplicable anger in her heart at the beginning had indeed disappeared. What she was more worried about now was Lin Ran being afraid and running away from her. She wanted to be good to Lin Ran, but was afraid that Lin Ran would run away. She had done such a thing because it was her idea, not Lin Ran's, and no one would understand these chaotic emotions of a lack of security. My head really hurts. Lin Ran, actually, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I won't be afraid, and I won't run away. I just want to be with you forever, and spend my whole life building a safe house for your heart. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. Every word Lin Ran said seemed to speak to her heart. So he does understand me. Luo Yao handed over what she was holding with a big smile. Promise. Lin Ran? Luo Yao, it's a gift. Lin Ran's eyes lit up and he immediately sat up. Whether forced or willing, he had indeed suffered a lot in his past life and in this life. This is the opportunity to take revenge in an open and above-board manner, isn't it? Lin Ran held the little cutie and raised his hand. Luo Yao looked up and stared straight at him, not blinking her eyes at all, not evading in the slightest. As long as Ran liked it, as long as he didn't blame her, he could hit and scold her as much as he liked. Lin Ran's hand lingered without being lowered, and he looked into Luo Yao's eyes and finally couldn't bear to do it. In this regard, Lin Ran admitted that he was no match for Luo Yao. Luo Yao loved him more than he loved Luo Yao, at least that's what he thought. But Luo Yao was still able to do it, and that was where this woman was better than him. I love you, and I can hit you, it really doesn't conflict. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. The starlight in Luo Yao's eyes lit up. Is it because a Ran can't bear to? Lin Ran nodded and admitted generously. I love you too much to do it. Too much love? Luo Yao murmured these words in her heart, feeling as if she had been hit in the heart by something. You can go gently. Even gently, you can't bear to. Luo Yao's eyes gradually became unfocused as she said, in that case, let's temporarily change the punishment. Lin Ran, what punishment? Luo Yao once again swayed freely on top of Lin Ran, dancing. Lin Ran tried several times to roll over but failed. How come this little girl has so much strength? He was a big guy at 1.85 meters, but he was being suppressed by a woman less than 1.7 meters tall. This was outrageous. Who was the man here? After a long time, Luo Yao's scream announced the perfect end to this performance. Lin ran, when did your relatives leave? Luo Yao, I think it was last night. Lin ran breathed evenly and then embraced Luo Yao in his arms. Is this called punishment? Is this called punishment? Luo Yao looked up innocently and asked, what else?
Lin Ran said indignantly, that's not fair, that's basically a reward, I want another punishment.
Luo Yao thought about it and it didn't really seem like a punishment. Okay, name it. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, are you serious? Luo Yao said, yes. Lin Ran gave a somewhat meaningful smile and asked, do you have any black ones for me to taste?
Luo Yao shook her head, and just as Lin Ran looked disappointed, Luo Yao took out her phone.
Lu Meng's pupils dilated when she answered the call. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao in disbelief, not sister, you're so brave?
Lu Meng, who had received the call in the middle of the night, was stunned, shocked, and excited, and she was wide awake.
So this is how President Luo likes to play?
Without another word, she told someone to get ready. Before long, Lu Meng drove herself to the manor and handed the items to Luo Yao personally.
This involved Luo's privacy, and she couldn't let anyone else know. She hated gossip the most. Luo's own, is there something you need in such a hurry this late at night? Luo Yao gave Lu Meng a cold look and said, well, Ran is in a hurry to see it.
After that, she returned to the villa, leaving Lu Meng, who was still at the door, shocked. It seems that she really was in a hurry.
How could President Luo be so nice to Master Lin? Master Lin wanted to see it, so he asked the worker to get all these things in the middle of the night. He wanted so many of them, and all kinds of colors, too. One guess is enough to know what it's for. Master Lin is so lucky. Aha, I can't share it, I can't say it, it's hard, it's so hard. In the bedroom of the villa, Luo Yao sat on the bed. Do you like it?
It's beautiful, I love it. Lin Ran sighed in his heart, no wonder so many people like it. It turns out that it's really not just beautiful. It also makes the heart flutter.
Luo Yao is also a domineering female CEO, which makes Lin Ran feel even more conquered. Soon, the room was in a mess. Yo-yo, I'll do it. Luo Yao obediently nodded. It's all up to her husband. Chapter 32.
A few words stirred Lin Ran's heartstrings, and Lin Ran felt that even if he died, tonight would be worth it. After it was over, Luo Yao still didn't feel sleepy, and she just wrapped herself around Lin Ran and breathed in his scent.
Do you like it, Ran? She held up a finger and placed it over Luo Yao's mouth. Shoo! Woman, I'm warning you not to seduce me.
I graduated from high school a long time ago, and I've forgotten all about being lustful.
Luo Yao, so? Lin Ran, I'm numb. Lust is a double-edged sword, and I'm doomed to a life under the skirt of a pomegranate. I woke up early in the morning and opened the window. I was in a good mood.
At the dinner table, Lin Ran whispered to Luo Yao, honey, I still think we should be more restrained.
After all, I'm still a human being. Luo Yao, then I'll ask Lu Meng to throw away the things she prepared.
Lu Meng, who was waiting for Luo Yao outside the villa, closed her eyes to rest. She had tossed and turned all night and now had dark circles under her eyes. She opened her eyes and looked at the time. It was already past the time, so she knocked on the door to inquire. She had just followed the butler, Uncle Fu, into the dining room when she heard Luo Yao's words, and she had a face full of question marks.
Did President Luo ask me to prepare anything? Ah, no way.
The little light of curiosity shone again. She had been with Luo Yao for 3 years, and had grown from a small assistant to Luo Yao's right-hand woman.
Naturally, she understood Luo Yao. But precisely because she understood, she was shocked by Luo Yao's current change. So this is the real Luo Yao. Lin Xiao is so lucky. Do you really deserve our world's best boss, Luo Yao?
Hey, he's just good looking, and I don't really see anything special about him.
Lin Ran, what's that? Wait, that's a waste, and you shouldn't litter. Luo Yao smiled and leaned forward. Ran, I think I've found a way to control you. Lin Ran, I should say I volunteered. Really? Yes. Be good today. Lin Ran nodded obediently. What she was really thinking was that she had to deal with Lu Rushue, otherwise it would always be a thorn in Luo Yao's side. Luo Yao tidied up her clothes and followed Lu Meng. As soon as they got in the car, she said, "Don't forget to prepare the things I told you to." Lu Meng, are you serious, Luo? Although I am your assistant, I can't do this for you. Okay, Luo. What galaxy did Lin Ran save in his previous life? Luo Yao, prepare more. Lu Meng? Luo Yao, if Iran is not satisfied, you don't need to go to work. Lu Meng's pupils trembled. What? President Luo, do you want to hear what you're saying? Lin Ran at the villa simply didn't plan to go to school, and called Wu Zhishan to help him deal with it. After sleeping a nap, his legs finally stopped feeling weak. Lin Ran, who had had a good rest, thought about dealing with his enemies from his previous life properly. The first step was to let you experience real torture. Lin Family, Lu Rushue, accept the judgment of the devil. After planning, contact Wu Zhishan. Do you know Brother Dao? Wu Zhishan was shocked. As a local, how could he not know Brother Dao? Cold sweat ran down Wu Zhishan's face on the other end of the phone. Of course I know. Lin, what do you mean? Did you provoke him? Lin Ran, no. Wu Zhishan, that's good. If you provoke Brother Dao, you'll be in trouble. Lin Ran said confidently, it's okay. Even if I provoke him, he can only give way to me. Who can resist my amazing wife? Wu Zhishan, Lingu, I've noticed that you've become more and more capable of bluffing lately. Lin Ran didn't bother to argue. Listen to me, contact Brother Dao for me and tell him that there's a business deal that I want to discuss with him. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before there was movement. Are you serious, brother? What exactly do you want to do? Talk business with Brother Dao? Aren't you dancing on the edge of the law? Lin Ran, just tell me if you'll help or not. If Wu Zhishan didn't help, Lin Ran was prepared to ask Luo Yao for help. The reason why he didn't go directly to Luo Yao was because he didn't want Luo Yao to know what he had done, and he was afraid that Luo Yao would worry. Wu Zhishan, okay, I'll help you contact him. I have a bastard cousin who works under Brother Dao. Lin Ran, okay, thanks brother. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ran's eyes were moist. Lin Ran of course knew that Wu Zhishan's cousin worked under Brother Dao, otherwise he would not have gone directly to him. In the previous life, after his death, Wu Zhishan was the first to know the news, even before Luo Yao. Because he was waiting for him downstairs when he was pushed off the roof, and that day was when Wu Zhishan risked his life to help Lin Ran escape from the manor. Wu Zhishan couldn't believe what had happened. He reported the case to the police, but Lin Jian, Lu Rushue, and Lu Yuemei all said that Lin Ran had lost his footing and fallen. Coupled with Lin Tianba's secret operations, the few people did not even go through the process of being investigated, and Wu Zhishan broke down. He hated his own incompetence and resented himself for not bringing Lin Ran out. He finally understood at that time that letting Lin Ran be the little Mrs. Canary might also be a good choice, at least it would not lead to death. After the grief, he thought about revenge, and then contacted his cousin. After hearing about it, his cousin said nothing and asked Brother Dao to lend him people, and Brother Dao generously lent them. Unfortunately, his cousin's subordinate happened to know Lin Jian at the time, so he sold the news to Lin Jian for 100,000 yuan. Lin Jian told the subordinate to get Wu Zhishan drunk and persuade him to take revenge right away. The grieving Wu Zhishan was not on his guard and, after drinking, got into the car directly to take revenge on the Lin family. But what he didn't know was that the car had been tampered with. Wu Zhishan drove drunk and crashed the car directly, breaking both his legs. Lin Ran tried desperately to stop him at the time, but as a spirit he could do nothing. In fact, less than an hour after Wu Zhishan's accident, Luo Yao had already had the Lin family arrested. It was as if it had all been arranged by fate, always causing the wrong people to suffer the consequences. Wu Zhishan, a brother for life. In the afternoon, Lin Ran, who had received the news, finally went out. Kyoto is incredibly prosperous, but behind the prosperity there is also an unspeakable gray industry. A piece of unfinished building may not be as simple as it seems. Are you Lin Ran? Wei Xiang was also surprised when he saw the car Lin Ran drove. He didn't expect his cousin to have such a rich classmate. Chapter 33. Lin Ran nodded. Hello, my name is Lin Ran. Lin Ran did not dislike people like Wei Xiang, or rather, he did not dislike him in this life. Everyone has their own life, and he did not resent Wei Xiang for what happened in the previous life. He also had no idea that there was a traitor in his ranks. Moreover, he was not a good person now, and the innocence of the past would never appear in this life. Wei Xiang did not dare to be negligent and quickly shook hands. Hello, I am Wu Zhishan's cousin Wei Xiang. Let me take you to find Brother Dao. Wei Xiang followed Lin Ran into the unfinished building, and the two entered the elevator in a very hidden place.
Lin Ran also marveled at the wonders of the world. Who would have thought that such a rundown place would actually be a splendid gold-sucking place underground?
Lin Ran followed Wei Xiang directly to the third basement level.
When they got out of the elevator, there was a ring surrounded by an iron cage.
Lin Ran had never eaten pork before, but he had seen pigs running, and knew that this was an underground boxing ring. The ceiling height on this floor is very high and the design is also very clever.
Lin Ran followed Wei Xiang to the second floor box on this floor, which is directly opposite the ring and has the best viewing angle. In the box, Lin Ran saw the number one person in the underground world of Kyoto, known to the underworld as Knife. Brother Knife is about 40 years old, and as his name suggests, a scar from a knife runs diagonally across his face from his skull to his chin. He is considered lucky to be alive after such a serious injury. Wei Xiang had been in prison with Knife Brother, so Knife Brother valued him highly. He walked over to the sofa in the private room with ease.
Knife Brother, I've brought the person you wanted. This is Lin Ran, a classmate of my cousin's.
Lin Ran nodded to Knife Brother, who took a look at him.
A young man. I guess he's here to deal with someone. A second look.
Judging by his clothes, he must be a rich second generation. When he looked again, his eyes widened instantly, and he almost fell to the ground.
Holy shit! Isn't this Boss Luo's man? What's he doing here?
It turns out to be Lin Xiao, please sit. Lin Ran was surprised by Brother Knife's attitude, and thought to himself that the first person in the underground world of Kyoto still had a strange temper. Sitting across from Brother Knife, Knife personally pushed a cup of brewed longjing in front of Lin Ran, a scene that made the surrounding younger brothers widen their eyes. Brother Dao has a strange attitude towards this young man. Lin Ran took a sip and praised, not bad, thanks for the hospitality, Brother Dao.
Brother Dao was also very polite, without the airs of a big shot. I wonder what business you want to discuss, Mr. Lin.
Lin Ran handed over the IOUs in his hand.
Brother Dao took them with confusion and looked at them, then looked up and asked, Mr. Lin, do you want me to help you collect the debt?
Then you've come to the right person, we're very professional at this. Of course, he would not disdain Lin Ran's million-yuan note as being too small, as it was still a piece of meat. According to the rules of the underworld, a 20% commission was charged for collecting debts. Lin Ran shook his finger. There is a big deal, and Brother Dao can make a lot of money after doing it, and it is not illegal. As for this note, just consider it a gift for being a friend of Brother Dao.
As long as it can be collected, the money will be used to treat the brothers to drinks.
Brother Dao looked at Lin Ran unexpectedly. As far as he knew, Lin Ran was still a student. But the fact that he was neither humble nor arrogant in the face of himself was not unnatural at all, which was really surprising. The main thing was that he was willing to give him this IOU. This piece of paper might not necessarily turn into money in other people's hands, but in his hands, it would definitely be cashed in. Then this friend seems to be very courageous and generous. Moreover, he is still Boss Luo's man. Even if he doesn't have this friend without the IOU, he still can't refuse to pay. Silence for a moment, Brother Lin, I've made you my brother, and I've taken your job. As for whether it's legal or not, that's our business. Even if something goes wrong in the end, it has nothing to do with you. With that, he reached out and shook Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Brother Dao thought to himself, how could it not go smoothly? You're the real grandpa, alright? If I dare to make things difficult for you, I might be floating in the sea tomorrow, and maybe some shark in the sea will have a feast tonight. Lin Ran did not completely trust Brother Dao. After all, he was a man from the gray area, and how many good people were there? The term brother was just a polite way of speaking for them. His only real brother was Wu Zhishang. However, for now, Brother Dao would definitely be willing to cooperate. After all, for them, nothing was more attractive than Mao Mao. Lin Ran glanced at the few small brothers beside Brother Dao. Brother Dao was very clever in clearing the area, and now there were only the two of them in the room. Lin Ran then talked about what would happen to the Lin family recently, and when Brother Dao heard it, he said, hey, don't tell me, you really don't tell me, it's really not illegal, and it can make a lot of money. But isn't Lin Xiao a Lin family member? Why is he so ruthless to the Lin family? Forget it, these are not things for him to consider, let alone think deeply about. Maybe it was all Boss Luo's orders, and maybe Lin Ran's appearance today may even be a test from Boss Luo. Thinking about this, he dared not be negligent, and readily agreed to Lin Ran's request.
In fact, even if Lin Ran didn't come to find him, he would have done the same if he had gotten the news. But this was Lin Ran's behind-the-scenes operation, and in the final analysis, Lin Ran gave him this opportunity, so he still had a favorable impression of Lin Ran in his heart, and invited Lin Ran to go upstairs and take a look. Lin Ran didn't refuse either, as he was also very curious about the place. Now there were not many people in the entire underground casino, because it was daytime. When he arrived on the second floor, Lin Ran was instantly shocked by the sight before him. This was literally a huge den of iniquity, and the casino that could only be seen in film and television dramas was here in the flesh. It was just that it was still daytime, and only a dozen or so people were crowded around a card table playing. "Brother Dao, Brother Lin, want to play a few hands? If you lose, it's on me." Lin Ran shook his head. "I cannot coexist with gambling and drugs." "Brother Dao, you're not even going to mention the word yellow?" Seeing that Lin Ran had no intention of playing, Brother Dao just laughed and said nothing. At that moment, a man at the card table suddenly got kicked to the ground. "Damn it, I told you I don't do that stuff, and you kept asking over and over again, looking for death?" Hearing this, the entire casino instantly went silent, and Brother Dao's face was gloomy beyond words. Everyone knew that Brother Dao's place had gambling and prostitution, but no drugs. No one knows why a gangster would be against drugs, but that's the rule. Brother Dao looked at Wei Xiang and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, that's your little brother, right?" Wei Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Yes, Brother Dao, his name is Zhang Dahai." "I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." With that, he walked over and picked Zhang Dahai up by the collar, and the goods in Zhang Dahai's hands were also pulled over by him. "Damn it, do you have the guts of a bear and a leopard? How dare you sell this here?" Chapter 34. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this person was the traitor from the previous life, the one who sold the information to Lin Jian. Zhang Dahai knew the power of Wei Xiang. Although Wei Xiang usually looked amiable, he could be very ruthless when he was angry. He also knew that Wei Xiang's weakness was his sense of loyalty, so he quickly cried out, "Brother Xiang, I was wrong. Brother Xiang, my wife is in the hospital and my son has gone missing. I had no choice but to take desperate measures to make some quick money to pay for my wife's medical bills. My daughter has just started college and I haven't saved up enough for her tuition. Please forgive me this once. I know we can't sell this stuff at our club, but I really had no choice." Wei Xiang was taken aback. He was really taken in. Brother Dao, an old hand, could see through this man at a glance. Xiangzi, rules are rules. I don't want to say this a second time. A man like this will sooner or later get you into trouble if you keep him on your team. Wei Xiang pursed his lips, not sure if he wanted to plead for mercy. Lin Ran realized that Wei Xiang might not be suitable for this life, and there was nothing wrong with what Brother Dao had said. As it turned out, this Zhang Dahai did end up becoming a traitor. Lin Ran thought of what happened to Wu Jishang in his previous life, and suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of anger, but he suppressed it. Lin Ran looked around, grabbed a stick, and handed it silently to Dao Gu. Dao Gu was taken aback, but then he smiled and took it, and then walked over step by step and handed it to Wei. "Xiangzi, do it." Wei Xiang's eyes closed and then opened again, emitting a burst of golden light. He picked up the stick and smashed it directly at Zhang Dahai's legs. As he smashed it, he said, "How many times have I told you not to sell this stuff? You fucking ignore my words, don't you?" Zhang Dahai's screams of agony echoed throughout the casino, but no one showed any sympathy. This Zhang Dahai indulged in all 5 vices, and he even dared to sell drugs in Brother Dao's place. Even if he was beaten to death, he deserved it. Zhang Dahai's legs were broken by Wei Xiang, and the whole person fainted in pain. Wei Xiang waved his hand and told someone to carry him out. Brother Dao patted Lin Ran on the shoulder and said, "I've embarrassed my brother." Lin Ran thought, it really is karma. The one who lost both legs in this life became Zhang Dahai. But why did Zhang Dahai get hit by Brother Dao at this time? Could it be a chain reaction of his own presence here? In his previous life, he hadn't been here at this time, and Zhang Dahai's legs hadn't been broken. Lin Ran began to ponder the strange matter of fate for the first time. He shook his head. He had broken Brother Dao's rules, so it was only right. Brother Dao looked at Lin Ran in surprise. He once again confirmed that Lin Ran was no ordinary person, otherwise Boss Luo would not have taken a liking to him. Brother Dao nodded in approval, looked at the guests in the casino and said, "Everyone has been frightened. Each person will receive 10 chips as compensation."
However, I must remind you again that drugs are not allowed in my establishment, and those found guilty will not be lightly punished. None of the gamblers cared about the life or death of Zhang Dahai, and they all happily agreed with Brother Dao. After all, 10 ships were free. When Brother Dao finished dealing with the matter and returned to Lin Ran again, Lin Ran said something that made him almost lose his soul. "Lin Ran, what's on the first floor? Shall we go take a look?" Brother Dao shivered and shook his head. "The first floor isn't open yet. I'll take you there next time." He wouldn't dare take Lin Ran to the first floor. In case Lin Ran made a mistake, then he would be finished. Lin Ran was just curious, and since Brother Dao didn't want to take him up there, he didn't insist, and planned to take his leave. Despite Brother Dao's warm invitation to have dinner together that night, Lin Ran still found an excuse to leave. Leaving the underground casino, Lin Ran drove back to the manor. He wanted to get back before Luo Yao came home, so that Luo Yao would see him first when she arrived. On the way, he also called Su Kai to tell him to get started. Back at the manor villa, he slowly opened the door and saw the cold Luo Yao sitting on the sofa. "You came back so early today?" Luo Yao didn't answer Lin Ran's question, but instead asked coldly, "What did you do today?" Lin Ran was taken aback and considered what to say. He didn't want to worry Luo Yao, but he also didn't want to lie to her. "I went to take care of some business." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She already knew what Lin Ran had done in the afternoon, and she could vaguely guess what Lin Ran's next move would be. Brother Dao had just reported to Luo Yao about what happened today, and Luo Yao coldly told Brother Dao not to bring Lin Ran to that kind of place again. Brother Dao was feeling miserable. Lin Ran had come to him on his own. But what can he do? He dares not say anything, and can only agree meekly. "Luo Yao, tell me the truth." Lin Ran, "Okay. In fact, I'm going to deal with Lu Ruxue and the Lin family. I went out today for this very reason." "Luo Yao, are you really willing to do this?" Lin Ran, "Wife, I really am willing, very willing. I can't wait for them all to suffer and die without a burial place." Luo Yao's eyes are deep, and she looks at Lin Ran for a long time before saying, "If you need help, you must tell me." Lin Ran nodded. He didn't want Luo Yao to help for the time being. He was more than happy to take care of revenge himself. "If I encounter something I can't solve, I will definitely come to you to clean up the mess." "Who told you to support me?" "If you support me, you have to help me clean up the mess." Cough cough. Old butler Fuer lightly coughed twice. "Young Master Lin, do you want to hear what you're saying?" Luo Yao gathered her momentum and got up to come to Lin Ran's side. "It's best that you think so. With my abilities, I can raise you to be the world's #1 playboy." Uncle Fu thought to himself, "Young lady, do you have to be so in love?" During the warm dinner time, Luo Yao frequently looked at Lin Ran, who was feeding her. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao's smiling eyes and remembered the wine that Luo Yao fed him, and he was still shaken. Fortunately, the feeding was successfully completed, and Lin Ran himself was also satisfied. Luo Yao once again walked behind Lin Ran, extended her arms, and reached around his neck, as if she were a seductive demon. Lin Ran stiffened at this familiar gesture. Luo Yao whispered in his ear, "Ran, come with me." Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief, then a face full of question marks. He followed Luo Yao into the bedroom, and then he froze. "What is all this stuff all over the bed?" "No, just this stuff. You've prepared 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple? And what's that? A dog leash?" Lin Ran shuddered. He couldn't believe how ashamed he would be if he used all these things on himself. He turned his head stiffly. "Honey, I didn't make any mistakes today, did I?" Luo Yao stared at him with innocent eyes. "No. I prepared all this for you, Ran. If you like these things, then I bought them all. Don't you like them?" Lin Ran, "Ha ha ha. I like." Chapter 35. Damn, are people getting perverted these days? Luo Yao led Lin Ran into the bathroom, but Lin Ran was preoccupied. Back in the room, Lin Ran's eyes began to dart a little. But things were beyond Lin Ran's imagination. "So that's it?" Looking at the perfect Luo Yao, Lin Ran's whole body went numb, and suddenly he felt a warm sensation in his nose. The nosebleed dripped onto the floor, and Lin Ran quickly covered his nose and rushed to the bathroom. Damn it, where did this girl learn this? Isn't this purely criminal? After rinsing, Lin Ran turned around, and Luo Yao was standing behind him pitifully. "Lin Ran, don't you like Luo Yao anymore?" Lin Ran's nose blood spurted again.
That night, after the absurdity, Lin Ran turned his head and looked at this energetic little demon. Luo Yao, don't you ever rest? Luo Yao wakes up very early every day, and often can't fall asleep until the middle of the night. While he has plenty of opportunities to catch up on sleep during the day, it seems like Luo Yao is always working. Lin Ran feels that Luo Yao is like a perpetual motion machine that never rests, and wonders how she does it. Luo Yao was slightly startled, but immediately replied, "Of course I rest, I'm resting right now." And with that, she wrapped herself around Lin Ran like a sloth. The next day, Lin Ran, unsurprisingly, didn't go to school again, and Wu Zhishan was so angry that he wanted to curse. What Lin Ran didn't know was that someone had been looking for him like crazy that day. Lin Tianba had been stalling the court date on the pretext of being sick, and all he wanted was to find Lin Ran and settle this privately before the trial. He said he wanted to settle this privately, but what he really wanted was for Lin Ran to get down on his knees, apologize, and then he would mercifully let Lin Ran be his son again. On the first day of school, he had planned to go straight to the school and take Lin Ran away, but he didn't expect Lin Ran to come with Luo Yao, which made him change his mind. He thought about coming the next day. But when he arrived at school the next day and asked, Lin Ran had not even shown up for school. Early that morning, several people from the court went to the company and froze all the assets in Lin Tianba's name on the grounds that he had maliciously refused to appear in court. Not only that, but since Lin Ran was a shareholder of the Su Ran Group, this matter involved the entire group company, and the group's corporate accounts were frozen along with it. The reason was that the Su Ran Group owed the shareholders dividends, and the shareholders applied to freeze the group's funds. Lin Tianba was dumbfounded when he heard the news. He didn't think the kid could be so ruthless. By this time, he rushed to the school in a panic. Upon asking, he learned that Lin Ran still hadn't come to class today. He contacted Lin Jian again, and even Lu Rushue, but none of these people could get in touch with Lin Ran. He was desperate, because he had to make a payment to a very important business partner today. If the payment is not made in time, the construction site may face the risk of being shut down, and he may have to bear the liability for breach of contract. After a morning of mediation, the bank and the court refused to budge. Who would dare to budge? The plaintiff's lawyer is the head of the legal department of the Luo Group. He is a master in the industry and is known as the #1 legal expert in the country. Anyone who is not careful when striking the gavel may be sent to prison. Moreover, lawyer Sukai followed the correct legal procedures, and no one can say a word against it. The entire Lin family was so anxious that they were about to vomit blood, and Lin Tianba was so anxious that he was hospitalized. Lu Rushue found Wu Zhishang and just said that she wanted to find Lin Ran but didn't say why. Naturally, Wu Zhishang could not help him contact Lin Ran. There was no other way, so Lu Rushue had to ask other classmates for help. At noon, Lin Ran was finally contacted through a classmate's phone. Lin Ran answered the phone, but Lu Rushue's voice rang out. Lin Ran's brother? Your uncle is looking for you urgently. Can you? Lin Ran let out a fragrant breath, shit. The phone rang again, and Lin Ran hung up directly. Of course he knew what Lin Tianba wanted with him. Just thinking about it, he knew that lawyer Su Kai must have intervened. You're not paying up, are you? Fine, let's see who's in a hurry in the end. Just as Lin Ran was happy, Wu Zhishan called him as well. Lin Gu, your stepmother Lu Juemei has gone to the principal's office, and she says that if you don't come out, she'll let the whole school know about how you made your father go to the hospital. The principal said that Lu Juemei is being very aggressive, and she said that you are unfilial, that the Lin family has raised you for so many years, but you are not grateful at all, and that she is driving them all to their deaths, and so on. The principal asked me to ask you, and he is temporarily holding Lu Juemei back. I was disgusted when I heard it. How can this whole family be so disgusting? Lin Gu, you have really suffered over the past few years. Lin Ran was silent for a moment, thinking to himself that they must really have been pushed to a certain extent. Otherwise, a woman like Lu Yuemei, who cared so much about her reputation, would not have caused a scene at the school. Never mind, I'll go see what she really means. Goodbye Lin family, Lin Ran must make a high-profile appearance. This time, he looked for a suit in the cloakroom that was particularly befitting of an upperclassman. It was luxurious but not ostentatious, and it gave off the impression of being deeply rooted. He wasn't used to wearing a watch, but he also unexpectedly picked up a Patek Philippe 5208T and put it on his wrist, once again driving out his Koenigsegg. The car was a small goal, the watch was half a small goal, and the clothes were at least several $100,000. Lin Ran seemed like a walking renminbi, and he left the manor in an extremely high-profile manner and headed to the school. He had already applied for a door pass for the car the last time, so the barrier in front of the school gate was automatically released. As soon as he entered the school, he was greeted by countless envious and jealous glances. In the laboratory building, teaching building, and dormitory building, many people kept poking their heads out, as the Koenigsegg was really eye-catching. The last time Lin Ran drove this car was during the summer vacation, but this time it was during the school year. The younger students on the playground, who were taking a break from military training, also looked up one after the other, full of envy. Until the car pulled into the parking lot, Lin Ran slowly got out, instantly capturing the envious gazes of countless people. Step by step, he arrived at the principal's office. As soon as Lin Ran entered, he saw Lu Yuemei lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around, while several security guards were looking at her with a headache. Chapter 36. Principal, I'm here. Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Lu Yuemei's body trembled, and she hurriedly got up. Xiaoran, you're finally here, please save your father. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuemei froze. Lin Ran's attire was truly magnificent. The clothes he was wearing seemed to have been custom made by hand, and the watch on his wrist was clearly very expensive. Where did he get the money to buy this outfit after he left the Lin family? Principal Tang walked over, patted Lin Ran on the shoulder, and gave him a meaningful look. Lin Ran, do you need help from the school? Our school's legal department is very capable. No, I don't need the school's help. I can handle it myself. Principal Tang nodded, then go ahead and talk. If you need anything, remember to come to me. The school is your strongest backing. With that, Principal Tang shook his head and left. He had only just learned today that Lin Ran was actually a Lin family child. If that was the case, why had the Lin family not cared about this child? As far as he knew, Lin Ran had not had an easy time in recent years. Although he had now started his own company, Principal Tang always believed that Lin Ran had worked hard over the years to get where he was. Lin Ran has excellent grades and is willing to work hard, so this kind of person is destined to succeed. Lin Ran's fame is not limited to students, but also includes teachers and principals. However, as the principal, he only knows that Lin Ran had a hard life in the past, and he doesn't know that the reason Lin Ran worked so hard was to become a toady. Lin Ran nodded, and he also respected this old principal. After the principal left, only Lin Ran and Lu Yuemei were left in the room. Lin Ran, please help your father. His company's funds have been frozen. Lin Ran held out his hand to stop Lu Yuemei from walking over to him. First, he is not my father, do I need to produce proof of the severance again? Second, the company is not his either, and in terms of shares, I am the one with the most say. Third, I am an ungrateful person, naturally I recognize money over people. Lin Ran's few words left Lu Yuemei at a loss for words. Anyway, you should have someone unfreeze the company's accounts first. Lin Ran, do you take me for a bank? Can you just unfreeze the accounts? Lu Yuemei, but you can solve this problem by withdrawing the lawsuit. Lin Ran, you're right, I can solve it by withdrawing the lawsuit, but I don't want to withdraw it. Lu Yuemei, you really are an ungrateful person. I don't care. If you don't withdraw the lawsuit, I'll tell everyone at school that you made your real father go into the hospital and you'll lose face. Lin Ran, Lu Yuemei, the Su Ran Group was founded by my biological mother, and she left me the shares when she died. For so many years, not only have you not given me any dividends, you've also abused me in every way. You were just a mistress, where did you get the courage to threaten me? The freezing of your assets is completely legal and compliant. As long as you hand over my share dividends, I will withdraw the lawsuit. Is that so difficult? You have sucked blood from me for so many years, and I have been exceptionally kind not to send you to hell. What more do you want? Lu Yuemei, you're talking nonsense. When did we ever mistreat you? I've never hit you. Look at the fancy clothes you're wearing now. Dare you say you didn't rely on the Lin family to have the life you have now? Lin Ran, yes. You didn't hit me, but you let Lin Tianbai hit me. You also punished me by not letting me eat. There was a maid in the family, but you still made me do the housework and cooking every day to serve your family. Since I was 13, I was given 300 yuan a month to get by. Even the maid didn't get paid so cheaply. I had to earn my own tuition fees. Where do you get the face to tell me what to wear? The money I spend now has nothing to do with your Lin family. Or are you saying that you don't want to admit to these facts I've told you? Lu Yuemei, this is just us trying to exercise you. It's good for a boy to exercise more. Lin Ran, why don't you exercise your son? Are you saying that he's not a boy? When did you go to Thailand? I didn't know anything about it. You're trying to cut off your own offspring. Lu Uma, you're full of shit. My son is a man of integrity. How dare you compare yourself to my son? He is the young master of the Lin family. Lin Ran, a child of a third-class concubine, you're still proud to call yourself Lin's son. Lu Uma, I am the real Lin's wife. Back then, your father didn't even like your mother, let alone you. He spent every holiday with Jian and me. Lin Ran, so, do you admit that you were a third-class concubine, or that you deliberately seduced Lin Tianba in order to become Lin's wife, or that you two are truly in love? Lu Uma's eyebrows are raised in anger. She doesn't understand why Lin Ran has changed so much. You have been submissive all these years. Lin Ran, admit it, there are only the two of us here, there is no need to pretend to be nice, since we want to talk, let's get things straight. Lu Uma, I didn't seduce your father, it was your father who seduced me, he said that as long as I was his mistress, he would marry me back home sooner or later. Lin Ran's face turned gloomy, could it be that Lin Tianba was also involved in the death of her own mother? Lin Ran walked towards Lu Uma step by step, so, you killed my mother? Lu Uma's eyes widened, no, it wasn't me, don't be ridiculous. Lin Ran, then it was Lin Tianba. Lu Uma looked at Lin Ran in disbelief, shaking her head desperately, no, don't be ridiculous, no one killed that bitch. Lin Ran slapped her, and Lu Uma froze in place. Lin Ran laughed, a mistress is not qualified to talk about my mother? You want me to withdraw the lawsuit? Don't even dream about it. You and Lin Tianba aren't really in love, are you? So money isn't that important to you, is it? Go ahead and stay with your true love. I will definitely make the Lin family go bankrupt. Lu Uma cried as she spoke, you can't do this, I'm Lin Tianba's wife, I can't go without money. If you dare to do this, I'll make you lose face in front of the whole school. Lin Ran shrugged, it doesn't matter, I've severed ties with Lin Tianba anyway. There is Lin Tianba's autograph and the lawyer's witness, so no matter what you say, I won't withdraw the lawsuit. Lu Uma, aren't you afraid that I'll say? Lin Ran took out her phone and turned to the recording just now. #hashtag it was your father who seduced me. You can't do this, I'm Mrs. Lin, I can't live without money. Lu Uma, you. Lin Ran turned her head and walked out of the office. If you want to say it, I don't mind releasing this recording to the public. Lu Uma slumped to the ground. She never imagined that Lin Ran would be so suspicious. If Lin Ran releases the recording, not only will people know that she is the mistress, Lin Jian is the mistress's child. It will also make Lin Tianba misunderstand her. If Lin Tianba gets angry, then if she delves deeper, Lu Uma shivered. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Lin Ran walked out of the office and directly left the campus. He wanted to avoid the possibility of running into Lu Ruxue. After a while, Sukai called. Mr. Lin, Lin Tianba has agreed to hand over the dividends. His request is that we withdraw the lawsuit and he will pay the money. Lin Ran, no withdrawal of the lawsuit. When the money is in place, the lawsuit will be withdrawn. Lin Ran of course knew that if Lin Tianba's funds were not unfrozen, he would not be able to pay the money. He just wanted to make him anxious. If you have a plan, you can go, if you don't, you'll die. Anyway, your escape route has already been arranged. Su Ran Group, Lin Tianba dragged his sick body back here and is being condemned by the shareholders, who are condemning him one after the other. By now, the shareholders all know why the company's funds have been frozen. They never expected that the Lin father and son would have caused such a scene. As shareholders, they don't want to get involved in family matters, and they don't want to dwell on who is right and who is wrong. The only thing they care about is their interests and rights. Now Lin Tianba has caused such a huge loss due to his own mistakes, the shareholders naturally can't sit still. They meet jointly to prepare to remove Lin Tianba from the position of chairman, but in the end they are unsuccessful. There is no way around it, Lin Tianba's shareholding is too large, and he still has some supporters below him, which led to the unhappy ending of the shareholders' meeting. In the end, they can only issue an ultimatum, demanding that Lin Tianba deal with this matter within 1 day, otherwise even if he doesn't want the shares anymore, they will fight to the death with Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba sat alone in the conference room, gloomy, smoking cigarette after cigarette. There was no other way, they had to find a way to raise the money for Lin Ran, otherwise the company definitely wouldn't last long, and this could very well be the trigger for a company crisis. With a ding, Lin Tianba picked up his phone with little energy.
Most of the messages now blamed him, the shareholder, but when Lin Tianba saw the sender, his pupils widened slightly. He quickly made a voice call, but it immediately said, "The other party is not yet your friend." Lin Tianba was so angry that he almost dropped the phone. After thinking about it, he opened the file, and then he heard a recording. #hashtag it was your father who seduced me. You can't do this, I'm Mrs. Lin, I can't live without money. Lin Tianba, this. His face was so gloomy that it could drip with water, and it took a long time before he recovered. After thinking about it, he contacted Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian, sat down together and had a family meeting. This rebellious son is determined to embarrass me now. There's no choice, let's pool our money. Lu Yuemei immediately looked reluctant. How? Our family simply cannot come up with 300 million. Lin Tianba pressed his forehead. Then sell off our assets, sell the house and car, and don't you have a lot of jewelry? Sell it all at once. After the storm passes, we'll buy back what we've lost. Although Lu Yuemei disagreed 1,000 times, it was useless, and she also knew the seriousness of this matter. Lin Tianba looked at him and slowly spoke when he was unwilling. Did you go to Lin Rant's rebellious son today? Lu Yuemei was stunned, and then she thought of something, and her body began to tremble slightly. Honey, I just want to help you in the company. Lin Tianba laughed and said, You've helped quite well, so don't help next time. Lu Yuemei wanted to say something else, but then she heard Lin Tianba continue. She gave me your recording. Lu Yuemei felt a chill run down her spine, but she quickly recovered her composure. Honey, it's not what you think. I was just talking nonsense out of anger. I love you. Lin Tianba nodded. I know, I'm not angry, because I love you too. We are a loving family. Lu Yuemei was moved, and she grabbed Lin Tianba's hand with one hand and Lin Jian's with the other. Yes, we are a family that believes in love. Lin Jian looked at his father and then at his mother, nodded obediently. Yes, we are a family that loves each other. Lin Tianba took a deep breath. He admitted that he had been angry when he first heard the recording, but then thought that it really wasn't a big deal. If Lu Yuemei didn't love him, how could she have given birth to his child and been his lover for 13 years? Could it be that she really loved his money? That was impossible. Lin Tianba felt sad for his fleeting thoughts, very sad, and also very guilty. So he chose to be lenient with Lu Yuemei and chose to forgive his wife. After we get through this difficult time, I'll take you guys to Africa for a fun trip. The two of them nodded in unison. In order to quickly realize value, Lin Tianba sold all his properties at low prices, leaving only the villa where he currently lives. Lin Jian's cars, his own cars, including some of the fund stocks in his hands, were all sold, but the money was still not enough. The shareholders who had come sniffing around also mercilessly bought up Lin Tianba's assets at low prices. Due to the freeze, only the sales contract had been signed, but Lin Tianba definitely did not dare to renege on the deal afterwards. In the evening, plus the funds were still not enough for 300 million, a full 100 million short. Lu Yuemei pursed her lips, but still didn't say anything. She had a backup plan. Over the years, she had also saved quite a bit of private money, and the card was with Lin Jian, a full 50 million. And this is the amount of cash that the Lin family can come up with before selling off their assets. Just as they were worried, an unexpected person came looking for them. Brother Dao, the #1 underworld figure in Kyoto, has made money that is written about in criminal law. Lin Tianba looked puzzled, but he didn't dare offend this person. After all, he had heard of Brother Dao. Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian didn't know Brother Dao, but they saw Lin Tianba's polite attitude. Brother Dao, Boss Lin, I won't beat around the bush with you. I've heard that you're quite short of money at the moment, and I've come to give you some money. Lin Tianba was taken aback, and his face immediately lit up with surprise. He knew that Brother Dao's biggest business was lending money, and it was no secret that he had run into trouble today after selling off his assets. So Brother Dao was going to lend him money, and he only had to pay some interest. As long as the company's funds are unfrozen and continue to operate, it doesn't matter if the interest is a bit high. Lin Tianba was full of joy when he thought about this, and even Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian were full of excitement. Lin Tianba, so that's it, Master Dao is really a lifesaver. I really ran into a bit of trouble and need a sum of money, but it's a bit too much. I don't know if Master Dao can solve it. Brother Dao, how much? Lin Tianba held up one finger, and Brother Dao was taken aback. He thought to himself that Lin Rant's estimate was really accurate. 100 million, simple, we can sign here. Lin Tianba was taken aback.
He didn't think that a gangster would actually be so powerful. Then thank you, Brother Dao, I will be able to pay you back soon. Chapter 38. Lin Tianba is not stupid and knows not to get too involved with people like this. Brother Dao laughed, but suddenly his face turned cold. Lin boss, the deadline is 1 month, you pay 30% interest, and the villa will be used as collateral for the time being. You can refuse if you have any objections. Lin Tianba stiffened. He admitted that he was a little shocked. This interest rate is simply extraordinary. Lu Zhuemei and Lin Jian also had a stiff face, and they also frowned frequently at this interest rate. Lin Tianba gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll be a friend of Brother Dao." After signing, Brother Dao put away this informal IOU and then looked at Lin Tianba and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, I won't say the consequences of not paying the money back. I, Dao, have been in the capital for so many years, and I have never failed to collect a debt. You don't want your wife to teach foreign languages at the entertainment district, do you?" Upon hearing these words, both Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian were taken aback, and they had a vague feeling of foreboding. Lu Yuemei tugged at the corner of Lin Tianba's shirt, while Lin Tianba nodded with cold sweat dripping down his face. "Don't worry, I promise to pay you back the principal and interest within a month." He knew very well the consequences of not being able to pay back the money. With Brother Dao's abilities, he really might make Lu Yuemei go to the casino to teach foreign languages, and he might even be arrested to teach foreign languages himself. Dao Ge left the Lin family villa with his men, satisfied. Lin Tianba and the others let out a sigh and sat back down on the sofa. "It's all Lin Ran's fault, that little brat, for making me lose 30 million for nothing. Sooner or later, I'll get it back." Lu Yuemei frowned. Actually, the loss was 330 million, and with the things we sold at a discount, it could be as much as 400 million. 400 million. She hadn't seen that much money in all the years she'd been at the Lin families, and she never thought she'd have to give it to that little brat. Lin Jian cried. "Dad! Even if my brother forced you to give him all the money, I wouldn't blame him. Who am I to have only one brother like him? Lu Yuemei, I hope that after getting the money, Xiao Ran will repent. After all, there is nothing more important in this world than the love between father and son. As long as he can kowtow to you and admit his fault and not ask for the money, my dear, please forgive him." Lin Tianba's anger is rising. "You two are just too kind. You treat him like family, but he doesn't treat you like family. Even if he kowtows and apologizes and doesn't want his share of the profits, I still have to give him a good beating to make him my son again." Lu Yuemei worries and says, "Hubby, we must pay back the borrowed money within a month, or I'm really afraid that Brother Dao will do something to our family." Lin Tianba, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This rebellious son of mine, The more he talked, the angrier he became, as if he had to let out his anger before he died. After thinking for a while, he said to the nanny, "Wang Ma, throw out everything that belongs to Lin Ran. I don't want to see anything related to him in this house." Wang Ma sighed, "Sir, the last time the eldest young master came back, he already packed up all his things and didn't leave anything behind. He even smashed the bicycle by the door." Lin Tianba was stunned. He had only taken a suitcase with him, so how much stuff could he have packed? Seeing that Wang Ma was not speaking, Lin Tianba got up angrily. "Forget it, I'll go throw it away myself." He said this and walked towards Lin Ran's room. Lu Zhuemei and Lin Jian were stunned, and it was too late to try to stop him. Lin Tianba pushed open the door to Lin Ran's room and then froze. "Why is this a utility room?" Wang Ma looked at Lin Tianba with a puzzled expression. "Sir, this has always been a utility room, and the eldest young master has lived here for 10 years. Wang Ma didn't understand why the eldest master had to live in the utility room when there were so many other rooms in the villa. She also couldn't understand why the Lin family, who were obviously wealthy, were always so harsh on the eldest master. She was the nanny, but they let the eldest master do so many things. Was Lin Ran really Lin Tianba's biological son? Lu Yuemei caught up from behind. "Honey, it wasn't you who said that you were afraid Ran would grow up spoiled at home, so you wanted him to lead a normal life? Look, this room." Lu Yuemei looked into the room and froze for a moment. In the room of less than 5 square meters, there was nothing but a bed and a simple wardrobe. There was not even a window, and there was not even much room to stand. "Honey, it's my fault, I didn't notice that this room has no windows." Lin Tianba rubbed his forehead and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter for a boy." He said this and entered the room, trying to find Lin Ran's things to throw them out, but he found that there was nothing here. There was nothing in the closet and nothing under the bed. "Wang Ma, when did Lin Ran come back and take his things?" Wang Ma, sir, I already told you, the last time the young master came back, he packed up and left. He didn't have anything, just a pair of shoes that had been repaired many times, 2 school uniforms from high school, and a set of clothes that I had given him to wear normally. Lin Tianba was stunned and didn't know what to say. It just occurred to him that Lin Ran didn't seem to have any money to buy clothes at all. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart. Over the years, it seems that he really hasn't cared enough about this son. If Lin Ran doesn't want a bonus and kneels down to apologize, it's not impossible to forgive. The child should just be rebellious. Lin Jian gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Ma, thinking to himself, you're just meddling. Lu Yuemei then spoke up, saying, hubby, I used to want to take Ran to buy clothes, but he kept saying he didn't want any, so don't blame Wang Ma. Wang Ma? What are you talking about? Lin Tianba walked straight down the steps, looking for an excuse. Since he didn't want it, it's not our fault. Hey, I'll have a chat with him when I see him tomorrow. Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian exchanged glances, but said nothing. Lin Tianba contacted Su Kai and said he wanted to meet Lin Ran to give him his share of the profits. Lin Ran gave a Dragon King smile when he got the message. Everything was going so well. Lin Tianba, you think this is the end? After you hand over the money, that's when your nightmare begins. What is Ran laughing at? Luo Yao asked, lying next to Lin Ran. Lin Ran put one arm around the beauty in his arms and used the other hand to pick up a grape and feed it to the little devil. Luo Yao opened her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. I'm laughing at how cute you look when you eat. Luo Yao chewed. It's not as delicious as imported food. A small request, satisfied. Luo Yao became more and more attached to Lin Ran, and whenever she saw Lin Ran, she felt uncomfortable unless she was clinging to him. Lin Ran also liked being attached to Luo Yao, and he wanted to take care of his sickly wife. Ran, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, so you have to behave yourself at home. Chapter 39. Lin Ran looked sad. You have to go on a business trip? When will you be back? The day after tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded helplessly. Luo Yao, there's an auction tomorrow night, you go instead and check it out for Luo's group. She wanted to find Lin Ran something to do, otherwise she was afraid that Lin Ran would go to Lu Rushue when he got bored. While she was away, she couldn't give Lin Ran the chance to disappear. Lin Ran was stunned. Luo's group, can I represent it? Luo Yao, you are my husband, of course you can represent it. Tomorrow I will have Lu Meng follow me and Fu Bo follow you. Take pictures of whatever you like, and don't be afraid to spend money. Lin Ran, okay. He. Tomorrow I will have money. Luo Yao knew that Lin Tianba would talk to Lin Ran about the Lin family's dividends tomorrow, and after a moment of silence, she still gave her instructions. If anything happens, you must contact me. Lin Ran, okay. Time flew and it was the next day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ran arrived at the agreed restaurant on time with Su Kai. At this time, Lin Tianba had not arrived. As the father, he had to keep a firm hand on his son and never arrive before him. He had an appointment at 8 o'clock, but he deliberately arrived at 9 o'clock. Lin Ran only waited for 5 minutes, and when he saw that Lin Tianba had not arrived, he left without waiting any longer. Before leaving, he gave Su Kai a few words of advice. At 9 o'clock, Lin Tianba arrived at the restaurant with his family, hoping to persuade Lin Ran through his family and make a last-ditch effort. When he entered the room, he saw Su Kai with 2 assistants, but did not see Lin Ran. Where is that little brat Lin Ran? Su Kai said politely, Mr. Lin has already left. He said that since you don't want to pay the money quickly, he is in no hurry. Lin Tianba was stunned. He took a breath and said, who said I don't want to pay? Tell him to come over, I will give him the money now. Su Kai, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but Mr. Lin said he wants to go back to bed and we can talk about this later. Lin Tianba was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. If he didn't settle this today, the shareholders would definitely make his life difficult. What kind of bad habit is sleeping in the middle of the day? You tell him to come here, I'll give him the money right now. Su Kai, I'm sorry, but Mr. Lin said that you were late for the appointment and it wasn't his problem, so if you want him to come back, you have to show some attitude. Lin Tianba looked puzzled. What do you mean? Su Kai said politely, if you want Mr. Lin to come again, you need to kneel down and beg him. Lin Tianba, what did you say? Ask him to kneel down? He's gone too far. Su Kai smiled, so are you going to kneel or not? If you don't, I'll turn around and leave, and I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Tianbai held back his anger,
Tell him, don't even dream about it, there's no way I'll kneel. Su Kai really didn't say anything this time, got up and was about to leave, and the two assistants also packed up and followed him out the door. Lin Tianba was dumbfounded, and Lu Juemei and Lin Jian were stunned. Wait! Just as Su Kai was about to step out the door, Lin Tianba stopped him. Su Kai turned back and smiled. Boss Lin, have you thought it over? Lin Tianba said angrily with clenched teeth, I'll kneel, you. Let him come. Su Kai, I'm sorry, Boss Lin, you don't need Mr. Lin to come. Saying that, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Ran's video call. After ringing several times, Lin Ran picked up. Through the video call, Lin Ran was actually seen lying in bed asleep. Lawyer Su, is there anything I can help you with? Su Kai, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Boss Lin said he wants you to come over. Lin Ran, there's no need to come over. Just represent me. Tell him to get on his knees and apologize, then pay up and get lost. Lin Tianba trembled with anger when he heard Lin Ran's words, and almost cursed, but he held back. It wasn't the time to turn his back on him yet, he still needed Lin Ran to withdraw the lawsuit. Su Kai pointed the phone camera at Lin Tianba, Boss Lin, we can begin. Lin Tianba hesitated, and said with gritted teeth. Lin Ran, do we have to go to such lengths as father and son? Lin Ran, damn it! Are you kneeling or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Lin Tianba slowly knelt down with his eyes closed. I'm kneeling to my son, and you, my rebellious son, aren't you afraid that you'll shorten your life? Next time you see me, won't you be overcome with the urge to kowtow and admit your fault? The sound of the phone's microphone came through. Can't you speak? Are you mute? Lin Tianba gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault, I shouldn't have been late. Lin Ran comfortably changed his position. Not bad, Boss Lin can bend and stretch, you're a good dog, transfer the money to my card, and discuss the rest with Lawyer Su. He hung up the phone, saved the content of his screen recording, and went to sleep happily. He always wanted to make me kneel before you, but today we'll see who's kneeling before whom. After Lin Ran hung up the phone, Lin Tianba was in a daze. He felt like all the humiliation of the past few decades had come together in this moment. He actually, really knelt before Lin Ran? He got up with a heavy heart. Now can you withdraw the lawsuit? Su Kai nodded and handed over the documents. Deposit the money into the designated account and sign, and the lawsuit will be withdrawn once the money is received. Lin Tianba had thought of playing the family card to influence Lin Ran, and then he wouldn't have to pay. But he didn't expect to have that opportunity at all, and he began to regret why he was late. He didn't dare to play mind games in front of Su Kai's lawyer, and could only reluctantly transfer the money to the designated account. Lu Juemei and her son on the side were filled with grief, as this was all their money. As soon as Lin Ran received the account information, he sent a message to Su Kai, and Su Kai arranged to withdraw the lawsuit. Seeing that the dust had settled, Lin Tianba once again regained his former prowess. Tell that rebellious son of yours that he can never return to the Lin family, even if he kowtows to me and apologizes and slaps himself in the face, I will never let him be my son again. Su Kai smiled and extended his hand, and Lin Tianba was taken aback. What does he mean? Su Kai, hello Mr. Lin, my name is Su Kai. Based on the fact that you have entrusted me with the sale of your stake in the Su Ran Group, I formally notify you that I hope you will convene a shareholders meeting as soon as possible, and I will handle the matter in my capacity as your attorney. Lin Tianba, what? Su Kai took out another document and handed it to Lin Tianba. This is the proof of entrustment and the equity sale contract. Please take a look, Chairman Lin. Lin Tianba took the document and looked at it again and again, his eyes full of shock. Lin Ran was going to sell the shares of the Su Ran Group? This matter had a very significant impact on Lin Tianba. It could directly change the group's structure, and he, as the chairman, might not be able to keep his position. Even if he could, he would lose his say at the shareholders' meeting. You have to know that Lin Ran owns 30% of the shares, and he himself owns 21%. As long as they two are there, they can represent the entire group. Chapter 40. But now Lin Ran wants to sell, which means that Lin Ran is preparing to withdraw. But Lin Ran is his own son, and these 30% of the shares originally belonged to him as the father, and the reason why he was able to control the entire company in the past was also because of this. Shouldn't this rebellious son of Lin Ran unconditionally transfer this equity to his father? Why didn't this little brat tell me about such a big matter? Su Kai, Chairman Lin, I have clearly informed you of the sale of my client's equity. If you repeatedly insult my client, I have the right to sue and hold you responsible for your actions.
Lin Tianba was stunned.
He knew that Lin Ran was determined to sell his equity. If the old guys knew that Lin Ran was selling his equity, they would definitely fight for it, and by then he would no longer be the actual controller of the Su Ran group.
What right does Lin Ran, this rebellious son, have to sell his equity?
That equity should have been his. What's more, Lin Ran has a 30% stake, which is not a small shareholder. If it is sold, with the reputation of Su Ran Group, it is very likely to be sold at a premium. Even if it is not sold at a premium, a conservative estimate can be 800 million yuan. He is simply unable to buy it. Even if he empties the Lin family's coffers, it is still impossible to recover it. He wants Lin Ran to give it to him, but the current situation obviously does not work.
What the hell is this rebellious son trying to do? Does he have to force his father to death before he is happy? Puff! Lin Tianba spat out a mouthful of blood.
Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian were shocked and hurriedly went to help the unconscious Lin Tianba.
Lu Yuemei, you heartless lawyer, can you afford to pay for upsetting my husband?
Su Kai stared at Lu Yuemei and said seriously, Madam, you need evidence to back up your words, otherwise I can sue you for defamation.
I'm not joking.
Lu Yuemei was also stunned. She didn't know much about the law, but she knew Su Kai was formidable. After all, it was Su Kai who helped Lin Ran with the 300 million affair. Otherwise, Lin Ran, being such a loser, would never have been able to get this far. With trembling hands, she called 120.
In a short while, Lin Tianba was taken away by ambulance.
Su Kai reported what happened here to Lin Ran, who naturally had another reason to be happy.
He instructed Su Kai on the next steps to take, and then went to prepare for the auction that evening.
With 300 million in his hands, his own money, he was completely in control of how and to whom he spent it.
This feeling was still very gratifying. Night.
The Luo family mansion is located in a mountain stream on the edge of Kyoto. It is not a large area, but it faces south and is built against the mountain. Several streams run through the interior of the old mansion, a true good feng shui with mountains and water behind it. After hundreds of years of wind and rain, the old house has been repaired continuously, and it still retains its antique appearance today. A graceful figure appeared at the door, and the guard at the door did not stop her.
Walking into the courtyard, it was quiet and desolate.
The graceful figure did not stop and continued walking inside.
She lifted her head slightly, and it was Luo Yao, who was away on business.
She left the company in the evening and came to this place alone. After a 2-hour drive, she returned to this place where she had once lived. She didn't know how long it would take to finish things here today, and she didn't know if she would go crazy from the killing after it was done, so she lied to Lin Ran and said she was on a business trip. She walked around the old houses and soon arrived at the front door of the main house in the backyard.
Since she was back, why didn't she come in?
Luo Yao gently pushed open the door and walked into the house, her eyes teasingly scanning the old man inside. The old man was in a wheelchair, looking up at Luo Yao with an expression in his eyes that was hard to read. Facing the suddenly appeared Luo Yao, the old man Luo did not show much panic.
What? You're not even going to call me grandpa?
Luo Yao walked over step by step. The sound of her high heels on the floor was like a death sentence, and it was then that the old man Luo began to feel his heart racing. He didn't know why the crazy girl's aura had suddenly become so terrifying, as if it were the aura of death. Luo Yao smiled, a very bright and strange smile. Then a brisk voice came from her mouth. Old man, you're still not honest even though your legs are broken.
How does it feel to be in a wheelchair? The old man frowned, as if to say, don't you know how I broke my legs? You cleared everyone away during the day and had the place locked down. I knew you were coming back. So, what brings you back this time? Luo Yao nodded, not bad, not senile yet. In fact, it's not a big deal.
My granddaughter is back tonight to borrow 2 things from you, but she can't return them after borrowing them.
Grandpa Luo's cold sweat ran down his spine. What do you want to borrow?
Luo Yao held up one hand and made a yes gesture, pointing 2 fingers at Grandpa Luo.
I'll borrow your eyes.
Since you like spying on people so much, I'll borrow your eyes so that you can see me all the time.
Luo Yao's tone seemed like she was being petulant, but it sent shivers down everyone's spine. Grandpa Luo looked at Luo Yao in disbelief.
You ungrateful granddaughter.
Luo Yao, am I not the person you Luo family wanted? Didn't you help make this happen? Didn't you say I was the most suitable person to be the Luo family granddaughter? How can I be unfilial? Look at the Luo family now, how well I've developed it. Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll very gently and slowly gouge out your eyeballs and give them to my Ran to play with as marbles. As she spoke, a cold light appeared in Luo Yao's hands. The old Luo family head was furious. Is that man that important? So important that you want to do something to your own grandfather? Luo Yao looked at the furious old man and mocked. You seem like an incompetent barking dog. While saying this, his pace did not stop. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Ran, no matter who it is, cannot be spared. Just a few steps away from the old man, the side wall suddenly opened, and several people jumped out from inside, led by a man with a feminine face. The man is called Langya, and he is the old man's right-hand man. The last time Luo Yao broke Luo's leg, he was on an assignment and was unable to stop her in time. His feelings towards Luo Yao are complex. In addition to hatred, there is also some admiration, some fear, and some resentment. Of course, there is more of a desire for Luo Yao. He wants Luo Yao to become his woman, and he can only feel a sense of accomplishment by dominating a woman like Luo Yao. The way he looks at Luo Yao is full of aggression. There is no love, it is pure possessiveness. Especially in recent years, this desire has been in his mind all the time. He is going crazy, and wants to lock Luo Yao up and ravish her, or even eat her. Chapter 41. But he never did that. He endured it because he knew that Luo Yao's strength was indeed very strong. Luo Yao did not panic at all, because she had guessed that the old guy would not just sit there and do nothing. She just didn't expect that he would be able to dig a secret room under her surveillance. This was indeed a bit of a surprise. Feeling the way Langya looked at her, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes and could tell the problem with this man just by looking at him. His eyes were not simply hostile, there was something else in there, something undisguised. Luo Yao knew exactly what it was, he was just like her. They were both sick. However, Luo Yao's possession of Lin Ran was with love, while the possession of the gentleman was just lust. If this man got the chance, then she would definitely end up very badly, and even if she killed herself, she would not be able to avoid being humiliated. Grandpa Luo sneered, do you really think I'm some soft old man who can be manipulated at will? Do you think I won't have a backup plan? To tell you the truth, if Wolf Fong had been by my side last time, you would never have succeeded. Wolf Fong, go. Take down this crazy girl, and she'll be yours. Wolf Fong's eyes revealed a greedy look, but he didn't dare to be careless at all, because this was the instinct of a top-notch killer. Young lady, don't hurt the old master, put your hands up. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light flashed past in an instant, so fast it was terrifying. Wolf Fong believed his reaction to be top-notch, but before he could make any movement, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he tried to swallow his saliva incredulously. Gong dong. It's broken. Luo Yao dodged and grabbed the dagger stuck in Wolf Fong's Adam's apple. With a turn, Wolf Fong's entire head rolled to the ground, and his body was still standing in place. It took a second for the blood to gush out from the aorta, showing just how fast Luo Yao's knife skills were. You think you're qualified? Luo Yao hated the way men looked at her, and with her misandry, she couldn't give this man a chance. The whole audience was silent, only the sizzling sound of Wolf Fong's blood spurting could be heard. Luo's bodyguards were shocked and speechless when they saw this scene, their pupils dilated. Wolf Fong was no ordinary bodyguard, he was once the #1 killer in the Yangtze River Delta. He was killed in seconds? Everyone looked at Luo Yao in shock, including the old man. The old man pointed at Luo Yao in disbelief. You've been hiding your strength. Wolf Fong was already the old man's last trump card. Luo Yao didn't answer, but looked coldly at the other 4 bodyguards. All 4 bodyguards felt a chill run down their backs, as if they had already died. Wolf Fong was killed in seconds, so how could these 4 be his match? Run? They quickly ran, leaving the man in the wheelchair to his own devices. They were just bodyguards, not death dealers, and there was no need to risk their lives to protect an old man who was about to die. The 4 bodyguards opened the door and ran out, looking back at Luo Yao, who was still standing in the room, and secretly feeling relieved. It seemed that this woman was not someone who would kill to the last. However, at that moment, bang! 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 4 gunshots rang out, and the bodyguards all fell to the ground, twitching twice before they were silent. Luo Yao blew on the muzzle of the gun and slowly withdrew the pistol. The remaining 4 bodyguards were dealt with cleanly, and once again, she turned her gaze to Luo's grandfather. What other trump cards do you have? Use them all. Luo's grandfather was shaking all over, not sure if he was angry or scared. Seeing that he was not speaking, Luo Yao lost interest in continuing the conversation and came to stand in front of Luo's grandfather. "It's your turn, Grandpa." Luo's grandfather shook his head in fear. "No. No. Luo Yao, you can't do this, I'm your grandfather." Luo Yao's eyes did not waver. "Grandpa was wrong, Grandpa will never do it again." Luo Yao's hand flashed with cold light, and then an eyeball appeared on the tip of the knife, as if it was still moving. "Luo Yao, hey, I forgot, you have to dig slowly." It was only at this point that Luo Yao's grandfather felt the pain, let out a cry of pain, and fell to the ground under the wheelchair, screaming. "Luo Yao, you're crazy, you mother and father killing crazy woman." Luo Yao crouched down and looked down at him condescendingly. "Yes, because I am a crazy girl." She grabbed Luo's chin with one hand and the knife in the other, and once again began to make the motions. "This time, I will be very careful and slowly dig out your eye perfectly." With Luo Yao's seemingly gentle movements, Luo's screams of pain penetrated the entire old mansion. "Ah! Spare Grandpa! Ah!" Luo Yao seemed to enjoy torturing people, even if the person was her grandfather. If you dare to follow Ran, you should have expected this result. After a long time, Luo Yao's grandfather's perfect eyeballs finally appeared in her hands. Luo Yao squeezed the eyeballs between two fingers and shone them against the light, as if she was very satisfied with her masterpiece. "It's perfect, don't worry, I'll make a specimen of your eyeballs and put it in the manor, so you can always look at us." Old Master Luo was writhing and crawling in pain on the ground, his hands clawing around as if he were looking for his lost eyes. Luo Yao looked at him with disgust and cold mockery. "What a pity! You've lost your legs and eyes, so you'd better behave in the future, or you won't know what you'll lose next time. Of course, if you're willing to hand over what I want, maybe I can give you a quick death." Old Master Luo endured the pain in his body and said hatefully, "You will never have any relatives or love in your life." "Luo Yao, I have Ran. One is enough." Luo Yao's grandfather screamed in pain, "Crazy, all crazy." Stepping out of the old house, Luo Yao looked at the stars in the sky and then looked down at her own blood-stained body. She felt particularly good. She closed her eyes, felt the natural scent in the air, and listened to the wailing behind her. It seemed that the world was still beautiful, and perhaps tonight, she would not go crazy again. Should she hurry back that night? She really wanted to see Ran soon. Did he miss her too? Just then, the phone rang. Opening her eyes, Luo Yao looked at the number and frowned slightly. Walking back to her room, she kicked Luo's grandfather, who was still wailing, before answering the phone. As she listened to what was said on the phone, her face grew increasingly dark. After hanging up the phone, her overwhelming anger was undisguised. "Aran, you're lost. Your freedom." Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The time was pulled back to the evening at the only 7-star hotel in Kyoto. "Lu Rikshu, Ruwashue, today's auction dinner is of a very high standard. Your uncle is sick, and we are representing your uncle's company today, so we must be careful in our behavior." Lu Rushue nodded elegantly and glanced at Lin Jian next to Lu Yueme. Brother Lin Jian doesn't seem very happy. Lu Ritian also never imagined that he would one day attend such a high-profile auction dinner. Lin Tianba was hospitalized and unable to attend in person, but he knew that the more important the occasion, the more important it was to attend to show that the Su Ran group was normal. So he gave the invitation to Lu Yueme, asking her to attend on behalf of the Su Ran group with Lin Jian, and also on behalf of the Lin family. And Lu Yueme not only brought Lin Jian, but also invited her own brother to go with them. Lu Rushue was brought by Lu Ritian. The four of them, each with their own family, appeared outside the Pangu Hotel. Lu Yume was dressed in all the jewels and gems befitting her status as Mrs. Lin, while Lin Jian was dressed in a handsome suit, looking every bit the man. Lu Ritian had a slicked-back hairdo that looked like it had been licked by a calf, while Lu Rushue was dressed in a pure and innocent style that made her look like the girl next door. Just as Lu Rushue and Lin Jian were discussing the identities of the various rich second generation, an incredibly flashy red Ferrari LaFerrari drove into the hotel in a high-profile manner. "Wow! Ferrari LaFerrari, do you know about it, Rushue? This car has long been discontinued and is worth 25 million. I don't know what kind of person can drive this kind of sports car out. If it were mine, I would definitely take you for a drive in the mountains." "A drive in the mountains?" It's as if she remembered something, and Lu Rushue's face turned red. "Lin Jian, you're so annoying. You're talking to Lin Jian, but your eyes are on the Ferrari supercar, and you can't hide your envious expression." Lu Ritian, Ruoshua, in the future, you must find a boyfriend of this caliber. Lu Rushua, what are you talking about, Dad? Love cannot be measured in cars. Lu Yuma frowned and didn't say anything. She always felt that the person in the car looked a bit familiar. However, when they saw the person getting out of the car, they all widened their eyes. Lin Ran arrived at the door of the Pangu Hotel with Uncle Fu and his best friend Wu Zhishang. Today, Lin Ran was driving a red Ferrari LaFerrari, and he looked alluring. Wu Zhishang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked coyly, "Should I wear some black stockings?" Lin Ran gave him a sideways glance and said, "Don't be disgusting. I have a weak stomach and I tend to throw up." Wu Zhishang said, "Not only is a weak stomach prone to throwing up, but you also need to eat something soft to nourish it." Outside the hotel, a flashy red supercar slowly pulled up and the doorman hurriedly opened the door to greet it. Lin Ran tossed him the keys and took out some bills in the process. "Take good care of the car, or I won't tip you next time." The doorman quickly nodded in agreement. "This young master, please rest assured." Wu Zhishang, who was standing nearby, looked shocked, while Lin Ran felt a sense of satisfaction, which was the foundation of the rich. Fu Bo also got out of the car behind him, and followed Lin Ran into the hotel with Wu Zhishang on either side. No one paid any attention to the stunned Lu Rushue and the others the whole time. Wu Zhishang, Lin Gu, what should we do about Lu Rushue and the others? Lin Ran, what the hell do I care? If he dares to mess with me, I'll just lie on the ground and make her pay me 1,000,000 yuan for the car repairs. Wu Zhishang gave him a thumbs up. Lu Zhuemei and Lu Ritian were about to go up and say hello when they were stopped by a few bodyguards standing next to Lin Ran. Lu Yuemei held back her anger. "I'm his mother, what are you stopping me for?" The bodyguards looked at each other, and the leader said, "Sorry. Our Mr. Lin said that his mother had already passed away a long time ago. If you continue to behave irrationally and pretend to be Mr. Lin's mother, we don't mind taking you away for a chat." Lu Yuemei almost couldn't catch her breath, and it took her a long time to compose herself before she looked up to explain, only to find that the bodyguards were already gone. "Lu Ritian, is that guy really Lin Ran, that little brat? How could he drive a Ferrari? And there are so many bodyguards?" Lu Yuemei was full of anger. She knew that Lin Ran now had money in his hands. 300 million, it is possible to spend tens of millions on a car. There is also a problem, and that is, the last time she went to the school to see Lin Ran's clothes were obviously extraordinary, and she thought that over the years he had also stolen a lot of money from the Lin family. That money should have been hers, Lu Yuemei's, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "Let's go in." Lu Yuemei walked in front of them, wearing a flashy outfit, followed by the shiny Lu Ritian, and slightly visible Lin Jian and Lu Rushua walking in the back. They took Lu Ritian and the others to the elevator and arrived at the venue. The splendid and luxurious decoration shocked even Mrs. Lin, who was used to luxury. After showing the invitation card, they were about to enter when they heard the staff say, "Hello, madam. One invitation card is only valid for 2 people. You 4 cannot all enter." Lu Yuemei's anger instantly flared. She had already been in a bad mood all day, and now she was being hassled by a staff member, and she was about to explode. "Didn't the one in front of you just let 3 people in? Why can't I?" She was referring to Lin Ran. The staff member politely said, "He is from the Luo group, so of course he is different from you." The staff member thought that the words Luo's group would explain everything, but she didn't expect the woman in front of her to be so uncooperative. Lu Yuemei didn't know anything about Luo's group, and said angrily, "What the hell is Luo's group? I've never heard of it. He from Luo's group is an invited guest, but I from Su Ran group am not? You're treating us differently, and I want to complain about you." The staff member raised an eyebrow, but immediately returned to a smile. "I'm sorry, but that's the rule." Lu Yuemei was about to lose her temper, but Lu Ritian stopped her, whispering in her ear, "Sister, the Luo group is the world's #1 conglomerate. Our Su Ran group is really no match for them, it's like the difference between dust and a skyscraper. And it is said that the background of today's auction dinner is deep, so even if we are the Su Ran group, it is best not to cause trouble." Lu Yuemei was shocked. The world's #1 conglomerate? Is that for real? Just now, Lin Ran actually entered in this capacity? Lu Yuemei took a sharp breath and suppressed her temper. Is it really only possible for 2 people to enter? Can't you be flexible? The staff member thought to himself, "What do you think this place is? Can you be flexible? Look at the 4 of you dressed up, it's like you're 4 freaks. I'm already being nice by not calling security. Yes, only 2 people can enter. Lu Yueme sighed and said, then I'll go in with my son. Chapter 43. Lu Ritian and Lu Rushua, father and daughter, were both surprised, especially Lu Ritian, whose hair was almost standing on end with anger. Sister, did you call me here just so you and I can stand guard? Lu Yueme was also a little embarrassed, but she really wanted to go in because she and Lin Jian represented the Su Ran group. Lu Ritian snorted, I can choose not to go in, but Rushua must go in to see the world. Lin Jian saw the awkwardness in the atmosphere and spoke slowly. I won't go in, let Rushua go in. Lu Rushua looked at Lin Jian with emotion, and Lin Jian returned a meaningful look. Lu Yume also knew that this was all because she had not inquired about the rules in advance, and now she could not say anything, so she could only acquiesce. Thinking about Lin Ran's swaggering manner just now made her angry. It was all Lin Ran's fault, otherwise she would not have been humiliated. Her hatred for Lin Ran was even stronger. Just like that, Lu Yueme walked into the venue with her niece, and at a glance, she saw Lin Ran sitting at the front. After thinking about it, she put on a kind face and walked towards the front row with Lu Rushua. However, just then, they were stopped by a staff member. Ladies, you can only sit in the back row. The front row is reserved for important people. Lu Rushua, do you know who we are? We are from the Su Ran group. The staff member laughed, I know about the Su Ran group. It's a small company in Kyoto that's not even in the mainstream, and it's surprising that it's not even looked upon by the Luo group. It really opens my eyes. If you two aren't satisfied, you can leave now. He saw clearly when Lu Yueme was giving other staff members a hard time at the door just now, and he knew even more that this woman dared to look down on the Luo group, and he had long since looked at the two of them unfavorably. Lu Yueme was holding back her anger. The staff member in front of her had the nerve to look down on the Su Ran group, which was like slapping her in the face. How dare you look down on my Su Ran group? Staff member, if that's how you feel, there's nothing I can do. You. Do you believe I just wanted to say something, and I remembered what my brother said about the person who organized this auction dinner today having a deep background? So I pointed my finger in the opposite direction and pointed at Lin Ran's position. My son is in front, the one who came on behalf of the Luo group. Can I go over there? The staff member was shocked and hurriedly looked for confirmation in the headset. After a while, a staff member came and answered. Mr. Lin said he didn't know these two people. Lu Yueme instantly flew into a rage. Bullshit, Lin Ran is my son, how dare this ungrateful son say he doesn't know me? Does he really think that by climbing up the Luo group he can disown his own family? The staff member sneered, thinking to herself, of course you can turn your back on your relatives if you're in the Luo family. If you two aren't going to sit down, please leave. You're disrupting the order, and we have the right to clear the room. Lu Yueme didn't expect a staff member to be so strong, but when she saw the security guards rushing over behind the staff member, she was a little intimidated. She took Lu Rushue and sat in the back row, then silently stared at Lin Ran in the front row with hatred on her face. It was all Lin Ran's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have been so humiliated? Lu Rushue, Auntie, what happened to brother Lin Ran? Lu Yueme didn't answer her. She couldn't possibly say that Lin Ran had cheated the Lin family out of 300 million. However, what Lu Yueme didn't know was that Lin Jian had already told Lu Rushue about it, but Lu Rushue pretended not to know. 300 million yuan, if she gets it all, how many bags can she buy? The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Ran was full of love. If Lin Ran is willing to pay 300 million yuan as a bride price, she is not unable to marry him. Although she also loves Lin Jian very much, Lin Jian is after all her own cousin, and this kind of love is not recognized or blessed. And Lin Ran now very much meets the requirements for marriage. He is rich, good-looking, and most importantly, Lin Ran has always been generous with her. If he could break off contact with the woman from the Luo family and then offer her 300 million and propose, she would say yes. Lin Ran, sitting in the front row, seat 1, never looked back the whole time. On the other hand, his neighbor, Uncle Fu, kept looking back and looking around, full of nervousness. Wu Zhishan kept whispering in Lin Ran's ear. Lin Gu. This place is so damn luxurious. Look at the stage, look at that girl, look at those legs, look. Lin Ran, I'll be damned. Do you want to get me killed, you little shit? Wu Shishang? Just then, the lighting changed and a host walked onto the stage. The audience let out a gasp. Wu Zhishang's eyes widened. Holy shit, isn't this host Chen Qingtian, the leading lady of Donghai Satellite TV? I thought the auction host would be some old guy, but I never expected it to be a household name like a celebrity sister. Lin Ran nodded. He hadn't expected the host to be a celebrity either. Lin Ran remembered that Chen Qingtian's career had been very smooth up to now, and the only low point would be the scandal that broke out soon afterwards about her discussing her role with the director late at night in a hotel. However, Chen Qingtian was no ordinary person. As soon as the scandal broke out, she immediately publicized her status as a celebrity, and not only did the director, but also the media, all made clarifications and apologies. Because of her powerful background, no one dared to slander her again. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Ran. He had just seen the real person and remembered some memories. Star? Ha, in the eyes of ordinary people you are unattainable, but in the eyes of the bigwigs, you might just be a plaything. What really makes people afraid is the power behind you, just like Chen Xingyan. Without a background, you will definitely be blackmailed and never be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. Soon, Chen Xingyan picked up the microphone. Distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you very much for attending today's charity dinner. I am Chen Qingtian. Then he spoke for 10 minutes before starting the charity auction. Everyone, today's charity auction is officially beginning. We solemnly promise that the commission from this auction will all be used for charity, and you are welcome to supervise. Please welcome today's auctioneer, Mr. Yang Wei. Poof. Lin Ran suppressed a smile, as this name carried a bit of inferiority inside it. As Chen Qingtian's voice fell, a man in his 50s in a tang suit slowly walked onto the stage. The staff immediately set out the first item of the day. As the item was displayed, countless people let out exclamations of surprise, and the PPT on the screen began to introduce it. Everyone, this is the first item up for auction today, Eternal Love. This necklace is the last work of the chief jeweler for a famous jewelry company, Master Jack. It uses the world's top craftsmanship, with the most precious sapphires inlaid in the center, surrounded by white diamonds. There is only one of these in the world, and it is currently the world's #1 ranked necklace. It is said to be the last work of Master Jack to commemorate the eternal love between himself and his late wife. It not only symbolizes love, but also a great work of great significance and unparalleled collection value. The sapphire embedded in it alone was once auctioned for 100 million Chinese yuan in the United States. The starting price for this auction is 130 million, and the bid must not be lower than 10,000 each time. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. As the voice fell, the entire audience gasped. No one expected the auction to start off with such a big bang. They had expected it to start with something of low value, but they never expected this. No one doubted the value of this necklace, because it contained the world's largest sapphire, and this alone made countless people want to possess it. The fake celebrities couldn't sit still anymore. Oh my God! It's eternal love. If someone is willing to buy this necklace and give it to me, I'm willing to bear his children. Ridiculous, you won't get married without the necklace? Is this what you can think of? You poor bastard, don't beep. Without money, where is their romance? Lin Ran frowned when she heard this, thinking to herself that she doesn't have any money either, but Luo Yao still loves her to the core. 140 million. Soon, someone started bidding. 170 million. 170 million and 11,000. 180 million. Soon, the price reached 200 million. Such a top-notch luxury necklace will not lose value even if it is resold. The wealthy people at the scene all made bids, with one of the wealthy women bidding the highest. Lin Ran was also very tempted by this necklace. He could already imagine Luo Yao wearing it, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, and her bidding paddle raised. 300 million. As soon as the words fell, there was dead silence in the room. Wu Shishan's eyes widened. Buddy, the bids were in the hundreds of thousands, and you went straight for 100 million. And you only have 300 million in total, are you crazy? Well, he still has his wife to support him, damn it. Kill me. Uncle Fu was also shocked. He didn't think Lin Ran would bid, and he would actually spend Miss Hua's money. This is a good thing. The auctioneer was also taken aback, and the hammer in his hand shook slightly. At this price, no one will compete for it. Because it's not worth it. At least not worth this price right now. 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million 3 times. The auctioneer hammered down the gavel, sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in seat 1 for bidding 300 million for this eternal love. May your career and love always go together.
For the auctioneer, being able to get this necklace to a price of 300 million was also a great achievement. Starting today, Eternal Love has completely established itself as the #1 necklace. The audience was shocked and looked at Lin Ran one after another. This glance instantly captured the hearts of countless celebrities. Not only is he rich, but he's also so handsome? What kind of fairy tale rich guy is this? The eyes of many celebrities were about to pop out, as if they had seen the demon Tang Monk, their eyes full of greed. Lin Ran got the necklace he wanted, and Fubo wanted to make the delivery on the spot, but Lin Ran stopped him. "I'll do it myself." "You have to buy your wife something yourself," and although 300 million is a lot, Luo Yao's position in his heart is priceless. He had his own reasons for bidding 300 million in one go. First, it proved that he was pouring all his love into Luo Yao, and second, it could also deter those people who kept bidding. A brick would directly kill them. Fu Bo was taken aback, sighed in his heart, and did not argue. It seems that trying to make Mr. Lin spend Ms. Lin's money is still a bit idealistic. Although before, Master Lin may have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on renting and renovating the company's offices, is that even considered a lot of money? It's not even enough to cover the daily maintenance of the manor. Before long, Lin Ran had once again become a penniless man, returning to his seat with the lavishly packaged box in his hands, the envy of all the women and the jealousy of all the men. Lin Ran subconsciously looked around, and then remembered that Luo Yao was not by his side, and somewhat unnaturally scratched his head. Why did it feel like he wasn't used to not having Luo Yao around? I really want to put it on Luo Yao right now, but unfortunately she's not here, she's on a business trip today. At this moment, the most shocked people were Lu Yueme and Lu Rushue. They all knew that Lin Ran had 300 million, but they never imagined that Lin Ran would just spend it all. No, Lu Yueme suddenly frowned. Lin Ran came in a sports car, he just bought it, so how could he still have 300 million? Could it be? He must have rented the car to pretend to be rich. Upon thinking this, Lu Yume's mood suddenly improved a lot, and the corners of her mouth gradually tilted up. But then she immediately thought about Lin Ran spending the Lin family's 300 million, and her heart ached again. This lowly bastard actually spent all the money. No, she must find a way to get the necklace back, it is the Lin family's property. Lu Rushue, on the other hand, had a different thought. She was wondering what Lin Ran's purpose was in buying the necklace. It can't be that he's giving it to that woman from the Luo family. It shouldn't be, Lin Ran hasn't known that woman for long, how can she compare to his childhood sweetheart? Suddenly, she saw Lin Ran, who had returned to his seat, looking around. Could it be that Lin Ran bought the necklace for her? Is he looking for her? Oh my god. Lu Rushue covered her mouth, her eyes filled with tears. She admitted that she was moved. The auction continued, with items ranging from a few thousand to a few million, and Lin Ran did not bid again. Because he had no money left. Of course, if there was something he liked, he might spend Luo Yao's money to buy it, after all, it was not considered cold-blooded to spend one's daughter-in-law's money. Towards the end, some items were auctioned off that surprised Lin Ran, and he became slightly more interested. There were companies, land, and real estate, and in particular, the land, for which several developers had fought tooth and nail. Because land auctions are different from on-site delivery of goods, developers can pay a deposit and take the pre-sale contract to get a loan. After the loan is approved, they can take the land to the bank for a second loan to develop the project. After building a few buildings, they can start pre-sale to quickly recoup their capital and leverage a large market with a small cost. Although real estate is becoming more transparent nowadays, as long as you operate properly, the profits in the middle are still considerable. The main project of the Su Ran Group is real estate development. Although it is not a big deal, it is also a legitimate real estate company, so Lin Ran knows a little about it. What interested Lin Ran was not the land, but the properties. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and discovered that several properties seemed to come from the Lin family. Chapter 45. Lin Ran quickly figured out that these properties should have been sold at a low price by Lin Tianba before to raise money for himself, and now they are being auctioned off by the buyers. Lin Ran smiled, a very happy smile. In a little while, your Lin family will be living on the streets. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that the auction ended and it was time for the reception dinner. Lin Ran had never attended a banquet of this caliber before, and since Luo Yao was not at home and he would have no one to keep him company when he returned, he brought Wu Zhishang to the banquet hall to see the world. Lin Ran's appearance quickly attracted the attention of many people. There was no way around it, he was being extravagant today. Countless socialites were itching to get to know him, and many wealthy families also wanted to make friends with him.
When someone can come up with 300 million in cash, even dogs will wag their tails at you. You have to understand that 300 million in cash represents more than just a net worth of 300 million. Even a company with a market value of 10 billion would need a long time to prepare to come up with 300 million, let alone Lin Ran, who spent 300 million just on a necklace. No normal person would spend all their assets just to buy a necklace. What they don't know is that Lin Ran is precisely that abnormal. The socialites all gathered around her, and there were all kinds of little tricks going on, but Lin Ran saw through them with his sharp eyes and decisively withdrew. Even their toasts and invitations to dance were all ruthlessly rejected by Lin Ran. Lin Ran was sure that if he dared to dance with another woman today, he and that woman would both be in for a bad time tomorrow. Death or disability would be the least of it. Besides, how could these mediocre women compare to his wife? Isn't Luo Yao cute? Isn't she beautiful? Doesn't she smell good? Well, she can be crazy sometimes, but Lin Ran likes everything about Luo Yao, including her craziness. Seeing Lin Ran's ascetic appearance, the socialites were all furious and stamping their feet, but some of them also set their sights on Wu Zhishang, who was standing next to him. Anyone who can hang out with this kind of rich guy can't be all that bad, even though Wu Zhishang was dressed very plainly. But just because someone is dressed plainly doesn't mean they are ordinary. Just like Ma, who always wears the same pair of old Beijing cloth shoes, but can you say he is poor? The whole world knows he is rich. And those who can enter this occasion today all have a certain status. So, some people began to flirt with Wu Zhishang. To everyone's surprise, Wu Zhishang also refused mercilessly. There was no other reason, he could not let his girlfriend down. Holy shit! I get it, they're gay friends. They know each other and they're both guys, so that makes sense. I always said that no one could resist my charm, but if there's a problem with their sexual orientation, that makes sense. I never thought it would be possible. These two handsome guys are actually gay? Lin Ran had naturally heard some of the rumors, and rubbed his forehead as he pondered, perhaps he should defend himself a little. He had rejected the advances of women because he had a wife, but Wu Zhishang's rejection made no sense. His girlfriend is no good, and something has to be done to make Wu Zhishang see reality. Judging by the current time, something is about to go wrong at Wu Zhishang's house, and this matter needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. Just as Lin Ran was pondering, Chen Tianqing came up to the two of them and politely raised his glass in a toast. I don't know if I have the honor to meet you both. Facing Chen Tianqing, Wu Zhishang's eyes lit up, and Lin Ran quickly noticed this detail. My friend really likes you, and he wants to invite you to dance. With that, he pushed Wu Zhishang out of the way. Although Wu Zhishang was thinking this, he still looked at Lin Ran with confusion, and the two exchanged glances. Wu Zhishang, did I say that? Lin Ran, for the sake of our innocence, you have to make a sacrifice. Look how pretty Chen Qingtian is. Wu Zhishang, but I don't know how to dance. Lin Ran, you will as you dance. Chen Qingtian looked at the two people making eyes at each other and smiled politely. Then I will not refuse your kindness, Mr. Wu, please. Chen Qingtian actually wanted to get to know Lin Ran. She was not coveting Lin Ran, but she just felt that this little handsome guy was very special and had a natural feeling of wanting to get close. But Lin Ran pushed Wu Zhishang out, and she would not refuse. After all, Wu Zhishang's green and shy appearance was also very cute, giving her a feeling of wanting to tease. Seeing that Chen Qingtian had been rejected by Lin Ran, the hearts of those socialites who had been holding their breath finally died, and at the same time, they were a little happy. They thought that they could not compare to Chen Qingtian's looks and temperament, not to mention the aura of a celebrity. But Lin Ran rejected them, and also rejected Chen Qingtian. So, isn't that rounded off to mean that I equals Chen Qingtian? Thinking of this, the socialites felt better. Of course, because Lin Ran rejected Chen Qingtian, she did discourage the women who wanted to get close to Lin Ran. Wu Zhishang followed Chen Qingtian to the dance floor and awkwardly started ballroom dancing. Seeing Wu Zhishang's embarrassed expression, clumsy movements, and stiff body, Chen Qingtian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Wu, it's okay, just follow my rhythm and take your time. There's no shame in not knowing how to dance. Put your hands here and follow me, watch. Wu Zhishang felt his heart pounding. He cursed himself for being shameless, for thinking about a woman other than his girlfriend. But his body was still following Chen Qingtian's movements with all honesty, and it didn't seem so difficult after all. Lin Ran was watching on the side, smiling wryly. Wu Zhishang, it turns out you're not really a gentleman after all. But Chen Qingtian, just think about it. That person is from a wealthy family, the kind that would eat you up in no time. On second thought, don't you and Luo Yao look like the same explosive combination to outsiders? Maybe, there's no telling with everything? Wu Zhishang, don't you always want to eat soft rice?
This soft rice isn't delicious, but whether you can become the second one depends on your own efforts.
Just as Lin Ran was idly watching the drama, Lu Yuemei led Lu Ruxue over.
As soon as they appeared, Lin Ran's gaze turned cold.
Stop them.
Uncle Fu took the lead and stopped the two outside without saying a word, and Lu Yuemei cursed.
What are you doing? I want to go find Lin Ran, I want to discuss things with him. Bodyguard, I'm sorry, our young master doesn't want to talk to you. Lu Yuemei, your young master? Your young master? Do you take me for a fool?
I know exactly what kind of person Lin Ran is. Lu Ruxue followed Lu Yuemei and looked at Lin Ran with a tender expression on her face, but soon her line of sight was blocked.
Lu Ruxue turned left, the person turned left, Lu Ruxue turned right, the person turned right. Ha!
Looking up, she saw an old man looking at her with a gentle anger on his face, and Lu Ruxue frowned and suppressed her anger.
Chapter 46.
She didn't want to lose her image in front of Lin Ran, so she still had a gentle smile on her face.
Suddenly, a roar made Lu Yuxue jump in fright. Lu Yuemei, Lin Ran, you ungrateful wretch, you don't even recognize your own mother? The entire audience fell silent instantly. What kind of person is so lacking in quality?
Everyone looked over, shocked, and the people on the dance floor stopped moving, only the music still slowly flowing in.
Lu Yuemei's voice was so loud that it was hard not to pay attention. Everyone looked at Lin Ran in shock. How could such a handsome and rich young man be an unfilial son?
Lin Ran definitely couldn't take this loss and quickly retorted. You're a fucking mistress, what makes you qualified to call her my mother? One sentence, the kill.
Can't you yell? Let's see who's ashamed. Come on, hurt each other. Lu Yuemei froze in place, unable to believe it.
She couldn't find anything to say in response after holding it in for so long, because if it really was dug up in detail, she would really be the nominal third party.
Uncle Fu frowned and said, throw it out.
Several bodyguards immediately came forward and dragged the two of them, and Lu Ruxue was shocked.
Lin Ran, I'm Ruxue. You have to tell them to let go.
Lu Yuemei also reacted and shouted. I am the wife of the chairman of the Su Ran group.
Is this how your hotel allows a little brat to act recklessly? Do you still want me to come here to spend money in the future? The staff members? Have you ever spent money here?
At this time, a woman with a beautiful appearance and about 30 years old walked over. She was the manager of this hotel. When they saw the woman, all the staff members greeted her.
Lu Yuemei guessed the woman's background from the attitude of the staff members. Is this how your hotel treats its customers?
I am Mrs. Lin from the Saran Group.
Do you believe I can get someone to demolish your hotel? Upon hearing these words, the entire audience gasped.
Many people there knew about the Saran Group.
You are a small company with a market value of only 2-3 billion, and you want to demolish the Pangu Hotel? How dare you?
The estimated value of the Pangu Hotel has already exceeded 5 billion, and the owner is mysterious and has extensive connections.
You want to demolish someone else's hotel?
And then when you look at how Lu Yuemei and Lu Ruxue are dressed, the more you look, the more they look like nouveau riche women leading their White Lotus daughters. They are completely out of place in this situation. Look at those celebrities, which one of them isn't sexy and enchanting without losing her sense of propriety? Which of those wives isn't high-end and elegant without losing her elegance? You are both overdressed and one of you looks aggrieved. What idle drama are you acting out here? I guess it really is the little third party showing off her wealth, and the daughter is playing innocent. At this point, most people already believe that Lu Yuemei was the mistress. People are sometimes just intuitive animals. The manager also raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Yuemei with some surprise. He thought to himself, where did this woman come from, dressed like a vulgar nouveau riche?
Su Ran Group, eh? Not bad.
Lu Yuemei was also pleased to hear the manager say so, and growled at the bodyguards who were pulling her.
Hear that? Hurry up and let me go, your manager has spoken. The bodyguards? Whose manager?
At this time, the hotel manager continued. Your group has a nice name, but I've never heard of it, and these bodyguard gentlemen are not from our hotel, so I can't control them. She had originally wanted to stop some trouble, but now she had changed her mind. Lu Yuemei was shaking with anger. She had never been treated so badly since marrying Lin Tianba.
You guys let go of me quickly, and your hotel, wait for me. The hotel manager narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You guys, can't you see how hard the bodyguard is working? Why aren't you helping?
The staff on the field had long since looked at Lu Yueme and Lu Yueme with displeasure. They had looked at them with displeasure from the moment they entered the venue, and then caused this scene in the banquet hall. At this time, they also rushed over to help, and in groups of 4, they really carried Lu Rushue and Lu Yueme out. No one at the scene sympathized with Lu Yueme, and many women even showed the expression they should have, and some people couldn't help but want to step on them. She's just a mistress, and mistresses are shameless. This makes sense, why she has no cultivation of a wealthy wife. There were also many wealthy wives of great worth present, and they hated mistresses the most. After Lu Yume was thrown out, the staff briefly told the hotel manager about some of the events of the day, and the manager looked incredulously over at Lin Ran. Lin Ran represented Luo's group, and no one dared offend him, even the organizers turned a blind eye.
Such a young and handsome guy can represent the Luo group, could it be that she is from the Luo family?
And the more this handsome guy is looked at, the more familiar he looks.
The manager is a smart person and quickly came to Lin Ran.
Sir, I am really sorry for causing you trouble.
Our hotel is willing to compensate you with a diamond membership.
A diamond membership, the highest level of membership at the Pango Hotel, which allows you to enjoy the highest level of service. The manager's words once again shocked the entire audience. It should be noted that today's incident was not the hotel's fault, but they were still willing to apologize and offer such a large compensation.
Lin Ran was even more curious about his identity.
The status of a diamond member alone is a goal that the vast majority of people here cannot achieve. Lin Ran smiled and refused. He didn't know what the manager was really thinking, and he didn't want to take advantage of the situation to receive benefits in the name of the Luo group. These favors would need to be repaid by Luo Yao. The manager seemed to have read Lin Ran's mind and whispered a reminder, Mr. Lin, President Luo has a stake in our hotel, and as her representative, the hotel naturally values you. And this membership is not for the Luo group, it is for you as a token of my apology.
You don't need to feel pressured.
Lin Ran understood only then that the hotel was somewhat related to his wife. Then he could reluctantly accept the membership as a way to show his wife some face. After all, Luo Yao likes to give things to herself the most.
If she knew, she would probably be very happy too. Then thank you very much. Manager, okay, sir, can you tell me your full name? I'll have someone register you. Lin Ran said cheerfully, My name is Lin Ran. The manager instantly froze in place. Your name is Lin Ran.
The manager hurriedly took out his phone and started to look it up, and then.
Oh my god.
Lin Ran looked puzzled as she watched the manager stammer. Then she saw the manager bend down and bow, breaking the news to them.
Hello, boss.
This voice directly knocked the jaws of everyone present to the ground.
Lin Ran, the owner of the Pangu Hotel?
Not to mention them, Lin Ran's jaw almost dropped herself.
What did you call me? Chapter 47. Manager, boss. You are my boss.
Although you have never been here before, we have your information in our system.
No wonder I felt very familiar when I saw you just now. You are our benefactor.
I should be punished for not recognizing you at first glance. Lin Ran looked at Uncle Fu with confusion, and Uncle Fu nodded.
The meaning was clear, Lin Ran is indeed the owner of this hotel. Oh my god, the only 7-star hotel in all of Kyoto is actually under his name? Luo Yao, how much more of your family fortune have you saved up?
Lin Ran's expression was awkward, but he was very happy inside. Wu Zhishang and Chen Xingtian, who were still leaning on each other, looked at Lin Ran in shock. The women who had already given up on approaching Lin Ran once again ignited some thoughts in their hearts. He's so handsome, so rich, and so distinguished.
How could an ordinary woman like me possibly be worthy of him? How could I possibly back down just because he rejected me once?
No, I must rise to the challenge. Even if he likes men, I'll still try to win him over. Lin Ran felt the strange stares from the people around him and smiled awkwardly.
Actually, I don't know either. This hotel should have been a gift from my wife. You guys go ahead. What? This hotel was given to him by his wife? No way, absolutely not. It's probably just a delaying tactic to get out of it. You're wrong if you think that. The manager also noticed the silence and hurriedly went to greet the staff to continue working. Slowly the atmosphere began to warm up. Lin Ren asked Fu Bo to escort the necklace back to the manor first, and he would wait for Wu Zhishang. Fu Bo thought about the secret bodyguards outside and the potential enemies being thrown out, so he agreed. Chen Tianxian gave Wu Zhishang a meaningful look. Your friend is really not an ordinary person. The Pango Hotel, as the only 7-star hotel in Kyoto, is estimated to be worth 5 billion. The previous owner was very mysterious, but I didn't expect to be revealed today. Wu Zhishang was silent, not knowing what to say. He just found out about it. And from the way Lin Ran looked, I guess even Lin himself didn't know that he was the owner of this hotel. What kind of immortal is Lin's wife? Although the atmosphere returned to normal, with people talking and dancing as they pleased, some people still kept looking at Lin Ran. Wu Zhishan knew it was time to leave, because without the old man by Lin Ran's side, the vixens were even more frequently approaching Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran was also trying his best to dodge and refuse, it was obviously becoming more difficult, and as a friend, he could not let his brother be in a difficult situation. He had to clear the way for his sister-in-law, because if she were to get stuck with one of those vixens, not only Lin Ran, but even he himself would feel that Lin Ran had wronged his sister-in-law. But when he looked at Chen Tianxian in front of him, he felt a little reluctant. Although he couldn't let his girlfriend down, he didn't think it was a mistake to get to know her, did he? Chen Tianxian also felt a little amused when she saw Wu Zhishan's appearance. It was rare to see such a shy boy. Chen Tianxian smiled. Let's add each other as friends. Wu Zhishan was taken aback. He just wanted an autographed photo, and he didn't expect Chen Tianxian to take the initiative to add him as a friend. He immediately nodded excitedly, took out his phone, and brought up the QR code. You scan me. Chen Tianxian was silent when she saw Wu Zhishan's QR code, but she scanned it with her phone anyway. Chen Tianxian, how much? Wu Zhishan, what do you mean? Chen Tianxian, how much to add you as a friend? Wu Zhishan looked at his phone screen in puzzlement, then immediately looked embarrassed and quickly refreshed the QR code. Chen Tianxian, refresh the QR code to get a discount? Wu Zhishan felt like he could scratch his toes and get a 3-bedroom apartment, so he rescanned the QR code for friends. The two happily exchanged friend positions, and Chen Tian revealed a spring-like smile. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Ran called out to Wu Zhishan as soon as he returned. You're finally back, we should go, we have class tomorrow. Wu Zhishan? You still know how to attend class? Except for the first day when I popped up in class, I disappeared the rest of the way, okay? The only time I went back was to the principal's office, and you, a student like this, knows how to attend class? Seeing the foolish demon stirring again, Wu Zhishan decisively said, yes, let's go, we have classes tomorrow. The two of them fled like the wind. Lin Ran really didn't like the feeling of being treated like a monkey, and if Wu Zhishan wasn't still inside, he would have left long ago. As soon as they left, there was an outcry. I didn't expect it. The owner of the Pango Hotel is that young man? He seems to still be a student. What is the background to this? Haven't you heard? His wife gave him that, so he's probably being kept, or maybe he's a mistress. You're the mistress, and your whole family is. Fuck. Are you sick? If I were sick, I wouldn't take your medicine, because it's all sour. Half an hour earlier, Lu Ritian and Lin Jian had gone hungry and eaten a bowl of beef noodles. Lu Ritian was shocked. He never imagined that his good nephew would only treat him to a bowl of beef noodles. Lin Jian was also very helpless. The Lin family was in a time of crisis, and he had to share the Lin family's joys and sorrows. If he took his uncle out to a big meal at this time, how would Lin Tianba see him? When the two returned to the hotel entrance, they happened to see Lu Yuemei and Lu Rumei, who had been thrown out. Lu Rumei and Lin Jian were both shocked. Lu Ritian, Lin Ran actually threw you out? Where did he get the nerve? And where did he get the 300 million to buy the necklace? Did Lin Tianba give it to him? Not that I'm saying this to you, sister, but what did I usually teach you with my parents? How could you let Lin Tianba give Lin Ran money? Lu Yuemei sighed. There was nothing she could do, so she had to explain the truth. Lu Ritian's pupils trembled. What? He extorted 300 million from you? Lin Jian, not only that, Lin Ran also has to sell his shares. Those shares should have belonged to the Lin family, but now the Lin family is really in a difficult situation. Lu Ritian looked incredulous. He had never imagined that Lin Ran would have so many shares. He looked at Lu Yuemei, then at Lin Jian,
and finally locked eyes with his daughter, Lu Rushue.
A light bulb went off in Lu Ritian's head.
He thought to himself, if Lin Ran really sells his shares, the prerequisite is to give all the money as a bride price, otherwise he can't let go. But the face that should be done still needs to be done. Lu Ritian helped Lu Juemei scold Lin Ran for a long time, and they didn't leave until a few security guards from the hotel came out and drove the people away without saying a word.
Lin Jian took the opportunity to secretly slip Lu Rushue a key and whispered something. Lu Rushue's eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Jian in disbelief.
Chapter 48.
Lin Jian nodded at him, and Lu Rushue took a deep breath.
Okay, I'll go. Then Lu Yuemei and the other two got into the car and left, leaving Lu Rushue alone. Lu Rushue thought about it and then snuck back outside the hotel.
What did Rushue do? Lu Ritian wondered.
Lin Jian, I just saw her best friend a while ago, and I talked to her, and she said she wanted to go back to school with her best friend.
Lu Ritian snorted, humph. She doesn't go home and stays at school every day.
The child is getting older and her ideas are really her own. But he didn't say much more, thinking about talking to Lu Rushue about Lin Ran next time. Driving, the three of them went to the hospital together.
Lin Tianba was just sick, not dead.
At this time, the concern of a few people can even more move Lin Tianba, so they plan to stay with Lin Tianba.
Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan walked out of the hotel together.
Wu Zhishan was still in a daze.
Lin Gu, you really are the owner of this hotel? Lin Ran nodded, it seems so.
My wife should have given it to me, but I just found out about it.
Wu Zhishang felt like his entire worldview was under attack. Damn it, brother, look at me, do I have the potential to be a kept man? Lin Ran looked at Wu Zhishang and said, you don't want your girlfriend anymore?
Wu Zhishan looked embarrassed and said, brother, I was just talking, it's not real. But your wife is really good to you, I heard those people say that the hotel is worth at least 5 billion yuan.
What does your wife do?
She supports me for a living.
Damn it. Kill me.
This is too hard.
Lin Ran, seriously, brother, do you plan on living off your girlfriend?
Wu Zhishang, I can't let my girlfriend down.
Lin Ran sighed inwardly.
This Wu Zhishang is just as blind as himself. Walking to the parking lot, the two of them were both taken aback. They saw the valet who had previously helped Lin Ran look after his car crouching on the ground sobbing, while several staff members were nearby seemingly helping him look for something.
What's wrong with you?
The valet looked up at the sound of Lin Ran's voice, and his eyes flickered with fear when he saw Lin Ran. Sir, I'm sorry.
I lost your car keys.
The valet cried loudly, like a little abandoned dog.
Lin Ran looked very annoyed and quickly said,
just lose it, don't cry in front of me like I've done something to you. The valet cried even louder. Lin Ran sighed and didn't blame the valet, after all, it wasn't like the valet had done it on purpose. It was just the car keys that were lost, not the car itself, so it was no big deal. And from a certain point of view, she is still his employee. She is crying so sadly, so as the boss, he should be more generous.
Don't cry, it's just lost, I don't blame you, just be more careful next time.
He said and glanced at his Ferrari.
Ha? Take another glance, there seems to be something inside?
Looked carefully, there seems to be a dark figure in the car.
Brother, do you think there is a ghost in the car?
Wu Zhishang also looked over with confusion, it seems to be a person? Lin Ran walked over to the car in disbelief, opened the door with a puzzled look on his face, and then saw an almost naked woman looking at him lovingly from inside.
Oh.
Lu Rushue. Lin Ran slammed the car door shut without saying a word and shouted.
What's wrong with your hotel? What do you mean putting a naked woman in my car? Testing me with this? What man can't withstand such a test?
Lin Ran's words were heard by everyone looking for their keys at the entrance of the hotel, and they all looked over. The valet was also taken aback and hurriedly came over to open the passenger door. At a glance, he saw Lu Rushue. He had no time to admire Lu Rushue's body, but said angrily,
how did you get in? Did you steal my car keys?
Lu Rushue was dumbfounded. She never imagined that Lin Ran would turn a blind eye to the fact that she had appeared in the car like that. Before doing this, she had been fully prepared mentally, thinking about having a romantic moment with Lin Ran in the car. But who knew Lin Ran would sell her out so quickly? Not only did she fail to seduce Lin Ran, she also lost face. Lu Rushue immediately covered her face, still holding the car keys in her hand.
The valet snatched the car keys away angrily and said, "You little thief, you almost got me fired." He handed the car keys to Lin Ran and then went to pull Lu Rushue. "You little thief, get down here. Do you know you've gotten me in trouble?" Lin Ran thoughtfully took the car keys. "Can I still get my hand back? Will Lu Rushue do something strange with the car keys? If it's Lu Rushue, it seems like she really can do it." The valet tried to pull Lu Rushue out, and Lu Rushue quickly pulled the car door. "Don't talk nonsense, I picked it up, Lin Ran brother, it's me." Wu Zhishang was also shocked to hear Lu Rushue's voice. He looked at Lin Ran and said, "Brother, you have to hold on." Lin Ran glanced at Wu Zhishang, and he noticed that Wu Zhishang was getting more and more impudent. The car boy pulled Lu Rushue out of the car and slapped her hard. He shouted hysterically, "You vicious woman, why did you steal my car keys?" Lu Rushue covered her face and looked at the car boy in disbelief. "You dare to hit a woman? I'm hitting you because you're a thief." The car boy slapped her again, turning her entire head 90 degrees, directly into Lin Ran's gaze. Seeing Lin Ran, Lu Rushue's eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Lin Ran, I just miss you so much. Didn't you buy eternal love for me today? I was so moved that I waited for you in the car." The car boy was stunned. He looked at Lu Rushue, who was only wearing underwear, and then at Lin Ran. In an instant, he gasped and said, "Have I made a mistake again?" Lin Ran also covered his forehead in silence, thinking, "It's over. The world has gone completely crazy." Lu Rushue slowly walked towards Lin Ran, her face full of grievance. She was wearing thin, see-through underwear, and the contents were faintly visible. Lin Ran dodged Lu Rushue's movements with a flash, without the slightest regard for Lu Rushue's current spring scenery. He turned to the car boy and said, "Those 2 slaps were well placed. Go find your manager and tell her to give you a bonus." Then he pointed at himself and said, "Tell him I, Lin Ran, said so." The car boy nodded blankly, then became excited. Lin Ran's identity was not simple at first glance, and it was normal to know the manager. He didn't expect to not only not be punished for losing the key, but also to get a bonus, just because he slapped this woman twice. This woman looked like the kind of bitch who would do anything to seduce a man. Chapter 49. Seeing that the young master was rich, she actually stole the key and lay naked in the car. "Good young master, do you want me to beat her up again? If she calls the police, I'll go to jail, and when I get out, I'll keep beating her up." Lin Ran looked at the valet unexpectedly and thought to himself, "She's quite resourceful. Cough cough, you don't need to do that today, you can go back first." "Okay." The valet happily followed a few colleagues and left. The young master said, "Not today, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that." Lu Rushue covered her face and said, "Lin Ran, if beating me makes you feel better, go ahead. Don't you like me? I'll give it to you today. You bought me eternal love, I'm really touched." Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine, and he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. He leaned in close to Lu Rushue, who was full of murderous intent in her eyes, and said softly, "Get out." He then pushed Lu Rushue away, looked at his beloved car with a heartache. When he saw a few pieces of faded clothing on the passenger seat, a chill ran down his spine. Can this car still be driven? After thinking about it, he threw the car keys directly to Wu Zhishang. "It's dirty, you can have it." Wu Zhishang took the car keys with a dazed look on his face, completely forgetting the current situation. Thank you, Godfather." At this time, what Lin Ran didn't know was that the bodyguard in the shadows was watching this scene with a frown. The bodyguard learned that Lin Ran had just left the hotel when he went downstairs, and as soon as he arrived at the parking lot, he heard Lu Rushue's 2 sentences, "Don't you like me? Today I'll give it to you. You bought eternal love for me. I'm really touched." Seeing Lu Rushue's current appearance in just her underwear, he felt a chill in his heart. This young master is afraid he is going to suffer. After thinking about it, the bodyguard still reported the truth to Luo Yao. There was no way around it. He dared not be careless about Lin Ran's affairs, and he dared not lie, because he was afraid of death. This was also part of his job description. Not only was he required to protect Lin Ran, but he was also required to report Lin Ran's whereabouts. Upon receiving the call from the bodyguard, Luo Yao naturally went completely crazy and rushed back from the old mansion overnight. Lu Rushue was covered in springtime light, and when she saw Lin Ran's cold, murderous gaze, she also shivered. Coupled with the way she looked now, she couldn't continue to be humiliated. She now understood that Lin Ran's necklace was not a gift for her,
and that he had no desire to possess her in the face of her nakedness.
You! I hate you, Lin ran. She grabbed the clothes on the passenger seat and ran away.
She didn't want to stay here for a moment. She had worked so hard, only to be ignored by Lin Ran. Everything was so ridiculous and so real. She had fallen in love with Lin Ran, but Lin Ran no longer loved her. Wu Zhishan looked at Lu Ruxue as she ran away, not knowing whether to cry or laugh.
Lingo, I just realized now that Lu Ruxue is so shameless.
Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. You'll discover even more shameless people in the future. Wu Zhishang agreed. After all, the longer you live, the more strange things you'll see. I thought there would be food at the dinner today, but I came here without eating anything tonight. I didn't expect just some red wine and pastries, and there wasn't even a table.
Don't these rich people ever get tired of living like this?
Lin Ran looked at Wu Zhishang in surprise. Hey, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong, we're thinking the same thing.
You don't know that I just ate a few pieces of cake to fill my stomach, and now I'm getting acid reflux. The two of them smiled at each other.
The life of a rich person is really unadorned.
Agree. Lin Ran turned and walked back to the hotel, and Wu Zhishang asked in confusion, Where are you going?
Are you really not going?
Lin Ran waved his hand. No, Lu Ruxue has been in there, and I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it.
But don't you mind, buddy.
Wu Zhishang was touched, holding the key in his hand.
How could he mind? He kind of liked Lu Ruxue now.
Why don't you sneak into Lin Ran's garage? The two parted ways. Lin Ran didn't want to ride in the Ferrari anymore, so he returned to the hotel and asked them to prepare a car to take him back. The hotel manager offered to drive him himself, but Lin Ran refused. Although you look over 30, you are still a woman. He was afraid that Luo Yao might misunderstand, although she probably already had. You help me prepare the surveillance footage from the parking lot and send it to me.
If you want to give me a ride, just let the valet do it.
The manager immediately made the arrangements, and in no time, the same crying valet arrived in a commercial Mercedes-Benz, which Lin Ran didn't mind.
In the car.
Brother.
Next time I see that woman, I'll help you beat the hell out of her.
Lin Ran, it'd be best if she had an even face. If you get arrested, just come find me, I'll pay your bail.
Okay, brother. Entering the manor, the valet was shocked. He wondered what kind of wealthy family this was.
He had driven a few wealthy people home before, some in mansions, some in villas. But he has never seen or heard of anyone living in a manor before, and he has never heard of such a place. Brother, this place is so big that I would get lost if I didn't drive here.
Lin Ran, then you'd better not get lost.
Why?
Because there are crocodiles here.
Chauffeur?
And tigers.
Chauffeur?
And snow leopards.
Chauffeur, brother, I will try not to get lost. Lin Ran smiles, don't worry, I'm not teasing you, those things are all locked up, and there are special people watching them, they won't get out.
Chauffeur, brother, I'm just imagining, what if one sneaks out?
Lin Ran, I'll help you make special arrangements. Following Lin Ran's instructions, the car drove around the manor for a while before arriving at the central villa. The chauffeur was in a state of excitement. After getting out of the car, the chauffeur returned, and Lin Ran walked to the front door of the villa and was about to go in.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
The cat's meowing was very creepy, as if reminding Lin Ran not to go in. Lin Ran looked sideways, and it was the black cat that appeared in the middle of the night when he accompanied Luo Yao to watch the stars in the Hanging Garden last time. He had noticed a problem last time, and now he was even more certain that the cat's eyes were very intelligent. Its eyes seemed to be able to speak. Just as Lin Ran was about to touch it, the black cat took a step back, and Lin Ran took a step forward, but it took another step back.
Meow. Are you hungry? The black kitten gave him a stupid look and then turned around and disappeared into the night sky.
Lin Ran was stunned in place. It seemed that the cat had just scolded him, but he had no proof. Shaking his head, Lin Ran laughed at his own thoughts and slowly walked into the villa. After entering, butler Fu Bo came up to him.
Young Master Lin, go to the bedroom and rest.
Chapter 50. Lin Ran, eat something before going in.
I've only had a few pieces of cake at dinner.
Fu Bo arranged for someone to prepare a midnight snack. Lin Ran felt that Fu Bo's expression was a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. Lin Ran didn't notice that as soon as he entered the door, Fu Bo quietly locked the villa door.
After eating some midnight snacks, Lin Ran finally felt a little better, and the acidity in his stomach stopped. Contentedly, he walked back to the bedroom and took with him that eternal love. He took a shower, went to bed, and missed his wife. Lying on the bed, Lin Ran sent a message. Thinking of you. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply, so Lin Ran sent another. Good night. After waiting for a long time, there was still no reply. Lin Ran couldn't help but start to wonder if Luo Yao was asleep or still at work. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He got up, took out the necklace, and looked at it left and right, imagining how beautiful it would look on Luo Yao. He felt that he was a little love-struck. Meow. Just as Lin Ran was imagining how Luo Yao would look wearing the necklace, a faint meow came from outside. Lin Ran got up and went to the window, where he saw a black cat staring up at him from the windowsill. Lin Ran was startled by the blue eyes, but quickly recovered and crouched by the window, looking at the cat through the glass. Little guy, are you hungry? Meow. Damn, Lin Ran was sure of it, this cat definitely had a problem. Its eyes can curse. Meow. Damn it. Meow. If you don't leave, you won't be able to be a cat anymore. Meow. With the last meow, the black cat left. Lin Ran didn't know why there was a cat and why it had appeared so frequently today. He would ask Luo Yao about it sometime, as it should be the cat of the manor. He went back to bed and looked at his phone, but Luo Yao still hadn't replied. So Lin Ran began to feel sleepy and slowly fell asleep. Outside the bedroom door, the butler sighed and locked the bedroom door from the outside. Tonight, Miss Lin gave him the order to lock Lin Ran up and wait for her to come back. He sounded very angry, very angry. It sounded as if he wanted to kill someone, and Lin Ran didn't know what mistake he had made. Could it be that he did something on the way back with the necklace? He made such a small mistake, and he didn't know if Miss would let him off. Lin Ran, why can't you be good and listen to Miss? Has Miss not been good to you? Isn't being a lady's canary nice? When you make a mistake, it's often the elderly who suffer. Why make things difficult for the elderly? Late at night, when Lin Ran fell asleep, he always felt a cat meowing from time to time, which annoyed him. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Ran finally couldn't stand it anymore. He got up to teach it a lesson, and just as he reached the window, he heard the cat meow miserably, and then the black cat ran away again. At this time, the bedroom door was kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Ran was startled, and when he turned around, he saw Luo Yao's figure, which was exceptionally cold and gloomy, as it was illuminated by the dim light outside the door. Luo Yao? Why are you back so late? Luo Yao walked towards Lin Ran step by step. When Lin Ran's vision cleared up a bit, he noticed that Luo Yao's eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. This look? Oh no. Yao Yao, listen to me. Before Lin Ran could say anything, Luo Yao jumped up directly, a cold light in her hand pointing directly at Lin Ran's heart. Her figure also enlarged in Lin Ran's pupils. Puff! When the dagger was about to pierce Lin Ran's heart, Luo Yao couldn't help changing the movement in her hand, and the dagger missed the heart and pierced Lin Ran's shoulder instead. Air! Lin Ran let out a cry of pain. That was close, he almost died. He was not afraid of death, but he wanted to take revenge before he died. He was not afraid of Luo Yao, but he was afraid that after he died, Luo Yao would have no one to love. He was even more afraid that after he died, Luo Yao would completely collapse after discovering it was a misunderstanding and die with him. So to sum up, Lin Ran was afraid of death. Luo Yao, you! Luo Yao roared, why did you lie to me? Why couldn't you just be good and stay by my side? Luo Yao cried, her tears falling like a broken dam, and she appeared hysterical. She now understood that Lin Ran's good behavior during this period of time had been a pretense, and that he had really been lying to her all along. She had clearly tried to believe in Lin Ran, so why did he have to lie to her? This feeling of being tricked and then betrayed made Luo Yao suffocate. If she hadn't been carrying a sense of belief, Luo Yao would really have killed Lin Ran just now, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it. She hated her own weakness at this moment, and she also hated Lin Ran's deception. Why did you lie to me? Why? Why? Since she couldn't bring herself to kill him, Lin Ran would forever remain trapped in the golden cage she had woven for him. Ran, you are no longer free. Lin Ran endured the excruciating pain and difficulty breathing, but still managed to force a smile. He didn't want Luo Yao to feel any psychological burden. Luo Yao, I have always been a good boy. Luo Yao, how dare you lie to me? Suddenly, Luo Yao couldn't continue speaking, because she saw Lin Ran raise a necklace in his hand. This is for you. You are tired, so rest for a while. Luo Yao froze in place, taking 2 steps back. She saw the beautiful sapphire in the middle of the necklace and slowly took it. The necklace was already stained with Lin Ran's blood, but the warmth of the sapphire reminded Luo Yao that Lin Ran had probably been holding the necklace in his hands the whole time. She recognized it at once as the eternal love necklace she had seen in a fashion magazine. At the time, she had thought that one day Lin Ran would also be able to wear a necklace like this for her. But didn't Lin Ran give it to Lu Ruxue? Could it be that? Luo Yao thought of a possibility. If that was the case, then what about herself? Lin Ran held up his phone in front of Luo Yao's face. This is the truth you want. After saying this, Lin Ran slid to the ground and gasped heavily. He knew that Luo Yao must have misunderstood, so he had specifically asked the hotel for the surveillance footage from the entrance before leaving. That was a close call. In the future, he must be more careful. This kind of misunderstanding must be avoided in the future. It's really life-threatening. Luo Yao took out her phone and saw that Lin Ran had edited the surveillance footage. She saw Lin Jian steal the car valet's keys, she saw Lu Ruxue get into the car by herself, and she saw Lin Ran's performance. At the same time, she understood why the bodyguard had reported a mistake. Was it really all just a coincidence? Luo Yao felt her heart ache. She suddenly grabbed her heart, and even her breathing felt wrong. She had made a mistake again. She lifted her finger and slowly stroked Lin Ran's wound. Does it hurt? Lin Ran nodded. It hurts a lot, but seeing you like this hurts my heart even more. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Luo Yao collapsed to the ground, shaking her head uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I made a mistake again. Will you not like Yao Yao anymore? Lin Ran regained some strength and slowly reached out his hand to gently wipe away Luo Yao's tears. Don't cry, I don't like a crying Yao Yao. Do you remember the question you asked me after getting me drunk last time? No matter what you do to me, I will never blame you. This sentence will always be valid. Luo Yao held back the tears that kept falling. She was not the type to cry, but all those tears were because of Lin Ran. I was wrong, Ran, don't leave me, I beg you. Lin Ran's wounds hurt, but his heart hurt even more. What kind of insecure love was this that was so humble and extreme? But when she thought about it, what was wrong with Luo Yao? You are not wrong, you are just the guardian of our love. Your love is hot and dangerous, but I hope you will never stop. Because, this is also what I want in my heart. Luo Yao felt an inexplicable pounding in her chest, as if someone were punching her there. I'll call a doctor for you. Lin Ran clutched the eternal love in his hand and said, right now, I just want to put it on for you myself. Luo Yao hated herself for going crazy without figuring things out, not only hurting herself but also Lin Ran. But Lin Ran didn't hold a grudge against her at all, and was still so good to her. Luo Yao's tears once again slid down her face. Lin Ran gently and slowly put the eternal love around Luo Yao's neck, squeezing out a faint smile. It's very beautiful, Miss Luo Yao, will you take care of me for the rest of my life? Luo Yao finally broke into a smile, and tears spread along her eyelashes. I do. Lin Ran smiled, and as he continued to smile, he fainted. Luo Yao gently helped Lin Ran to the bed and called for the manor's personal doctor. After a while, the old butler looked at Lin Ran in the bed and sighed frequently, but he didn't dare to say anything. Luo Yao, I misunderstood Ran, I'm sorry to him. The old butler already knew the whole story and felt sad about his own work mistakes. Miss, it's all my fault. I should have explained things to you clearly from the start. Of course I blame him. If he hadn't left early, and if he hadn't failed to ask for an explanation as soon as Luo Yao returned, then none of this misunderstanding would have happened. But at this moment, the bodyguard kneeling on the ground felt even more remorseful, and even scared. He was the key link in this misunderstanding, and he had sent Luo Yao the wrong message. He was waiting for Luo Yao's punishment. Looking at Lin Ran's painful expression even in his coma, Luo Yao felt her heart grow increasingly difficult to bear, and she could no longer control herself. These people have certainly made a mistake, but the one who is most wrong is actually herself. Her eyes began to wander, then gather, and gradually turn scarlet. Go. Luo Yao silently walked out of the bedroom and towards the secret room. The bodyguard got up and followed, arriving at the door of the secret room and unlocking it. His hands began to tremble.
With a loud thud, he kicked open the door to the secret chamber. In the center of the chamber, in a transparent glass cage, lay a dying man. The man's nose was gone, and one of his eyes was empty, while the other was infected, but he was not yet dead. Many rats were running around inside. The man felt someone approaching, and his mouth opened slightly but no sound came out. Luo Yao walked over to a shelf next to him and took out a torture instrument, the kind that could open a person's mouth. With a glance, she signaled, and the bodyguard, after a moment of confusion, took the torture device, put on a mask and gloves, and opened the door to the cage. At this moment, the bodyguard was extremely grateful that there was still a tool for Luo Yao to vent her anger on. After entering, she put the torture device on the man, then grabbed a rat and shoved it inside. Then the second and third. Air. The man struggled and twisted, but it was useless. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Luo Yao just quietly watched, without saying a word. It was as if only by torturing the man in front of her could she find some relief from the psychological pressure. After a while, Luo Yao slowly walked over to the side, took out a glass jar, and stuffed something into it. Inside were 2 eyeballs. Luo Yao poured some liquid into the jar to prevent the eyeballs from rotting. She placed the jar in a way that it was directly facing the man being tortured, until the man had eaten his fill. The old guy's eyeballs, this is what happened when he spied on Ran. The man in the cage twitched slightly. He didn't know how many rats he had eaten, and he didn't have the strength to speak. But when he heard what Luo Yao said, the remaining pupil of his eye widened slightly in disbelief. Luo Yao gave him another look, and the bodyguard sealed the man's mouth with tape without saying a word. All that was left was to die in pain. Luo Yao told the bodyguard to leave, sat alone and quietly daydreamed, and then took out a dagger and stabbed it into his shoulder. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her, Luo Yao suddenly stopped. Ran had said that she could not hurt herself, that it would break his heart. Feeling the necklace around her neck, which was still stained with Lin Ran's dried blood, she finally walked out of the secret room again after a long time. When she returned to the room, Lin Ran's shoulder wound had already been bandaged, but he had not yet woken up. Luo Yao's cold gaze fell on the doctor, who had not yet left, and the doctor shivered and hurriedly explained. Mr. Lin is only temporarily unconscious due to blood loss and pain, and his health is not in any danger. He will wake up soon. Luo Yao's eyes were dull. Aaron, does it hurt a lot? Get out. Everyone rolled out of the bedroom, and Luo Yao slowly grabbed Lin Ran's hand. Aaron, do you hurt? Lin Ran didn't say anything. Aaron, will you look at me? Do you still like Yao Yao? Lin Ran still didn't say anything. Aaron, will you let me go? No. Yes. Luo Yao was surprised. She doubted if she was hearing things. She looked down and saw Lin Ran slowly open his eyes. If you don't want me, then no one will want me. Luo Yao knew what excitement felt like for the first time, and she looked at Lin Ran, who had regained his usual smile. She nodded firmly, of course, I was lying just now. I won't let you go, you can only belong to me. Lin Ran held out his palm, and Luo Yao looked at it doubtfully, but obediently rested her chin on it. Lin Ran, you look like a little kitten now. Luo Yao, then I'll be your little kitten, as long as you don't leave me, I can be anything. Kitten? Lin Ran thought of the cat that could curse. When I see it next time, I must catch it and give it a good scolding. It's almost dawn, you should sleep too, otherwise you won't have the energy during the day. Luo Yao shook her head, I'm not going to work, I'll stay with you. Chapter 52. Although Lin Ran was injured, it did not affect him sleeping in the same bed with Luo Yao. Luo Yao rolled onto the bed and lay on the bedsheet stained red with Lin Ran's blood. The two of them were like a grave of lovers who died together, firmly bound together for life and death. Until dawn, Lin Ran experienced what it felt like to have food brought to him. Luo Yao helped Lin Ran wash up herself. Back in the bedroom, Lin Ran saw the bodyguard kneeling there, and Uncle Fook, who kept his head down and didn't say a word. Lin Ran immediately understood the reason and hurriedly said, Uncle Fook, I'm hungry, so prepare something to eat. And to this big brother, thank you for your hard work protecting me recently. Lin Ran knew that Luo Yao would definitely have someone keep an eye on him, and today he had met the real person. Uncle Fook hurriedly agreed, all right, I'll have someone go prepare. Lin Ran's seemingly casual remark actually sold Fu Bo a way out, and Fu Bo, being old and cunning, naturally understood. The bodyguard took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Ran, who wanted to help but stopped. Get up. This is the new China, we don't engage in feudal class stuff, what's your name?
The bodyguard stood up and said, "My name is Wang Bao."
Lin Sha, I'm sorry, yesterday's mistake in my report caused you to be injured.
Lin Ran smiled and said, "Very well, Brother Wang, from now on you will always be by my side, and you won't have to work in the shadows, so you won't make mistakes like this again." Wang Bao looked up in shock and said, "I can still be by your side?"
You know, the most profitable job in the entire security system is to monitor Lin Ran.
Lin Ran nodded, "Of course you can, right Yao Yao?" Wang Bao looked at Luo Yao, who was overjoyed inside.
Lin Ran's meaning was very clear: she could conduct real-time monitoring in an open and above-board manner. Since Ran doesn't want to punish you, I naturally agree, but remember, protect Ran.
If Ran loses a single hair, I'll hold you responsible.
Wang Bao nodded heavily. Don't worry, Missy, if Master Lin loses a single hair, I'll kill myself to atone.
He then bowed deeply to Lin Ran again. Master Lin, I, Wang Bao, don't know how to express my gratitude for your great kindness. After the bodyguard left, Lin Ran asked Luo Yao, "You won't be angry with me for what I did, will you?"
Luo Yao said, "Of course not. You are Ran, and of course you can make decisions about family matters." Lin Ran said, "That's settled, but I haven't punished you yet."
Luo Yao suddenly felt a little bad again.
She said, "I'm sorry." Lin Ran quickly interrupted, No, I didn't say I was blaming you.
I just want to punish you, is that too much?" Luo Yao lifted her big watery eyes. "Okay, then Ran, you punish me."
Lin Ran, "Okay, you wait until I'm better, I definitely won't let you off the hook, you little demon." Being injured, she didn't have to go to school or work, and the reason was absolutely justified. Luo Yao also didn't go to work, and the company's assistant group was directly invited to work at the manor. Luo Yao stayed in the bedroom with Lin Ran.
When it was time to eat, Luo Yao fed Lin Ran bite by bite. When it was time to go to the toilet, Luo Yao helped Lin Ran hold on to the toilet. When it was time to work, Luo Yao told them to get lost.
Lu Meng shook her head and sighed frequently.
Lin Ran was a real disaster for the country and its people.
She did most of the work that should have been done by Luo Yao, but there was one very important document that Luo Yao had to handle. When she came into the bedroom again, she saw their usually cold and aloof boss feeding Lin Ran bite by bite.
Lu Meng turned into a dumb chicken.
Lin Ran, Assistant Lu has work to do, so you deal with it first and don't let your playthings get in the way.
Luo Yao, you are my playthings and my will.
But Lin Ran had spoken, so Luo Yao dealt with the documents in passing, and Lu Meng's entire worldview collapsed.
Fine, you guys want to play it this way? Then in the future, if there's something important, wouldn't it be more convenient to just talk to Lin Ran directly?
Lu Meng was shocked by her own idea, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it wasn't realistic. Once she got any closer to Lin Ran, she figured that she would really not be far from death.
But she could still ask Lin Ran for help in a critical moment.
3 days passed like this, and the assistant team also stayed at the manor for 3 whole days. Now the whole team is saying, the king will never go to court again. Today, Luo Yao also returned to the company with the assistant team, and once they got back, they were greeted by a very busy work schedule. After all, they hadn't been to the company for a few days, and they had been absent without notice, so there was a lot of backlog of meetings and negotiations to deal with. Lin Ran had almost recovered, and was ready to go to the company to take a look, and then go find Luo Yao. Since his injury had not yet completely healed, he was driven to the door by the driver, and Wang Baoguang followed him openly. When he arrived at the company, Lin Ran found Wu Zhishang there as well. The company had now hired a few staff members, including a cleaner.
"Aren't you in class today?" Wu Zhishang looked at Lin Ran like he was a moron.
"Bro, we're seniors now, we should focus on our careers.
I've got enough credits, and I'm not planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam, so why go to class?" Lin Ran was impressed.
"Where's Zhang Xiaolong?"
"Wu Zhishang, I can't get in touch with him."
"What?" Then Wu Zhishang explained the situation. Zhang Xiaolong had not been in contact since yesterday, and the live broadcast, which had just started to pick up, had been suspended for a day. If Zhang Xiaolong didn't come in today, Wu Zhishang planned to broadcast himself.
Lin Ran looked up Zhang Xiaolong's employment information and called his sister, but no one answered.
After thinking for a while, she called his family, that is, his father. The phone connected, and the tone on the other end was quite sharp.
"Who is this?" "Lin Ran, I'm looking for Zhang Xiaolong."
The person on the other end shouted directly, "I don't know Zhang Xiaolong, you have the wrong number." Before the person on the other end could hang up, Lin Ran heard a voice for help on the phone. Please, sister." Lin Ran vaguely sensed that something was wrong.
When he dialed the number again, it was rejected, and Lin Ran was stunned. Zhang Xiaolong was now considered his employee, and he didn't know if his rebirth had changed his previous trajectory. So without another word, he took out his phone and contacted Luo Yao. Luo Yao, what's up? Have you missed me, Ran? Lin Ran said a little anxiously, I miss you, but I have something to do now. Can you find someone for me, one of my employees? Luo Yao's alert voice came, man or woman? Man, his name is Zhang Xiaolong. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, but the question was still asked. You've been getting close to Wu Zhishan recently, and now it's Zhang Xiaolong. Does Ran like men? Lin Ran was taken aback and quickly retorted. Don't you know who I like? Luo Yao promised to help Lin Ran find someone, and after a short while, she sent a message. Number 38, 2nd Lane, Jiaodong Road. If you still want to see your employee, you'd better hurry. Chapter 53. Lin Ran got into the Rolls-Royce with Wu Zhishan without saying a word. Wu Zhishan sighed. It's still you, Lin Gu, trading in a luxury car for a toy car. Lin Ran, if you can handle Chen Xingtian, you can too. People who earn enough money from one drama can buy several cars. Wu Zhishan blushed and still replied, what are you talking about? I would never do anything to hurt my girlfriend. Besides, what kind of person is Chen Xingtian? How could she possibly like me? Lin Ran, that's not certain. I never thought I would have a day like this either. Wu Zhishan. The car soon arrived at Jiaodong Road. There was no urban prosperity here, but rather dirty and messy old hutongs, where migrant workers from all over the country lived. Number 38 was in a very narrow hutong. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan walked in front, followed by Wang Bao. When they arrived at the door of number 38, it was a place similar to a small warehouse. There was no courtyard, and the windows were so dirty that you couldn't see inside. Lin Ran just wanted to knock on the door when she heard movement inside. Dad! Please, don't give my sister away. I'll work hard to get you the money you need. Inside the room, Zhang Dahai slapped Zhang Xiaolong, knocking him to the ground. Damn it, why did I give birth to you two losers? I've broken my leg, and you don't even bother to come back and see me. You need me to ask you to come back. Boss Wang will be here soon, and I'm sending this girl away today, no matter what. There were the sounds of a girl crying and an inexplicable laugh. Lin Ran said nothing and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door did not budge. Lin Ran embarrassedly scratched his head and looked at Wang Bao next to him. Wang Bao also wanted to laugh but held it in. Lin Xiao, let me do it. Lin Ran nodded, and Wang Bao kicked the door open with one kick. A man in a wheelchair inside the house, with a face full of anger, looked at the kicked open door and cursed. Who the hell dares to kick my door? Then he saw two teenagers and a burly man walk into the room. As soon as they entered, Lin Ran was taken aback, as was Wu Zhishan and Wang Bao. Lin Ran admitted that he had underestimated human nature and even more so the madness of a scumbag. At first, he didn't understand why Zhang Xiaolong, a young man, could be controlled by his own father, but now he could see it. There were 4 people in the room. Zhang Dahai, in a wheelchair. Ha! Lin Ran knew this person. Isn't this the little guy whose leg was broken when he was selling goods at Brother Dao's casino last time? In the previous life, it was also Wei Xiang, who betrayed him, that caused Wu Zhishan to lose both legs. Isn't this a coincidence? In addition to Zhang Dahai, there was also Zhang Xiaolong kneeling on the ground. Zhang Xiaolong was also shocked when he saw Lin Ran, and then revealed a look of surprise. He knew he was saved. Apart from the two of them, there was a middle-aged woman with deep eye sockets and emaciated, locked to an iron pipe, crouching on the ground and inhaling something while giggling foolishly. The last one was a somewhat frail-looking young girl, probably 4 or 5 years younger than herself, with a delicate appearance, also locked to the iron pipe. Her eyes were vacant and full of despair, and it was hard to imagine such eyes on such a youthful and pretty face. The two women looked like 2 slaves. Zhang Dahai obviously recognized Lin Ran as well. The last time Lin Ran was with him, he was probably one of his guests. He pointed at Lin Ran, but Lin Ran was too shocked to say anything. Zhang Xiaolong immediately turned his head and bowed to Lin Ran. Boss, please save my sister. I beg you to save my sister. I will repay you with my life. Zhang Dahai laughed. So it's the boss. That's easy. If you outbid Boss Wang, the girl is yours. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath.
In his mind, Zhang Dahai was the same as Lin Tianba. They were both scum.
And now he wanted to sell his daughter? Where are the keys? Zhang Dahai laughed. Give me the money and I'll give you the keys.
Without another word, Lin Ran kicked Zhang Dahai to the ground.
He can't kick open the door, but he can't kick down a disabled person like you?
Zhang Dahai fell to the ground along with his wheelchair.
Kid, I don't care who you are, you messed with Zhang Dahai, and you've kicked against the iron.
At that moment, a pot-bellied middle-aged man appeared at the door, accompanied by two small thugs.
I said, Zhang Dahai, what's going on? Didn't you tell me to come and pick up the goods?
Zhang Dahai immediately said, Mr. Wang, don't get me wrong, I don't know where these people came from either.
Just give me the money, and this little girl is yours.
Mr. Wang looked at the girl in the room and smiled lewdly. He had wanted to eat Zhang Xiaonuan for a long time, so he had been leading Zhang Dahai on, and finally the opportunity had presented itself. Mr. Wang walked into the room, threw a black plastic bag containing money in his hand in front of Zhang Dahai, and walked step by step towards Zhang Xiaonuan, not caring at all about Lin Ran and the other two.
Zhang Dahai didn't even bother to stand up, ripped open the plastic bag and started counting the money. Boss Wang, ouch. Xiaonuan, what's wrong with you?
Come with Uncle Wang, he'll take good care of you.
Uncle Wang's bed is big and warm.
Zhang Xiaonuan's eyes were full of despair. She had already made up her mind. She would find an opportunity to kill herself, and she would never let herself be humiliated.
You guys, you're turning a blind eye to me, do you not take me seriously?
Lin Ran's voice came slowly. Boss Wang and Zhang Dahai looked at Lin Ran at the same time, and Zhang Dahai couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha ha. Kid, do you know who Boss Wang is? The father of Jiaodong Road. Boss Wang looked at the two young men and the man behind them and sneered. Get rid of them.
After saying that, the two thugs brought by Boss Wang got to work. They were all professional thugs who followed Boss Wang to make a living. They had done a lot of evil deeds over the years, and the neighbors were afraid to speak out.
Lin Ranzi said, you're just an old man, but you've got some pretty big ideas and you're pretty good at playing around.
Lin Ran walked out the door, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag.
Brother Wang, let me have a smoke. Wang Bao understood. Lin Ran was giving him time to deal with everyone in the room.
Wang Bao stopped the two thugs, and then he heard the sound of thuds, followed by the sound of punches landing.
Lin Ran leaned against the wall and took another deep breath. Cough. 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 Wu Zhishan, Lin Gu, you're not going to fight back if you're pretending to be beaten up, are you? Lin Ran laughed and scolded, you know I'm pretending, but you still undermine me? Wu Zhishan, brother, can that big guy you brought be of any use? Lin Ran made a shushing gesture and said, listen, is there any more noise inside?
Wu Zhishan was stunned.
So soon? Chapter 54. Chapter 54.
Just as he finished speaking, Wang Bao's voice came over.
Lin Xiao, it's done. Lin Ran walked into the room in surprise and saw that, boy, all except for the two women and Zhang Xiaolong were lying down. Lin Ran smiled and said, not bad, brother Wang.
Wang Bao scratched his head and said, Lin Xiao is too kind.
Wu Zhishan, while showing a look of admiration to Wang Bao, went over to help Zhang Xiaolong up, who had also been beaten quite badly by his father.
Lin Ran threw away the rest of the cigarette and walked over to help Zhang Xiaonuan up.
As for the giggling woman, no one paid any attention to her.
Zhang Xiaonuan looked at Lin Ran in shock. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought that someone would come to save them. Zhang Xiaolong got up and grabbed Lin Ran's hand and said, thank you, boss, thank you, I will never forget your great kindness, and I have nothing to repay you.
Lin Ran thought to himself, why does this line sound familiar? Zhang Xiaolong, what about them? If we beat someone up like this, will we go to jail? Boss Wang is very powerful here.
Lin Ran smiled and said, it's okay, I'm not afraid of a fight. With that, he sent a message to Luo Yao, and soon, Luo Yao sent someone professional.
First, Sukai arrived with two assistants. When they learned of the situation, they also widened their eyes in indignation, vowing to seek justice for Zhang Xiaolong's siblings.
After a while, Uncle Had also arrived and took Zhang Dahai and Boss Wang away, but the woman was still locked up.
Zhang Dahai hadn't woken up and didn't know where the key was.
Zhang Xiaolong was silent for a moment, even if he knew, he would not hand it over. I know him, and I know that if he is caught, he will fight to the death. Otherwise, I would have already beaten him down and threatened him to hand over the key. Lin Ran then patted Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder, no problem, leave it to me.
After explaining a little to Wu Zhishang, in no time Wu Zhishang brought in locksmith.
The locksmith was really shocked when he saw it, but he didn't say anything. After all, the police were here. After looking at the two locks, he realized that it would be quite difficult, as they were not ordinary locks. After thinking about it, he directly took out his tools and carefully carried out the physical removal. The first one to be removed was Zhang Xianwan's.
Zhang Xianwan was originally in the school dormitory.
Someone said that her family was looking for her, and she thought it was her brother. Unexpectedly, it was her wheelchair-bound father with two thugs. Zhang Xianwan resisted and refused to go with her father. Her father then told the two thugs to directly knock her out.
They truly went prepared.
When she woke up again, she found that she was imprisoned.
Zhang Xianwan's whole world collapsed.
She knew her life was over. But unexpectedly, just as she was about to be sold, a man descended from the sky like a savior on a colorful auspicious cloud and rescued her in no time. At this moment, Zhang Xianwan threw herself into Zhang Xiaolong's arms and cried, while Zhang Xiaolong gently patted his sister's back to comfort her. After crying for a while, Zhang Xianwan looked at Lin Ran secretly and then, after thinking about it, walked up to him.
"Thank you, Lin Ran." Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan were taken aback. Lin Ran said, "You're from Peking University?"
Lin Ran only knew that Zhang Xianwan had started university this year, and didn't really know that she was from Peking University.
"So, can't I just recruit Zhang Xianwan to work with his brother at the company?"
"No, forget it, academics come first."
Zhang Xianwan, yes, thank you for saving me. Wu Zhishang, you obviously saved someone together, but why thank only one person?
Zhang Xianwan hurriedly shook his head nervously. "No, I also thank you, and this brother, I really thank you all. If it weren't for you, my life would be ruined." Zhang Xiaolong's mother's lock was also opened, and the police took her away directly. Even the two punks on the ground were taken away.
With such a big matter, Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xianwan were naturally also taken away for investigation.
In the end, Su Kai assured Lin Ran that he would not quit being a lawyer until he had sent these people to jail for life. Lin Ran was very happy to have resolved this matter. Helping Zhang Xiaolong was only one reason, but more importantly, it directly resolved the matter of Zhang Dahai, which was like taking revenge for Wu Zhishang from the previous life. The two returned to the company, and Wu Zhishang invited Lin Ran to his home for the weekend. Lin Ran didn't want to go, but after hearing the reason, he thought about it and agreed. This busy schedule directly missed the time to pick up Luo Yao, so Lin Ran could only go straight back to the manor. Inside the manor, Luo Yao's face looked a little bad because Lin Ran promised to pick her up but then went back on her word. Although Lin Ran explained on the phone, she was still unhappy, and it wasn't until she saw Lin Ran walk into the villa that she revealed a hint of a smile. Luo Yao's love for Lin Ran was not just possessiveness, she wanted to cling to Lin Ran all the time, everywhere, and hated to be separated from him. She wants Lin Ran to only have eyes for her, and no one else, not even other men. Therefore, Luo Yao has been quite restrained in her interactions with Lin Ran. The doctor changed Lin Ran's bandages and told him to rest more. He said that the wound had already healed, and in the next few days, he only needed to disinfect and apply medicine on time. Lin Ran thought to himself that the healing was quite fast, and it seems that his physical fitness is also quite good. After the doctor left, it was Lin Ran and Luo Yao's favorite time to be alone together every day. The villa, or even the entire manor, was nothing in Luo Yao's eyes, only Lin Ran was alive in her eyes. As long as Luo Yao wanted, she could have him anywhere. This was Luo Yao. After dinner, the two went to the Sky Garden to talk. A man after exercise is thirsty. Lin Ran slowly drank a glass of water.
Luo Yao, Ran, was that Zhang Xianwan pretty today?
Lin Ran spat out the water he had just taken a sip of.
No, not at all.
Compared to Yao Yao, she is nothing.
Luo Yao, so you looked? Lin Ran was taken aback. Then what makes you say she's not as pretty as me? Because in this world, no one is prettier than my Yao Yao. Luo Yao was quite satisfied with this answer. Ran, remember, don't think about other women, or I'll show you. Lin Ran put Luo Yao in his arms. I'll only think about you, I'm right here with you, what are you worried about? Luo Yao was very comfortable leaning in Lin Ran's arms, holding Lin Ran's hand with one hand and stroking Lin Ran's leg with the other. Lin Ran looked up at the stars, feeling the beauty in his arms, and sighed that the world was so beautiful. Moving slowly. Directly to the heart. After a long time. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Lin Ran, what's wrong with you again? Luo Yao nodded. Lin Ran was shocked by Luo Yao's behavior, but the satisfaction in his heart screamed like crazy. Because only in this way can I feel that you really belong to me. Okay, as long as you're happy. Ran, do you like children?
Lin ran, no, but if it's with you, then I'll like it.
Luo Yao, then if we have a child, will he take away your love?
Lin ran was silent for a moment before saying seriously, I can't answer that, but my love for you will only grow in the future.
Luo Yao was also silent for a moment before regaining her composure. She had made up her mind, no children, at least not yet.
Because children would take away Ran's love. The two of them quietly looked at the stars when Lin Ran suddenly seemed to remember something.
There's a black cat on our estate. Do you know where it is?
Luo Yao, I don't know, it might be a stray cat from somewhere. Lin Ran thought Luo Yao knew, but he didn't expect Luo Yao to be unsure either. He didn't know if there was any chance of seeing the black cat again. He always felt that there was something wrong with the black cat. Not only could it scold people, it could also laugh at them and warn them. The next day, Lin Ran finally went to school and decided to make an appearance. The luxurious Hazel slowly drove into the school, and it took Lin Ran all the way to his destination. When Lin Ran appeared in the classroom, the whole class turned to look at him. Lin Ran sat down in a seat of his own accord and didn't take long before Wu Zhishang arrived. Wu Zhishan was also very happy to see Lin Ran. After all, Lin Ran had given him a Ferrari LaFerrari. However, he is not a high-profile person and did not drive the car to campus, but instead parked it at his home. According to Lin Ran's instructions, he did not show off his wealth and did not tell his girlfriend about it either.
Today Lin Ran came to help Wu Zhishang solve a small problem and dropped by the school.
The last time Wu Zhishang drove his car home, Wu Zhishang's parents were shocked when they saw it. Wu Zhishang explained for a long time, but his parents still didn't believe him. So Wu Zhishang was going to ask Lin Ran to go back and explain for him, otherwise the second boss would think that Wu Zhishang had done something bad. The original plan was for the weekend, but Lin Ran's application was rejected by Luo Yao. Luo Yao was already being polite not to kill Wu Zhishang for not spending a nice weekend with his wife at his brother's house. The instructor also knew that Lin Ran had returned to school, but he didn't make trouble for him. I don't know if the principal had told him something. The school should support student entrepreneurship. The professor's class, without Lu Rushue's class, seemed very harmonious. After class, many students asked Lin Ran what he had been doing recently, and Lin Ran just replied that they would know in a few days. After class in the afternoon, Lin Ran followed Wu Zhishang to his house. Wu Zhishang is also a local, but the Wu family lives a bit far from the school, and it takes more than an hour to drive there. The Wu family is just an ordinary family living in an ordinary place, but Lin Ran doesn't mind at all. When they arrived at the Wu family's house, Wu's parents warmly welcomed Lin Ran. Lin Ran has known Wu's parents since he was a child, so they are not strangers. It wasn't until Lin Ran explained the whole story that the two elderly people began to believe him. Lin Ran's mother looked worried.
Mom, Lin Gu already told you everything, why are you still looking like that?
Lin Ran's mother, of course I believe Lin Gu, but you said he got married, and I still can't believe it.
From what you said, that woman is very rich, do you think she's just playing with Lin Ji's feelings?
Lin Ran was moved. In this real world, there are really only a few people who truly care about you. Even his own family did not give Lin Ran the feeling that he experienced in the Wu family today. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, my wife and I have known each other for a long time, we love each other, it's not as complicated as you think. Seeing Lin Ran say this, Wu's parents were also relieved, and they gave Lin Ran a red envelope, which Lin Ran did not refuse. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishan glanced at each other, and then talked about the two of them starting a company together, and that it had already started to take off, and that they would soon be collaborating with the school. The two elderly people listened with a smile on their faces. Finally, Lin Ran suggested that Wu's father resign, but Wu's father was still hesitant. There were some things that were not easy to say directly, so Lin Ran could only ask Wu's father to be careful. Wu's father was not a stupid person, and immediately realized that Lin Ran was hinting. Xiao Ran, do you know something? Lin Ran didn't want to say it explicitly, and in fact, he wasn't really sure about the specifics, he just knew that there was such a thing. After thinking about it, he gave Wu's father a few suggestions.
Wu's father, seeing Lin Ran's serious manner, also became serious and finally agreed with Lin Ran's opinion.
Lin Ran wanted to leave, but the two elderly people insisted on having him stay for dinner. However, Lin Ran left on the pretext of having something to do at the company. Wu's father, this kid, why is he in such a hurry?
Wu's mother, what do you know, you old straight man? I'm anxious to go home to see my wife.
On the way back to school, Wu Zhishan looked puzzled.
Lin Gu, why did you say those things to my dad? do you know something? Lin Ran, do you trust me? Wu Jishang immediately patted his chest and said, of course I trust you, brother.
Lin Ran, then you should always urge your father to pay attention to what I said, and it would be best if he could just resign.
Then I can find him a better job. Wu Shishong, okay.
The Rolls-Royce pulled up directly to the dormitory building, and countless people stuck their heads out to look.
Wu Shishong went upstairs, and just then, the person Lin Ran least wanted to see arrived.
Lu Rushue and Hua Haney blocked the door of Lin Ran's car. Lu Rushue's eyes were red, and Hua Haney was outwardly indignant but inwardly uncertain about what to think.
Lu Rushue, Lin Ran, you finally come to school. Lin Ran, get out.
Last time, I got injured because of you, and I'm still not completely recovered.
Again?
Wang Bao and the driver got out of the car. The first time they saw Lu Rushue, their alarm bells went off. He was the one who reported the mistake that caused Lin Ran to get hurt last time. If Lin Ran hadn't begged for leniency, they would have been killed or maimed. This time, they would do whatever it took to protect Lin Ran. Lin Ran gave Wang Bao a signal with his eyes, and Wang Bao stopped there. Lu Rushue, Lin Ran, today someone asked me for money, saying that I owed him $1 million.
I tried to find you but couldn't.
Lin Ran nodded, that's right, I've transferred the debt.
Lu Rushue couldn't believe it was true. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Do you know how scary that person was? It was as if he would kill me if I didn't pay.
Lin Ran laughed to himself, but continued to be unrelenting.
Lu Rushue, you should pay the money, and don't come looking for me again.
Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. And I want to tell you, I hope you get played to death even more. Lu Rushue took a step back, tears falling like broken strings, crying like a pear blossom, and watching countless younger brothers with a face full of righteous indignation.
So what if you have money? Can money hurt such a cute and beautiful schoolmate? They couldn't hear Lu Rushue's conversation with Lin Ran, but they could see their movements.
In terms of screen sense, Lin Ran really looks like a scumbag who bullies women.
Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Ohini, yes, Ruashua, since you smashed the car, you should indeed pay for the damage.
Lin Ran is determined to make you pay, and even if you go to court, you won't win. After she finished speaking, she gave Lin Ran a sly look, her eyes full of hints. Lu Ruashua was shocked, and even Lin Ran was taken aback by Hohini's words.
Who is Hua Haney?
She has always looked down on Lin Ran, and every time she either mocked him in a strange and eerie way or cursed at him. This time, she actually spoke up for Lin Ran.
Can you believe it? But Lin Ran didn't want to know what she was thinking.
Lin Ran just wanted to find a chance to completely ruin Lu Rushue. Brother Dao has already started collecting the debt, and since Lu Rushue can't pay, she will be in a lot of trouble for a while.
You don't want to pay? Then don't. At that time, the interest is estimated to be increasing, and when the day comes that you can't bear it anymore, see how you can still be arrogant? Lu Rushue's tears fell like rain. Lin Ran, I know you're still angry, I was wrong, okay?
Don't destroy our relationship because of $1 million, I still love you.
Lin Ran was thunderstruck by Lu Rushue's words. Lu Rushue, what makes you think you're worth $1 million?
In my eyes, you're not even worth $100. Don't come looking for me again, let alone the word love.
I'm disgusted. With that, he ignored Lu Rushue and got into his car.
Lu Rushue was stopped by Wang Bao, who yelled from behind, I know you're still angry, and it's fine if you don't forgive me.
You've been chasing me for so many years, so naturally I can do the same. And even if you don't want to see me for now, you should go home and see your uncle and the others. They miss you. Lin Ran was shocked. He didn't want Lu Rushue to keep appearing in front of him. Are you fucking done yet? What the fuck does the Lin family have to do with me? If you come looking for me again, I'll have someone beat the shit out of you so badly you'll see stars. Damn, what bad luck.
Lin Ran really was unlucky.
Why did he have to get involved with Lu Rushue? Isn't this going to make Luo Yao angry?
The car slowly started moving. Lu Rushue still wanted to grab Lin Ran, but the driver did not hesitate to close the window, and Lu Rushue was brought to the ground by the inertia of the car.
Hohini helped Lu Rushue up. Rushue, let's go back. Lu Rushue, why did you say that just now?
Hohini, Rushue, I can see that Lin Ran really doesn't care about you anymore.
Lu Rushue, but didn't you say last time that he was playing hard to get? Hohini shook his head, I was wrong last time. I'm now sure that he's given up on you, so? Rushue, don't be stubborn. Lin Ran is no longer your lapdog.
Lu Rushui cried, her heart tearing apart.
But I've discovered that I'm in love with him. What should I do? I want to be with him. It's really not about his money.
I just want to salvage our relationship. Hohaney looked at her with contempt. When he was poor, you didn't like the fact that he was poor and kept hanging around. Now that he's rich, you say you love him and that it's not because of the money.
Then what is it because of? Because of love?
Lin Ran didn't notice that at this moment in the girls' dormitory, a person was silently watching Lin Ran, his eyes full of determination. Lin Ran didn't go back to the manor, but went directly to the company. Since he was out, he came to take a look, and then went to pick Luo Yao up from work. When he arrived at the company, Zhang Xiaolong was doing his fourth live broadcast of the day. After leaving the police station, Zhang Xiaolong was extremely grateful to Lin Ran, and now all he could think about was repaying Lin Ran with his own hard work. That's why he worked so hard, doubling the number of live broadcasts from 3 a day to 6. His fan base was also growing at a steady rate. Lin Ran said that he didn't need to work too hard, that hard work was the process of success, but not the way. Zhang Xiaolong just needed a chance, and that chance was now in his own hands, so Lin Ran only needed to wait. As for Zhang Xiaolong's parents, one is awaiting a prison sentence after being investigated, while the other has already been sent to a drug rehabilitation center and is awaiting torture.
Boss Wang is also awaiting trial for human trafficking. Lin Ran expressed absolute confidence in Su Kai's work.
The company was also fine, so Lin Ran casually looked around and then planned to leave. When the elevator opened, he happened to run into Zhang Xianwan, who had come to visit Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xianwan was very thin due to a long period of poor nutrition, and family reasons had made her somewhat introverted. When she saw Lin Ran, she also looked away and didn't dare to look him in the eye, but she still timidly said, "Hello, senior."
Lin Ran walked into the elevator, turned around and smiled, saying, "Hello, here to see your brother?" "Go ahead, you have a good brother."
Zhang Xianwan nodded, "Yes, my brother was indeed my only hope in the past, I love him very much." After she finished speaking, she looked up and realized that the elevator door had already closed. Zhang Xianwan stood there for a while, speaking slowly, "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran, you are also my hope." Lin Ran walked into the lobby of the Luo Group office building and a security guard came up to him.
"Sir, are you here to see President Luo?"
Lin Ran recognized the security guard at once as the one who had been quite responsible before, and smiled as he nodded at him. Lin Ran entered his fingerprint and the security guard diligently pressed the elevator button for Lin Ran. When they arrived on the 88th floor, the members of the assistant group kept running out into the hallway to peer around from time to time. They had been working together at the manor for several days, and they all knew Lin Ran, even if they hadn't spoken. They all knew that Lin Ran was their boss Luo's man. They just didn't know if he was a boyfriend or a puppy. At that moment, Luo Yao was in her office on the phone. She heard someone knock on the door and say come in, and then she saw Lin Ran walk in. Luo Yao's eyes showed surprise, and she didn't even hang up the phone before she threw herself into Lin Ran's arms.
"Why are you here? To pick up my wife from work?" Luo Yao smiled and nodded, "Okay, just wait a minute."
Then she picked up the phone again, spoke a few words inside, and hung up. She then nestled back into Lin Ran's arms, full of happiness.
"Ran, it's still early, shall we play the game of boss and secretary for a while?" Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao and said lovingly, "Are you out of your mind? You want to do it as soon as you see me? Don't you know that I'm still a patient?"
Luo Yao said with a pout, "But in the garden yesterday, you didn't act like a patient either."
"Ran. Honey. Please. Can I?" Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao in shock. Since when did the little devil know how to be so cute?
Okay, I promise." Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a pair of bangles.
Lin Ran? What the hell? Chapter 57.
While Lin Ran and Luo Yao were role-playing, lawyer Su Kai convened the general meeting of shareholders of the Su Ran Group in the name of Lin Ran's client. The chairman, Lin Tianba, attended despite being ill. There was no way Lin Tianba could hide, even if he wanted to, and it would be useless to do so. At the meeting, Su Kai announced the sale of 30% of the shares of Su Ran Company in his capacity as the largest shareholders' representative.
Lin Tianba voted against it immediately.
At the meeting, Lin Tianba cursed Lin Ran as a rebellious son, saying that this was a family matter and should not be discussed at the shareholders' meeting. Su Kai immediately threw out the document in which Lin Ran severed his relationship with Lin Tianba. All the shareholders were shocked, and the meeting then became one-sided. Businessmen are profit-oriented, and these shareholders are all veterans of the business world. Even if Lin Tianba voted against it, no one would care, and everyone else voted in favor of the sale. The final result was that all the shareholders except Lin Tianba voted in favor of it, and Lin Ran's shares officially entered the sale period at a market price of 800 million. Anyone who was interested could compete, and Lin Tianba was given no breathing room at all. Many shareholders were itching to get moving and were preparing to go talk to Su Kai. Once they got Lin Ran's shares, they would not hesitate to kick Lin Tianba off the position of chairman. Now that the father and son are at odds with each other, no matter if Lin Ran succeeds in acquiring his father's shares or not, as long as they can find a few more shareholders to join forces with, there is hope of kicking Lin Tianba out. Not to mention that if they can get Lin Ran's shares, the situation will be even more stable. Everyone has been sick of Lin Tianba's bullying for many years, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No shareholder knows why Lin Tianba is at odds with Lin Ran. Such a son is practically a godsend. If Lin Ran were their son, they would be overjoyed to spoil him and give him anything he wanted. But Lin Tianba has ruined a good hand. What are you without a son? To put it bluntly, even this company belongs to your son, and you are only the chairman because of your relationship with him. When Lin Ran's mother was still alive, the company had nothing to do with Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba's current actions are not just stupid, they are downright idiotic. After the shareholders' meeting, Su Kai left the Su Ran group and quietly waited for the right person to come. Sure enough, that night Lin Tianba made an appointment with Su Kai. In Su Kai's law firm, Lin Tianba showed his sincerity. Mr. Su, I'll take Lin Ran's shares, but 800 million is a bit much. We are father and son, so there should be a discount. 100 million is quite good in my opinion. Su Kai nearly spits out his tea. Although he already knows Lin Tianba's character, he still underestimated his bottom line. Chairman Lin is really good at joking. In fact, Mr. Lin has already explained that you can have the shares, after all, you are his father. Lin Tianba is full of surprise. Are you serious? Su Kai nods, it's true, but the price is 20% more than the others, which is 1 billion. Lin Tianba almost slides off his chair. How much? 1 billion? Why doesn't he just rob it? Su Kai, Mr. Lin said that the price for everyone else is 800 million, and your price must be 20% more. Lin Tianba took a deep breath and asked, 20%, shouldn't it be 960 million? Su Kai, I didn't realize that Chairman Lin was quite good at math, but Mr. Lin said that for you, 20% is 200 million. If you're not satisfied, you can give up the acquisition. Lin Tianba was so angry that he wanted to swear. If you want 1 billion, just say 1 billion. What's the point of saying 20% is 200 million? Isn't that insulting? I don't have that kind of money. Even if I emptied my pockets, I still wouldn't have that kind of money. Su Kai, Mr. Lin has already thought of a solution for you. You can take out a loan, using the shares of the Su Ran group as collateral. Lin Tianba frowned, I'm not qualified, and the shareholders won't agree. Su Kai, add in Mr. Lin Ran's shares, and you'll have 51% of the shares. Just take the pre-sale contract to the bank for a loan. I have an old friend at the bank, and I'm sure he'd be happy to do this deal. Lin Tianba didn't say anything for a long time, and was hesitant to speak. He had already lost everything, and owed brother Dao 100 million. If he went to the bank for a loan, even if the loan was approved, would he really be able to repay it? If there was even the slightest problem with the company's operations, would it crush him like a camel? Su Kai, Chairman Lin, there are many things in life that really require a gamble of luck. You don't want to lose your say in the Su Ran group, do you? Lin Tianba's eyes gradually hardened, and after thinking about the company's upcoming moves, he made up his mind. Fine, I'll do it. After saying this, he signed a pre-sale contract with Su Kai, and his hands trembled when he signed. These shares should have been his in the first place, but now he had to pay real money to get them back, and at a premium at that. Recovering the loan, after paying it back, is not just a matter of 10 billion, there is also a high interest rate. Lin Ran, this little bastard, why can't he transfer the equity unconditionally? Walking out of the law firm, Lin Tianba felt like he had aged 10 years. Early the next morning, the bank came to find Lin Tianba, and with the pre-sale contract, Lin Tianba used 51% of the equity as collateral for a mortgage loan, and the bank finally assessed an amount of 800 million. Lin Tianba took the bank's approval contract and went to Su Kai again. Su Kai said that anything less than 1 billion yuan was out of the question. Finally, with no other choice, Lin Tianba once again returned to the Lin family to hold a family meeting.
After hearing the news, Lu Yuemei was completely stunned, and even Lin Jian exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Tianba, there's really nothing we can do, but don't worry. Our new property development is about to be launched, and we've heard that the government plans to build a school near our new development. This time, the company's capital will be returned to at least 1 billion yuan. If I have 51% of the shares, the dividend will be 500 million yuan. So as long as we can get through this, even if we have to pay some interest, we will still make a profit. And when the official sales of the property development behind us begin, there will be at least that much more profit. But if we don't buy it, we'll have to pay out a lot of dividends, regardless of whether Lin Ran's shares are sold. Given the way this ungrateful son treats us, he'll never refuse the money. So we must buy the shares. After the explanation, Lu Yuemei finally understood why Lin Tianba was so obsessed with buying Lin Ran's shares. The thought that that little brat Lin Ran would get so much in dividends made both Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian frown. Lin Tianba was not lying. This time, the capital return would really reach that amount, and this was also the largest and most important project of the Su Ran group to date. Honey, are you serious? Is there no other way for us? For example, find Ran and ask him to transfer the shares to us unconditionally? Chapter 58. Lin Tianba shook his head, now he simply won't see us. There's no other way. Let's pool our money. Lin Jian, but the bank can only give us 800 million yuan. We're still 200 million yuan short. Where can we get it? Lin Tianba took a deep breath, sell our real estate. Yuemei, you should also go back to your parents' home and ask if they can help us. Lu Yuemei frowned and hesitated, and Lin Tianba continued. As long as they are willing, no matter how much money they come up with, I will give them 20% interest. This is even more violent than lending money. Lu Yuemei, I'll try. Honey, even if my family helps, they can't come up with much money. What about the rest? Lin Tianba, to deal with real estate, don't I still have a car that hasn't been sold? And this villa, sell them all. Let's temporarily move somewhere else, and once the property is pre-sold, we can move back quickly. Lin Jian, Dad. I've saved some money over the years, not much, but a few 100,000. I'll give it all to you. Lin Tianba is moved to tears, you are really a good son. After we get through this, I will pay you back tenfold. You will also inherit the Su Ran group. Lin Jian and Lu Yuemei both light up with joy. After all these years, they have finally succeeded. Lin Jian, and there's your brother, he is also your son. Lin Tianba, humph. Don't mention that rebellious son of mine. If he were still the same as before, I might let him inherit 1% of the shares, so that he would never lack for anything. Lin Jian, Dad, thank you. We are a family that loves each other. Lin Tianba embraced his wife with one arm and his son with the other. Only after experiencing hardships can true feelings be revealed. After this storm passes, the bond between our family will become even stronger. With Lin Tianba's assurance, both mother and son were very happy. Lu Yuemei called Lin Jian over separately. Lin Jian, take out that card. This time we must help your father. Lin Jian said hesitantly, but. Lu Yuemei, there is no but. It has reached a critical moment. This time, if we take it out, your father will trust us more. Maybe after this storm passes, you will be able to inherit the company and you will be the chairman. Lin Jian nodded, okay. Lu Yuemei went home again and explained the situation. The Lu family was shocked. Lu Yuemei's mother was furious and scolded Lu Yuemei. You couldn't even handle that little bastard Lin Ran, and now something this big has happened. Have you been using any of the things I've taught you? Lu Yuemei, I have. Lin Ran used to be very obedient, and he hasn't shown any wrongdoing over the years. I don't know why he's suddenly changed recently. Mom, there's no use talking about this now. Lin Ran is determined to cut ties with the Lin family, and there's no way we can't take this money. Lu Yuemei's mother was furious, no money. Lu Yuemei's father also looked like he hated iron that couldn't be steeled, while only Lu Ritian frowned without saying a word. Lu Yuemei wasn't angry, but said haughtily, Lin Tianba said that if you help him this time, he can at least give you 15% interest, and the new building will be pre-sold soon, with an estimated return of 1 billion. The opportunity has been given to you, so forget it if you don't have the money, and I won't force you. Over the years, I have saved some money, and I am prepared to give it all to Lin Tianba to get through this difficult time. I will only get more in return. After I have money, don't come crying to me about being poor.
Over the years, I have secretly helped the family so much. The house you live in, the food you eat, everything is because of me. Even Rawashua's school place was obtained by Lin Tianba donating a dormitory building in exchange. If you need anything in the future, don't come to me. And when my son inherits the Su Ran group, he won't be able to help you anymore. After she finished speaking, Lu Yueme was about to leave, and Lu's parents were shocked. What did you say? Jian is going to inherit the Su Ran group? Lu Yueme, what does it have to do with you? You don't want to help us, so we'll just have to rely on ourselves. Lu Ritian immediately stopped Lu Yueme, sister. What nonsense are you talking about? When did we say we weren't going to help you in Jian? Lu's father and mother also hurriedly agreed. Yes, why is your temper getting worse as you get older? We're just too anxious. 15% interest, right? We'll take the money. Lu Rushue had been silent the whole time, not knowing what to think. The Lu family scraped together a total of more than 3 million yuan and gave it all to Lu Yueme. Although Lu Yueme felt disgusted in her heart, she still said thank you and took the Lu family's entire savings with her. After Lu Yueme left, Lu Ritian looked at Lu Rushue. Rushue, after Lin Ran sells his shares, you must take Lin Ran and let him use this money as a bride price, so that he will marry you. 10 billion, enough to make the Lu family a real wealthy family. Lu Rushue wanted to say something, but she held back and nodded, saying, I understand. 10 billion, for 10 billion, Lu Rushue had to continue to chase Lin Ran. Lu Ritian also sighed with emotion. If I had known this would be the result, we should have been nicer to Lin Ran in the beginning. Now we might have the shares of the Su Ran group. Lu Ritian's father, it's all Lin Tianba's fault. After all these years, he never told us that Lin Ran actually has 30% of the shares. Lu Ritian's mother, Rushue, my dear granddaughter, whether our family can become billionaires depends on you. Lu Rushue sighed and said, hey, but I feel like brother Lin Ran doesn't like me anymore. Grandma Lu immediately flew into a rage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is no longer the Lin Ran of the past. He will soon have 1 billion yuan. You must get him. Not that I'm saying this to you, but as a girl, there are so many ways you can use. That little bastard Lin Ran will die for you if you wave your hand at him. Lu Rushue didn't dare to argue back. For the sake of her love, she must woo Lin Ran back, and she mustn't let someone else have him. After making up her mind, Lu Rushue felt full of fighting spirit again. After returning to the Lin family, Lu Yueme took out a total of 55 million and handed it to Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba was also shocked. He had no idea that the Lu family had so much money, all in cash, after all these years. Lu Yueme explained that the Lu family had been making some investments and had made a lot of money. Although Lin Tianba was suspicious, he didn't dwell on it too much. As long as the money is in place, it doesn't matter how it came about. Seeing Lin Tianba accept the money, Lu Yueme and Lin Jian were both happy in their hearts, looking forward to their future lives. The two of them, mother and son, had finally come out on top. Chapter 59. Lin Tianba was also quick to act. He had the villa dealt with that same day, and the next day he sold the car in his name and borrowed a little more from some business friends, finally coming up with 200 million. Then he found Su Kai again and transferred the 200 million. As for the remaining 800 million, the bank transferred it directly to Lin Ran, because this was a loan for the acquisition of equity, and the money had to be transferred to Lin Ran, just as a loan for buying a house is transferred to the developer. Lin Tianba had no choice. Finally, he acquired 30% of Lin Ran's equity, and at this point everything had settled down, and Lin Ran had no relationship with the Lin family. Lin Tianba moved the whole family to a utility room of the company to live temporarily. The nanny and servants all resigned, and there was no luxury car or mansion anymore. The external debt, combined with the previous 100 million from Brother Dao, reached nearly 1 billion. In exchange, he got 51% of the company's equity. Although it was very difficult now, the entire Lin family was happy and harmonious, because the Lin family now represented the entire Su Ran group. This joy far surpassed the temporary downfall. The name of the Su Ran group was named after Lin Ran's mother's surname and Lin Ran's name. If it weren't for Lin Tianba's concern that the name change would affect the performance of the newly opened buildings, he would have hated to change the name immediately. Another day passed, and the Lin family members, who had regained their old figures, were busy with their own affairs. Lin Ran also received a total of 1 billion in funding. Without saying a word, he directly established a real estate company, but it was temporarily a shell company. Next, he was going to make the entire Lin family suffer.
Lin Ran started going back to school today. It was boring without Luo Yao by his side. He had nowhere to go if he didn't go to class, and the company didn't need him for the time being. After class, Lin Ran was about to go back to the manor when he ran into Lin Jian. Lin Jian was now in a state of unbridled joy, and his whole person radiated confidence. Wu Zhishang had long since known about the severing of ties with the Lin family, and he deeply resented what the Lin family had done to his brother. Therefore, Wu Zhishang doesn't look kindly on Lin Jian either, and he hates the Lin family even more. In the past, he only thought that Lin Ran was not well received in the Lin family, but recently he has come to realize that it is simply abuse plus cold violence plus pua. Lin Ran, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Wu Zhishang, a good pig doesn't cause trouble. Lin Jian, brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you talking to me like this? I'm your younger brother. Lin Ran scoffs, then go tell the whole school that you're my brother, and by the way, tell them what kind of treatment I've been getting in the Lin family. Lin Jian certainly didn't dare. Everyone knew that he was the Lin family's young master. If he let others know that he also had a brother like Lin Ran, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? The main thing was that every day he lived in luxury, playing the role of the wealthy young master, while his brother had to work part-time and was worse off than a dog? Where would that put the Lin family's reputation? Brother! It's all my fault, it's my bad. I shouldn't have called you brother at school and made you hate me, and I shouldn't have appeared in front of you. It's just that Dad misses you and wants you to come back to the Lin family for a while. As long as you're willing to kneel down and apologize to Dad, and give the money you got from selling your shares back to Dad, Dad will definitely forgive you. Again? Lin Ran, if you say something like that again, I'll beat you until you can't tell day from night. Lin Jian took a step back in fear, but there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. If you're capable, go ahead and do it, and let the school deal with it when the time comes. I was wrong, brother. It's just that the day you started school, you did something that was a disgrace to the family at the school gate, and Dad was very angry. He asked me to ask you what your relationship with that woman is. If I can, I want to go and visit that woman in place of Dad and get justice for you. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, Lin Jian had met Luo Yao by chance and had been eager to find her again. Naturally, he would not let Lin Jian take risks. Because at that time, Lin Ran had to protect this younger brother. Now it seems a bit off. Could it be that this kid likes Luo Yao? Then everything becomes very interesting. Should I arrange for the two to meet? And let Luo Yao teach Lin Jian a lifelong lesson? Forget it, disgusting. No one can disgust the daughter-in-law. To think that in his previous life, when Luo Yao wanted to kill his family, he begged for mercy and even agreed to some conditions that he found hard to say at the time. Damn. I'm such a bitch. Lin Ran, Lin Jian, put a lid on your face, it's none of your business what I do. Lin Jian, but we're family, we have the same father, I'm your own brother. Lin Ran, in that case, I won't hold back. Lin Jian thought Lin Ran had agreed, and was full of surprise, but who knew the next moment was Lin Ran's fist. I told you not to mention me again, or I'll beat you until you can't tell day from night and see the stars? Wu Zhishang saw this and without saying a word, he came up with a mixed doubles, and his actions attracted a group of students in the classroom to look over. They didn't even hear the conversation between the two, and at this time, they all had a question mark on their faces. Wu Zhishang yelled, Lin Jian from the art department has come to kick our asses, and he said that we from the finance department are all rubbish, brothers, let's go. Immediately afterwards, the entire large classroom became a circle kick, and Lin Jian completely fainted and left. After the incident, the students expressed their willingness to take responsibility together, but Lin Ran stopped them forcefully. He didn't want to make a public scandal of the family's shame, mainly because it wasn't the right time yet. He wanted to deal Lin Jian a fatal blow when he was at his peak. And that time would not be far off. Lin Tianba hurriedly rushed to the school with Lu Yume after receiving a call from the school. This is really the end of the world, how dare someone beat up his son? It was also 10 minutes ago that Luo Yao received the call. Honey, I got into a fight. Are you okay? Have you been hurt? Luo Yao instantly became nervous. Lin Ran had hurt her, but no one else could hurt him. Lin Ran, my hand hurts a little, can you help me deal with it? The school is going to call my parents, and you're the only one I have. The words "you're the only one I have" struck Luo Yao's heart, and she said yes. In a short while, Luo Yao arrived first at the principal's office, because this was not a trivial matter, after all, so many people had beaten up one person. As soon as she entered the office, the principal jumped in fright. Oh my! Why have you come in person, President Luo? Principal Tang, how many scholarships does the Luo group sponsor each year? How many buildings in this school were built by my people? How many research teams have I let in? Principal Tang was a little confused, and when he saw Luo Yao's terrifying face from anger, cold sweat ran down his entire body. This is not someone he can offend. Even if the director of education were here, he would have to grovel. President Luo, please just tell me what you want. If I, Tang Lasher, have done anything wrong, I am willing to apologize to you with all the staff. Luo Yao said directly and angrily, I have done so much just to let you watch someone bully my husband at school? It will be released sooner or later. In order to satisfy the readers, the series will not be cancelled. Rest assured and read it. Chapter 60. Principal Tang was so scared that he jumped 3 feet high, which was really hard on his body in his 60s. What did you say? Luo Yao was furious. My husband was beaten up at school. If he gets hurt, you can just close the school. Principal Tang was finally sure he had heard correctly and asked anxiously. When did your husband come to our school? Luo Yao slammed her hand on the table. He was originally a student at this school. Principal Tang was dumbfounded. After living for more than 60 years, the world had finally turned into something he couldn't believe. Where is your husband now? Luo Yao, the guidance office. If you dare to make things difficult for my husband, I don't mind changing the principal to deal with it. Principal Tang immediately apologized. No. Let's deal with this matter right away. The director of the guidance office looked at Lin Ran and Lin Jian with some headache. Lin Ran was an outstanding student and was well known in the school. Many people really liked him. Lin Jian was the son of the Su Ran group, and he didn't dare offend him either. It was really a bit of a dilemma. Just then, there was a commotion outside the door. Where is that rebellious son of mine? How dare he hit Jian? I'll beat the living daylights out of him. My dear, calm down. Ran must not have meant it. If he's willing to kneel and apologize, don't beat him too hard. Before anyone arrived, Ran made a face as if he were going to vomit. The office door was kicked open. Lin Tianba's majestic face appeared first, followed by Lu Yuemei's expression of utter disdain. As soon as they entered, they saw the gloating Lin Ran and Lu Yuemei frowned. Xiao Ran, where's your brother? No matter what, you can't hit him. It's all my fault as a mother for not taking good care of you brothers. Lin Ran, shut up. If murder wasn't illegal, you would have died in Chapter 7. Lu Yuemei revealed a disappointed expression and turned her head to see Lin Jian, who was as swollen as a pig's head, and Lin Ran, who was gloating next to him. Lu Yuemei let out a cry and quickly ran over to feel Lin Jian's face. Son, what happened to you? If it wasn't your mother, who would it be? She was beaten up so badly, but she still recognized him at first glance. Lin Ran was also impressed by Lin Jian. He was beaten up so badly, but he was still able to stand up and come complain. If it were him, he would have gone to the hospital long ago. Lin Jian was indeed a bit shaky, and at this time, he cried and said, Mommy! It's my fault. Don't blame my brother. Lu Yuemei was also really angry. No one had dared to beat her son like this since he was little. Looking up at Lin Ran, she blurted out. You little bastard, how dare you beat Jian? Lin Ran, that's right, a little third-rate pretender to culture, just scold as you like. You, little Ran, kowtow and apologize to your brother, and I'll consider persuading your father to let you live back at the Lins. After all, you are also my son. The head teacher on the side looked dazed, as if he felt that this was a family. How come I never knew that Lin Jian and Lin Ran were family? Since they are family, why does Lin Ran always seem to be working? Lin Tianba looked at Lin Jian with immense concern, but also suppressed his anger. Lin Ran, as long as you are willing to return the money from the shares to your father, I will give you the opportunity to kneel down and kowtow to me as your son. Explosion, damn explosion. At this moment, Lin Ran finally felt the explosion of his worldview. What are you saying? Who do you think you are? Do you want me to take out the severance agreement? It was witnessed by a lawyer. Lin Tianba, fine. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, I will properly enforce the family law today. With that, he pulled out his 7 wolves. Just then, the head of the teaching department scolded. This parent, please pay attention to your behavior, hitting people is illegal. Lu Yuemei also spoke up, Teacher, Lin Ran is our son, and his father's desire to enforce family law is understandable. This is not considered assault.
The head of the guidance department was so angry that his nose was about to burst.
Lin Ran is your son? Lin Tianba Lu Uma, yes.
Lin Ran, teacher, I have nothing to do with them.
You have to protect me.
The head of the guidance department nodded, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to hurt you.
With that, he angrily reprimanded Lin Tianba.
The results are not in yet, and even if there are results, you cannot hit Lin Ran, whether he is right or wrong, unless you step over my dead body.
Lin Tianba, shut up, who do you think you are? Do you know that I donated the dormitory building for your teachers?
The head of the teaching department immediately froze, and then frowned.
Lin Tianba was gloating and wanted to get up and fight.
Lin Ran, if you dare to get up and fight, I will kill you.
Lin Tianba, damn it, you little brat. Today I'll show you the awesome power of your father. I'll beat you to death.
Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and was ready to fight back. He wasn't going to give Lin Tianba any chance to fight back, he was going to kill him with one strike.
By then, if there were any serious consequences, Luo Yao would take responsibility for him. Even if he didn't have Luo Yao, he wasn't afraid. He had too many plans for dealing with Lin Tianba later. Just as Lin Ran was preparing to strike back, there was suddenly an angry shout.
Don't you dare touch him. An astonishingly imposing voice came from nowhere, and then a stunningly beautiful woman walked into the office, followed by Principal Tang. The head of the teaching staff let out a sigh of relief.
Principal, you finally arrived. Principal Tang nodded. Lin Tianba was shocked to see Luo Yao appear, and then he trotted over, looking flattering. Oh.
President Luo, I'm Lin Tianba, from the Su Ran group.
Get out.
Lin Tianba was stunned, and then obediently retreated. Luo Yao slowly walked up to Lin Ran and observed him carefully. She was worried that Lin Ran's wound, which had not yet healed in the past few days, would crack open. Lin Ran smiled and patted her head, it's nothing, don't worry. Lin Ran's actions made the principal, who had followed, widen his eyes.
He didn't expect the person Luo Yao was talking about to be Lin Ran. The teachers in the teaching office were also shocked.
They didn't know Luo Yao, but the fact that even the headmaster had to stand behind her showed just how important she was. Lin Tianba was even more incredulous, as if he could stuff an egg in his mouth. Lin Jian, on the other hand, looked at the newcomers with a sinister expression. Lu Yuemei looked at Lin Jian, then Lin Tianba, then Luo Yao, and then thoughtfully again. Luo Yao was sure that Lin Ran was unharmed, and turned to look coldly at Lin Jian. Lin Jian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Luo Yao, and at the same time, he stood straight and elegant. Even though he was bruised and battered. He hid his sinister gaze and looked shy.
Hello, my name is Lin Jian. Luo Yao, Lin Jian, I remember this student came in through the back door, right? Open it.